Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back, and here's a teaser for tomorrow's video. Guys, hi guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to... Sorry. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Alright, okay, waffle, right. Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to doing the book club VEGGIEKNIGHTS. As a terrible intro, we are doing the Goblet of Fire, which is a Harry Potter book if you didn't know about it. Guys, hope you're all doing well. Looking forward to covering these chapters today. My goodness, I reckon that the book club is largely going to be people saying, "Oh, why wasn't this in the movie?" You know, and so we're going to be covering them today. Obviously, they will be in this series and everything, but we got a lot to talk about them. They're two short chapters, you know, because I listen to audiobooks. This time I actually listened to both Jim Dale and to Stephen Fry's version. They have obviously, you know, run times and everything. They're only 20 minutes long each, these chapters, so they are quite short, but my goodness, a lot happens in them, you know, and not like the first chapter of the book where it's a lot of lore building and everything. No, this is just chaos. Chaos is a ladder in this chapter, guys. Also, new camera, if you only watched my book reviews, guys. Last time I had to use natural light, which is not a healthy thing for me, and so I have, not that I'm a vampire. You haven't seen me, right? Arthur Weasley. See, the problem is, guys, I was going to finish this part of the intro saying, because they're shorter chapters, we're probably not going to be hitting 5 hours this time. But I'm now making, you haven't seen me, right? References. But if you type in fast show, you ain't seen me, then it will come up with a picture of Arthur Weasley, won't it? You ain't seen me. Fast show. Yes, it will. Right. So, I've just wasted more time, guys. Also, we'll be talking about some other British comedies later on, guys, regarding Arthur Weasley as well. But we need to get through the intro. So, hi, guys. I'm Veggie. I've been doing these book clubs, and they're really, really long because I never know when to shut up. So, guys, not much housekeeping, despite the fact we've been going for 2 minutes already. Not much housekeeping today, so we're going to be getting straight into it. As always, I will be saying my usual blurb off. Guys, if you are new here, these are in-depth book reviews into the Harry Potter chapters. We'll be covering 2 chapters today. It's Back to the Burrow. And Back to the Burrow? Back to the Burrow and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Wonderful chapters, guys. My goodness, I would have loved to see them in the movies. And there is a correlation regarding this and a previous chapter in Chamber of Secrets that got cut, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting. So, we'll be going through my notes in it. As always, guys, like I say, if you are new here, we do these in-depth reviews and everything. We can actually get... but so basically, if you watch all the ones that are for free on YouTube, then you can check out the Patreon to get at least 2 more episodes worth, like I say, which tend to be like 5 hours long. So you can, like, you know, hear exactly where we are. There's no minimum payment for the Patreon. You can pay as little as you want to get access to everything on there, including the book club. And me doing that helps me remember when I meant to edit this image into the screen. Which is where you can have your comment read out in the video as well. So in the second half of the video, I'll be going through your thoughts on it. I can't wait to hear them, guys. Seriously, there's going to be a lot of positivity around these chapters, quite frankly. My goodness. I made a funny joke on Twitter saying the Weasleys turning up at the Dursleys' house, and there's just a picture of, you know, in A New Hope, the first Star Wars movie, when Darth Vader first appears, he like comes walking through the door with a stormtrooper and everything. It's very similar to that, guys. It's very similar to that. And so, so if you want to check out the Patreon, you can, guys. If not, don't worry. All these book reviews are going to be coming for free on YouTube. You haven't seen me, right? Shut. Guys, so as always, Jonas, thank you very, very much for these side panels. They are wonderful. I have okay. So controversy, guys. Now I think it was Jake. Okay, I'm not sure who it was. Somebody was saying about how, up till now, my book reviews have been using side panels and the thumbnails of the classic book covers. Now, this is the first time that I haven't. Now, I'll say this. I really like this just because of the colours. I think it's beautiful for the thumbnails. if for the thumbnail, because I think that we will keep these side panels, guys. But if you want for the thumbnails, I can revert them to being one of the classic book covers. I'll say this: it's either one of which is going to be basically Harry's massive face next to mine, or the other one where Harry's going to be really tiny because he's like really small on the broom and everything. And so I was just going for the ones which would suit, you know, fit the thumbnails properly. But if the majority of you say no, Veggie, it would be better if the thumbnails were the classic covers. Say no more. I will fix that. I'm going to say Jens and me right one more time. And now we're going to get into, guys, the Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire chapters. I don't know what's wrong with me, guys. I've got a cold brew coffee here. Mocha. Nice and chocolatey. It is vegan as well. It's almond milk, so I'll be having that in a bit. So if I, you know, need to get some energy back, then I will have that. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So as always, thank you, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. Max, thank you so much for the summaries. I'll be reading out Max's summary for Back in the Burrow in a moment before going through my own notes. That helps me out so much. It really does, guys. And so thank you, Max, for that. And yes, I guess we get onto it, guys. Like I say, I think it was Jake who was saying about the thumbnails. If it was someone else, I'm so sorry if it is. But I also need to apologise to Jake, because Jake made the mistake of messaging me and saying, "Hey, Veggie, so what was it about Final Fantasy VII Remake that you didn't like?" And the floodgates were open. I'll say this: someone else actually asked me exactly the same question on the Patreon as well. Actually, it was Benjamin. But yes, I loved Final Fantasy VII Remake, guys, but my goodness, the ending broke my heart. It really did. Not in a good way either. Either way, we're not here to talk about Final Fantasy VII. We're here to talk about Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Back to the Burrow, and this is a glorious chapter. I've just checked, guys, and it was Jake who messaged me about the thumbnails. I think Jake was okay, but he was like saying, like, you know, consistency and everything like that. So if you guys do think that the thumbnail should be one of the more classic book covers rather than this bluey greeny one, then I'm fine to be overruled. Either way, guys, thank you so much for... I'll say this, guys. One reason why I'm so waffly in these, because I do still get comments saying, "Veggie, stick to the point," which is fair, which is completely fair. I mean, because I know that the video is going to be so long, I just need to, like, you know, get all that other stuff out of the way, you know. And so let's get into chapter 4, Back to the Burrow. Max's wonderful summary follows. As the Dursleys and Harry awaits the arrival of the Weasleys, Vernon, dressed to the nines, starts becoming impatient as the letter said 5 o'clock, and it was now past. A loud bang could be heard, and the voices of Arthur, the twins, and Ron start coming from the wall where the fireplace had been covered up. Mr. Weasley explodes the wall, and they enter the living room, like Darth Vader, to see the Dursleys and Harry. As they gather Harry's things and head for the fireplace, the twins drop some toffees on the floor. Ron heads through the fireplace and Arthur tries to get Vernon to say goodbye to Harry, but before he could succeed, Petunia starts screaming. God. I feel like this is the reason why this chapter isn't in the movie, guys, because this is graphic. Seems Duddykins ate the toffee and his tongue would not stop growing. As the Dursleys began throwing things at Arthur, he tells Harry to get out and he will stay behind and get things settled. Harry heads... I want to see how the rest of that scene went, to be honest. Harry heads... He probably just, like, you know, froze them all, you know? Just to calm the situation and then unfreeze them as he's about to disapparate. Harry heads through the fireplace and goes to one of his and all of our favourite places, the Burrow. Absolutely wonderful to be back at the Burrow, guys, even though it is presumably only for this short time. Like I say, I've only read these 2 chapters. Thank you again, Max, for the summary, and thank you so much, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels with the updated chapters at the bottom. They look fire. Something's in my eye. Okay, So here are my notes, guys. And so, Harry's all packed and ready to go. He has an item. It basically lists out all the items that we know that he has, which is obviously very, very useful for the start of the book. It mentions the cloak. It mentions the firebolt, and obviously the Marauders map as well. I mean, even if you'd imagine that some kids must have read other books that weren't the Philosopher's Stone first. Especially if they were told, okay, the first couple of books are kind of kiddish. I disagree. I think Chamber of Secrets is blooming terrifying. But then they get more serious. Some kids will think, okay, I'll just skip to that then. And so you'd imagine that some people must have started, a minority, sure, but some people must have started the series with Goblet of Fire. And so it's nice to have like little itinerary moments, and introducing those will probably make them think, okay, I will now go back and check out the other books. He has a chart on the wall of the remaining days he had until go to Hogwarts. It's not a calendar; it's just like a chart. It says so. It's yeah, it's just something that he's drawn up himself. Presumably he won't be filling that in now, because I feel like it was probably a coping mechanism having to put up with the Dursleys. But now that he's somewhere that he's going to be really happy, he in fact, I think he actually says in the next chapter that he wants the game to last days and days and days. So they have to stay there, And so, although Percy's not too happy about that, but we'll cover that in the next chapter. Percy's interesting in this chapter, in these chapters, guys, but let's get through chapter 4 first. Tensions are indeed very high at number 4 Privet Drive. They really, really are. Vernon, as Max says, is dressed to the nines. Well, actually, no, I'm jumping ahead here. Vernon says to Harry that he says that the Weasleys, that he hopes that the Weasleys are going to be dressed properly in normal clothes. Now, this is what we were talking about last time, guys, with Molly's letter. I feel like it was Molly referring to the normal way of transportation or something like that. And I was thinking, that's not good. That's not good. Obviously, it's not good coming from Vernon either, guys. In fact, we all know exactly what Vernon means. I think that with Molly, it can be sort of like, Molly, come on, it's saying normal, it's not that kosher, But for Vernon to say it, we know exactly what he means, and we know that he's not meaning it respectfully. A little bit of coffee. Oh, lovely. That is lovely. I'm not getting sponsored, by the way. It is very nice. So, apparently the Weasley kids wear Muggle clothing during the holidays. This is Harry thinking about the fact that Molly and Arthur, if they turn up, they're not going to be dressed in normal, what Vernon would consider normal clothing. Now, this is very interesting how the kids wear normal, see, I'm even doing it now, Muggle-like clothes during the holidays. Now, why is that? Part of me thinks that maybe it's because it's the 90s, and maybe in the 90s, fashion from the Muggle world started to leak into the Wizarding world, maybe? Or is it just saying that, because they're not at school, that they don't want to wear anything to do with, not Wizarding world, but anything to do with, formality. And so they're wearing clothes which, Muggles would probably see as being similar to Muggle clothes, rather than actually being Muggle clothes. But why is Molly... Because Harry spent, what, a month, was it? Or at least a fortnight? I feel like it was a month in Chamber of Secrets with the Weasleys. And why during that time would Molly... I can kind of see Arthur, because Arthur is going out to work, isn't he? But Molly is a, for want of a better term, housewife. Right? I'm pretty certain she doesn't go to work, is what I'm saying. She doesn't leave. She doesn't go. So I'm surprised that she would still be wearing all those clothing. So I feel like there probably is a fashion aspect of it, as in something happened in the maybe 80s, maybe even in the 70s, where kids did start to wear less flowing gowns and bright colours and everything. Or not so much bright colours, but flowing gowns particularly. But yeah, Molly wearing that sort of thing. Because in the movie, she's straight up. I mean, it says in the book that Harry has never seen Molly or Arthur wear anything to what, Vernon would consider to be normal clothes. Now, in the movies, Molly in the train station, she's dressed eccentric, but you straight up see parents dressed like that in the UK, guys. Arthur, as far as I can remember, is only ever wearing suits. Like, ever. But, we get more of a description of Arthur in a bit, saying how he is a tall, thin, balding gentleman. Which is obviously very different from the appearance that we have in the movie. I'm not complaining, guys. The actors that they got for Molly and Arthur are beyond perfect for those roles. They really, really are. I cannot imagine. Because I always get, particularly with Snape, but with other characters, I'm always told to try to envisage them as being separate characters, guys. Right now, no, I guess not. I guess my Arthur doesn't look particularly like the dude who is from the Far Show. You know that I mentioned Red Dwarf and Bottom in the past, guys, in these videos? I'd completely forgotten. He's in both of those. Only briefly. He's in Bottom very briefly. But he's kind of a recurring character in the first series of Red Dwarf. Kind of. That actor, I should say. But either way. And so, yeah, I'm not exactly sure. The fact that Harry had never seen Harry and Molly not wearing gowns, and cloaks, not cloaks, but, I'm not using the right terminology here, but, wizard clothes, whereas the kids wear what is akin to Muggle clothes during the holidays. It threw me off a little bit. But that's probably because I was in the movies first, though, I always assumed that Molly was dressed in the same way that she was in the movie in Philosopher's Stone. That being said, it's very possible in the book it said she is wearing long gowns in the train station, but my brain was already thinking, okay, I know what she's wearing because I've seen the movie. That's the danger of doing these book reviews. And it's a very dangerous thing, doing these book reviews. So, they dress semi-Mugglish, I think is the term that he uses in the book. So they may not be wearing Muggle clothes, but at least clothes which, wouldn't stick out too much in public. Vernon's wearing his best suit. I think that Harry wants to think that he's trying to be, respectful, but he's doing it to look imposing. Petunia is constantly straightening pillows and everything. I mean, it's out of nerves for Petunia for her doing that. We hear about Vernon reading the newspaper, but his eyes aren't moving. He's just waiting for the Weasleys to turn up, however they're going to turn up. He does speculate that they're going to be coming by car, though, and we'll get to that in just one moment. Dudley keeps running his hands over his bum. In the memory I've got down here, in the memory of the pigtail that Hagrid gave him in a Philosopher's Stone. I've got to say, guys, my opinion of Dudley, very different from in the movies. I'm trying to think if at any point during the movies I felt in the slightest bit sorry for Dudley. Because the thing is, even in the book, he's not eating Harry's cake, right? I don't think he is. Oh man, I don't think he is. And so the tale kind of feels a little bit more warranted, But also in the movie, we don't know that he is actually stuck with that tail, and they're going to have it surgically removed, which is bizarre. But yeah, I do find myself feeling very sorry. Not very sorry. Okay, let's take that back a little bit. I do feel sorry for Dudley more than I did in the movie, certainly. But, maybe we're going to have a return to form for Dudley when it comes to his cruelness, Because obviously in the movies, I want to say Order of the Phoenix. It is Order of the Phoenix. In the summer drought, at the start, and him and his friends, we did learn the name of one of his friends, didn't we? Man, I can't remember it. Can't remember it. But you know, we had that scene of him, like, saying, you know, how Harry's parents are dead. And you know what, guys? That sort of behaviour from, you know, some people is straight up real. And so I'd imagine that was from the book. I'd be... If that scene was a movie exclusive, that is a well-written scene, guys. Because, you know, not just kids. People can be that pointlessly cruel to each other. And so... You know the scene I'm talking about, where he's like talking about Harry's parents and everything. Whereas, I'm trying to think. We heard about him throwing his PlayStation out the window in this book, but nothing towards Harry. At the start of Chamber, he's definitely being a schmuck. Let's put it like that. But yeah. He feels a little bit defeated in this book, so I don't think he says a single word in this book, in fact, so far anyway, at least. Obviously, we might get him later on. But anyway, let's move on from that. Too much of these book clubs, I admit, guys, too much of these book clubs are me feeling sorry for people that I probably shouldn't, and having a go at people that I should be having a go at. And I do apologise about it, guys. What it is like, I've said it before, how there's no real point in me stating the bleeding obvious, like saying, I think Voldemort's a right wrong'un. You know, what there's nothing really to assess from that, you know, and so that's why it can sometimes seem like I am defending the indefendable and having a go at the unhavagoables. Right, that's not even a word. Right, so cottage cheese and grated celery for lunch. I've got down here, guys. I've never had it, but that does sound quite nice. Obviously not vegan, of course. I'm not a vegan who and if you are this sort of vegan, I've got admiration for you, let alone, you know, no problem with you. But I'm not the sort of vegan who, like I said, I couldn't even imagine eating eggs anymore. Oh, God, it makes me sick just thinking about it. No, I would blooming love an egg, guys. I want an egg! Sorry. No, I'm absolutely not like that, guys. Chicken wings, that was the big craving thing for me, was chicken wings. Like the first couple of years after going vegan, after going vegetarian, I should say, really, was chicken wings. That's kind of subsided now. And anyway, you can get really good vegan chicken now anyway. Not on the bone, admittedly, although there is some bamboo... There's... That's so psychoactive. There is one brand in the UK, and I think in America there's several, which, you know, it's chicken style meat on some kind of fake bone. So the one which I had was actually on like bamboo sticks, and it was the craving of taking off the bone, which I was actually weirdly missing. Want to hear something which is apparently disgusting, guys? I still don't understand it. This is from a vegan as well. When I used to eat chicken wings, you know, in my teens and everything, I would eat the cartilage. It is cartilage, right? The chewy bit that's at the end of the bone. And apparently that was really strange. But I don't get how that's any more strange than the rest of it. But anyway, let me know if you eat the cartilage, guys. Was it cartilage? Hang on. Chicken bone cartilage. Have a look at the pictures. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I have literally no idea what point I was making. I was saying about how, yeah, I'm not one of these vegans who like says that you know, I couldn't imagine ever having this sort of thing. So you know, I'd like to, but I would prefer to not have it, you know, for my own stupid reasons. If I was to have one egg, if someone said, okay, Veggie, you can have one egg. What way would you have it? I would have it toasted soldiers, which is a very British term, guys. I bet a lot of you don't know what I mean when I say that. A toasted soldiers, guys. Toasted soldiers, I should say, is a boiled egg, obviously with the top knocked off, softly boiled for me, and then you have toast, buttered, and then salt and pepper. I put my salt and pepper on the toast rather than in the egg. And then cut up into lines. And for whatever reason, those lines are called soldiers. And then you dip the soldiers into the egg. Amazing. So when someone makes a proper vegan egg, then I'll be having my vegan toasted soldiers. Sidetrack. Okay, enough waffle. Why was I talking about this? Was it something to do with Dudley? No, it was cottage cheese. Cottage cheese and grated celery. That sounds quite nice to me. And, you know, Dudley's... I feel like Dudley's having it because he's more worried about getting given a tail than, you know, moaning about the food and everything. But, yeah, it sounds quite nice to me. I'm so sorry about my tangents, guys. But like I say, these videos... because I know the video's going to be long, I need to put in stupid little things like that. Anyway, next. Vernon says they will probably be driving. So Vernon's on the impression that they will be driving here. Again, that's the Muggle mindset, which is completely understandable. Vernon is like suggesting that they've probably got like some rubbish car and everything, because this is really how he values people. In fact, later on in the notes it says how Harry thinks that even if Arthur turned up in a Ferrari, Vernon wouldn't think any more of Wizarding folks. But when it comes to Muggles, you'd imagine that Vernon is all about that whole car thing. Was it? I feel like it was Chamber of Secrets again, where like Vernon keeps on going out into his front garden to loudly admire his new car or something like that. So he's a bit of a motorhead, guys. I gotta say, I'm not really into cars. I've got a Mini Cooper, but I don't know anything. I remember once, like, a guy said, "What sort of horsepower does that do?" And I know that horsepower is something to do with cars, guys. I just don't. 50. There we go. Is that a horsepower thing? I literally know what it is. I think I actually did say, I'm afraid I don't know much about cars. I don't, guys. I don't. But anyway. So yes, Vernon's definitely more into cars than I am. And it's not like I despise cars, guys. I just can't retain the knowledge, you know. So horsepower and I was gonna say RAM, but that's cars. I can't think of anything else. I don't know much about cars. But Vernon really sees value in, you know, what a car says about a person. A doobie-doobie-doo. Harry remembers that the Weasleys don't actually have a car anymore, because they do have a car, but it's currently in the oh my goodness, the forest outside of Hogwarts. Oh, my mind's gone blank, but we all know what I mean. Harry thinks back to how the previous year the Ministry had provided Arthur with cars, and Harry thinks to himself, maybe they'll be doing that again. Because Harry clocked on to the reason. Harry clocked on to the fact that he was getting very strangely treated at the start of Prisoner of Azkaban. And so for him to think that might be the case this year seems a bit strange. I mean, the thing is, Black's still out and about. And I gotta say, guys, in the book and in the movies, and maybe that will change later on. I would imagine it will change later on in the books. But in the movies, I do get a little bit confused about how much of a fugitive Black is after Prisoner of Azkaban. Because it's sort of like, oh, he got away. Oh, well, that's the end of that scenario, you know what I mean? It kind of feels like that, you know, from a Ministry way, you know. I guess it's because, you know, in the book and in the movies, you know, the manhunt is so heavily laid on. It's like the focus of the book. And obviously Harry getting permission to go to Hogsmeade. There we go. Which is wonderful. I loved that, guys. I thought that Harry was just completely preoccupied with going to Hogsmeade. It's just wonderful. Wonderful, right? But yeah, how thickly Black the fugitive was laid on, and then it's kind of like, that's the end of that bit. You know what I mean? It kind of feels like that, at least in the movies. Like I say, I would imagine that won't be the case here. In the next chapter, we do have Harry, Ron, and Hermione sort of like, oh god, hang on. Ginny's in the room, Ixnay on the Black Snay. I've never understood that. What is that? Or that Ixnay on the... It basically means let's not talk about something, doesn't it? But I don't get it. I need to look up the origin of the Ixnay on the Sirius Nay thing. I just don't get it. Anyway, Veggie, get on with it. So yeah, the threat of Black, which the Ministry, which everyone apart from the Fab Three and Dumbledore, are presumably still as concerned as before. right? Or do they think that, well, Black attempted to kill Harry, but he didn't, so he probably won't try to do that ever again? You know, is that the mentality? Because I know that the Dementors are gone for a reason. It's because they attacked an innocent boy, as Fudge put in the last book, which still makes me laugh. The fact that Hermione was right there as well. But Fudge is like, oh, this poor innocent boy attacked by a Dementor. Hermione was attacked before Harry. I loved it. Unless that's a mistake, that is a brilliant character point for Fudge. You know? Oh, this poor innocent boy. What, there's someone else there? Sorry. And where that laugh came from. Either way, moving on. Has the search for Black been scaled down since the last book? Not trying to keep Harry as safe. Yeah, this is all regarding the fact that Harry's like saying, "Oh, maybe we'll get a car." I don't think that Harry's thinking, because everyone thinks that Black's after me, maybe Arthur will have a car. I think that he's just thinking, well, maybe Arthur is, you know, that you know, could pull enough strings to get a car to arrive. But yeah, if I was Harry in that situation, I don't think that would be the case. Yeah. Why didn't they use... Where were they going? I'm just trying to think why they can't... Very often travel confuses me in the Harry Potter books. Like, why they don't use flue powder, why they use these chauffeur-driven cars and everything like that. The night bus does confuse me to an extent. Not really, because that's basically like an emergency thing, isn't it? But yeah. Flue powder, you'd imagine, would be... I mean, actually, you know what? We'll be getting into discussion about flue powder, because I got several questions regarding that in a moment. Harry doesn't think Vernon would like Arthur, even if he drove a Ferrari. Again, more product placement. I don't know if, like, you know, the back of Goblet Fire the book has, like, brought to you by PlayStation and Ferrari and what was the other one? We've had at least 3 products named, real products named in this. And obviously the PlayStation was out before it was actually out, you know. It could be like a Planet of the Apes, guys. Maybe the Muggle world isn't really the Muggle world, but it's wizards who think that they're Muggles. And so that's how they got the PlayStation. Yeah, but they don't know what Muggles are, though, Veggie. Okay, I'm an idiot. Could you convince a wizard that they are a Muggle and that wizards don't exist? Why couldn't you? It's basically what was happening with Harry. If Harry had the ability of Neville at the start of Philosopher's Stone, when the letters started arriving, he probably would have never had any suspicious things with his hair growing back or, you know, making the glass disappear and all this sort of stuff, you know? Food for thought. Weasley's are 30 minutes late. You know, I like the fact that Vernon is immediately annoyed at, like, say, like, a minute past 5. It's like, oh, they're late. But they are actually half an hour late. I do speculate, why are they half an hour late? Because in a world that has flue powder, you would imagine that punctuality is a sign of respect, really. Because there is no excuse. There's no, sorry, I got stuck in traffic. I guess there could be an excuse if you had something else to attend to. But when Arthur turns up, he's not like saying, oh, sorry, we're late, or... Maybe he's trying to get Fred and George to, like, dress smart, not smartly, but, you know, take the clown glasses off and things like that, you know. Or maybe he was making sure that they weren't taking any tricks over there. Maybe that's why they're late. I quite like that. Okay. Let me know why you think that the Weasleys were late. Maybe they thought they wrote 5:30. Maybe their clocks are all skew-if, and no, that's unlikely. Well, then again, they got to the station in Chamber of Secrets at the 11th hour, didn't they? Literally. Was it literally the 11th hour? It was. I just said a really clever joke. It was 11, right? I just said a really funny joke. The 11th hour means, you know, crunch time. It's all like, you know, the most important time, you know, towards the end. And so, yeah, the 11th hour. I just made up a really clever joke and I didn't mean to. Anyway. But guys, in the comments, let me know why you think the Weasleys were late. Fred and George are my wild card at this, guys. I feel like it's something to do with them. And they're taking the boys clearly because, well, Ron wants to see his best friend, but they're taking Fred and George because they probably said, oh yeah, we'll help Harry with the trunk. Yeah, that ended well. That ended really well after. Yeah, why were they late? Let me know. I would be fascinated to know why you think that the Weasleys were late. Or maybe it's something to do with the Floo Powder Network. I've got a lot of questions about Floo Powder, guys. So let's move on. Banging and scraping from is coming from the boarded up fireplace. I gotta say, guys, when we started just hearing like Vernon and Petunia like freaking out, and then we hear the voices and everything, I did clock on to the fact that it had anything to do with the fireplace, and it was actually quite terrifying for Vernon and Petunia, and of course Dudley, who sprints out of the room, well, leaves the room. Harry can hear Arthur, Fred, and George. Arthur is telling them to go back. Now, how is that a thing? Because going on what happens in this chapter... Okay, to enter the Floo Network, you need to enter a lit fire, right? But you can exit a non-lit fire. Because that's definitely the case, where, you know, when Harry was teleported to Nocturne Alley. Pardon me. To anyone who watches these videos to get to sleep to at night, I apologise for just waking you up. Yeah, from what I gather, the fireplace has to be lit because Arthur like says, and then I'll light a fire and then send them back and then I'll tidy everything up. So it does sound like the fireplace has to be lit. But him saying go back, maybe with Floo Powder there is a thing where if you go into a situation and then immediately realise that you shouldn't be there, like say someone's naked in the room or something, getting changed I should say, and then like go oh sorry, like Homer going back through the go back through the hedge. I love that meme. I like that meme. So there's like a instant cancellation effect, but if you enter it and are there for like say 2 or 3 seconds, then you're there and you're gonna have to light a fire to get back out again. I do wonder why Arthur doesn't just disapparate. I feel like I'm saying that wrong every single time. Into the room. But maybe it's because because his boys are so like, you know, they're all pushed up against each other in the chimney, and if you're touching someone when you disapparate, then that can have really bad effects, can't it? I believe. Although, you know, it can be done safely, obviously, with the boot and everything. I wonder if that will definitely be in the book, won't it, the boot? We shall see. Will they be going to Dover? I feel like they were in Dover, weren't they? Were they? Dover was in Fantastic Beasts with the guy who's getting my brain has gone completely. Newt Scamander to out of the country without being noticed with the bucket, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to all these scenes, guys. I really am. I'm thoroughly enjoying this book already. This book has started blooming well. It really has. So yeah, the rules around Floo Powder do confuse me a little bit. Harry does explain, or tries to explain, what Floo Powder is to the Dursleys, whilst trying not to laugh. And both the voice actors, both the readers, I should say, of the audiobook do have like a little giggle whilst they're saying it, which is actually really cool. And Harry explains to Arthur that the fireplace is electric, and here we go, guys, all together now. Arthur says, eclectic, which is wonderful. And he says, oh, with the plugs. So I love the fact that Arthur, he's clearly proud of the fact that he knows what electric is, but he's still getting it completely wrong. You know, there's definitely a bit of pride, as even when later on when he's like talking to the Dursleys, or attempting to talk to the Dursleys, and says, "Oh, that's eclectic, isn't it? With the wires, yeah, I thought so." So he's clearly quite proud of how much he knows about these Muggles, whilst getting it completely wrong. So electric was a wonderful. It was a wonderful. I don't know what I'm talking about. Harry then explains to Arthur that they have an electric fire. Yes. I've got here, the idea of an electric fire to a wizard must be so strange. It's like you have this, okay, you have this, it's like saying like an electric football. It's like, why? What's the purpose of that? Because fire is fire, and I can make fire just by going incendio, right? I think I actually got that right then. Incendio. Let's get Newt's wand out, because we were talking about Newt just now, and I love him. I love him, guys, but not as much as I love Tina. Me and Tina are going to get married, even though she was born in probably like like 1910s or something. Oh, I like Tina, guys. Need to get my blooming edit for the Final Fantastic Beasts movie done, guys. I'm so sorry, that has been outrageously long since then. But yes, I liked it. Right, so so moving on. Yeah, the idea of an electric fireplace to a wizard must be like, why? Why, dude? This is literally, it's like using some like really expensive resource to make something really, really basic. You know, like a golden toilet or something like that. Oh, I could probably say this. In Oxfordshire, there is a palace, and a few years ago, a golden toilet was stolen from it. And in a chip shop near where I live, they had a plastic golden toilet in their front window because they were really funny. Don't think it's there anymore. Anyway. That's how we roll in Oxfordshire. We have golden toilets. We don't. We do not. I need to have a drink. It did remind me of that scene in Castaway. Have you seen Castaway? It's wonderful. Tom Hanks movie. About someone who gets who's essentially left alone on a desert island, deserted island, I should say, tropical island. And at one point he there's a scene where he has a lighter, and he's just sat there, pressing the button and making the flame come out. Like that, and he's just like, in modern day, that's how easy it is to light a fire, whereas he's had to light fires and failing a lot in like the worst possible situations. It's a very good movie, guys. I'm sure you've all seen Castaway. It has one of the strangest, saddest scenes in it. It really does. As in, you shouldn't feel the emotions in the scene that you end up feeling, and it's brilliantly done, guys. You know, just now I was talking about footballs. It's not a football, but you know what I'm talking about. Oh, man. Go and watch Castaway, guys. I'm not going to say any more, okay? But yes, the scene where he's like the fight, that made me think of that. This little scene, like, I want to hear Arthur's mindset of right. So they have like very complicated technology to do something which is incredibly simple to do, you know. But you know, he doesn't know his muggles. He thinks he knows his muggles, like Edge. Shut up, Veggie. Right. So, Ron's voice appears. She says, anything go wrong? And Fred says, oh no, Ron, this is exactly what we wanted, where we wanted to end up. And George, muffled like, says, yeah, we're having the time of our lives here. Wonderful. Wonderful having some more Fred and George, guys. I feel like Azkaban was kind of light on Fred and George. Well, apart from in the Quidditch stuff, of course. Yeah, that's true, actually. No, I'll take that back. I got down here. Arthur decides to blow the bloody doors off, which is a reference to the Italian job. And yes, they bust through the wall. Again, I feel like he could have disapparated, but I feel like there are logical wizarding reasons to why he didn't. And also destroying people's property, even though knowing that you will be able to fix it, does seem a bit. So in the Wizarding World, guys, if you're invited over to tea with, say, okay, Hagrid, you're invited into Hagrid's hut, and you decide to smash up all his cutlery before going menu, and they're all like, you know, getting fixed and everything. Still a bit rude, right? But Arthur is in a fix here, and so I guess that's fair enough. Vernon goes to ask him what he's about to do. Arthur should have warned them, especially because Arthur should know how squishy Muggles are. So if Arthur had accidentally, like, you know, brained Petunia in the face or something with a brick, I'm sure he would have been able to help her, but that's still not good though. So he should have said, "Oh, I'm gonna do this" before doing it. But I feel like Arthur is a bit. I guess he's very similar to Ron, where Ron would just do something without, you know, saying, "Okay, let's set this all out," like Hermione would. Ron is a little bit more likely to just go, "Okay, I'll do this, bang, do it. Oh, consequences. Okay, sorry about that." You know, which is exactly what Arthur does here, and so Ron is definitely his father's son. Arthur's wearing glasses as well, and he's described as tall, thin, and balding, quite different from the movies. Like I've got down here, Red Dwarf and Bottom. That guy appears in loads of stuff, guys. There's something called Father Brown, which I think is relatively new, where he plays a vicar, I believe, who solves crimes in like a little village in the 1940s, I think. It's not set in modern day, anyway. But he's a good actor, guys. It still blows my mind that he's in Harry Potter. Because I will always see him as the guy from the Far Show. As one of the guys from the Far Show, I should say. But yeah, what inspired casting. Seriously, even though he doesn't look like in the book, I still feel like it is really inspired casting. I gotta say, later on in this chapter, Jim Dale's voice for him in the American audiobooks, even though Jim Dale's English, did start to sound very similar to Vernon. And so I was having to wait for the sentence to end before it said, Arthur said, or Vernon said, you know, even though it should be pretty obvious. But that's such a minor thing, guys. I'm still thoroughly enjoying both of the audiobooks. It's actually really nice to hear them both. Tries to talk. Oh yeah, so after blowing the blooming doors off, which again, Italian job reference, and it's just like rubble and rocks and dust and dirt and probably a lot of soot, in fact, just all over the Dursleys' room. Arthur does try to make small talk, which is absolutely adorable. He actually does. He says about how he had their house connected to the Food Network temporarily, which is something which wouldn't normally be allowed with Muggles, but because Arthur has his connections in the Ministry, he was able to swing it. Gotta say, the Floo powder. Okay, we're probably going to be going on a little bit of a tangent, guys, so I will try and keep this short. But Floo powder it fascinates me, guys. So the fact that Arthur was. He was allowed to do a Muggle house. I'm sure he said, look, Harry Potter's here, or at least a wizard kid's here. Just trying to get... The family know about wizards and everything. Let's just get him out there. It'll be nice and fine. But even then, the guy that Arthur's saying it to, I would have thought to say, okay, so you have permission from these Dursley people? I do feel like you have to. Surely. Surely. You have to. Surely you can't be serious. Surely. You have to have permission from the house that you're about to connect to the Food Network, right? Because anyone at that... Because during that time, Voldemort could have, like... there's probably going to be some reason down the line where he could have done. But if he just happened to be, like... I don't know why he would be doing this. But if he just happened to be, put this powder into a fire and just thought, number 4 Diagon Alley. Maybe that's how he just spends his evening, just trying to guess where Harry Potter is. Of course, he wouldn't be at this point, because he's a little baby, isn't he? Tiny little baby. Not that big, that'd be weird. It's weird, anyway, Veggie. Yeah, so surely, in the Wizarding World at least, when this isn't like a mitigating circumstances situation with Harry. If a wizarding house is going to be connected to the network, they would have to give their permission, I would imagine. I feel like they'd have to, right? And also, is there any sort of like locking system where you like say, okay, well, it's gone 10 o'clock now, I want to go to sleep, and I want anyone to walk into my house, even if it's important. There has to be a way of revoking it, or at least switching it off. Yeah, you know, at times. Because can wizards just enter other people's houses via flue powder uninvited? Because you'd think that the Death Eaters would be doing that a lot. Yeah, I'm probably overthinking this, aren't I, guys? But the bringing up of the network I thought was fascinating. That actually, like, you know, really inspired my mind a little bit. And so, any more information on the Flue network, I'm looking forward to. And if you know, and which isn't spoilerific, of course, guys, let me know. No permission needed. Could go very badly in the wrong hands. Flue regulation panel fixed it for him. Yeah, so we hear about the Flue regulation panel, and so as there is regulation, I would love to know more about that regulation. I actually really would go, guys. This is so stupid that these books are all about, you know, dragon fights and, you know, evil wizards and witches fighting each other and all these like fantastic beasts and where to find them and so on. And yet I am most interested in the Flue regulation panel for the Flue network. But it's that detail that is so rewarding, you know? It really is, guys. It really is. I want to know the paperwork. I want to go and ask Percy about all the paperwork. I've got something funny to say about Percy in the next chapter, guys, but we will get to that. I want to know all about the Flue regulation panel. I really do. I really do. I find it fascinating. Arthur says he will light a fire for the boys to return and then fix the mess before disapparating. So fire is needed for you to enter, but not to exit. I'm sure that we've had. Harry, when he went to Diagon Alley, at least in the movie, the fire was definitely not on. Right? I can't even remember. He like slides out of it, doesn't he? Either way, I found it fascinating. So when Arthur earlier on said, go back, that does make me think that the Flue regulation panel said, in emergency, there has to be a switch to basically say, okay, reverting, going back. But if you wait too long, then that gets taken away. That's my headcanon for it, guys. Couldn't Arthur disapparate into the room? I feel like there are legit reasons why that would be worse than just blowing the blooming doors off. Fred and George going to get Harry's trunk. Obviously, nothing go wrong there. They know where it is because they saved him in chamber, which is a really nice little detail. Like, Arthur doesn't even question. It's like, oh, do you know where you're going, kids? Or he doesn't like say, Vernon. No, Dudley's out of the room. Vernon, where's no? Fred and George go straight up there because they know exactly where to go, which is amazing. Arthur attempting to make small talk again. I really want to see this in the series, guys. It's such an awkward scene. It says, "Oh, very nice place you have here," in a room that he's just basically destroyed. I would have liked Petunia to give him an earful at this point, but Petunia's just absolutely terrified. She basically completely disappeared behind Vernon. Arthur is eyeing up the TVs and the video recorder. They run off electricity. Do they? He says that he has a large collection of plugs and batteries, particularly with the batteries. He says that my wife thinks I'm mad and everything. Vernon and Petunia are just they're probably not taking anything in than what he's saying in the slightest. Dudley now re-enters the room. Okay, yes. If there's one other person out there who's like me, I would really appreciate you guys. So basically, he said Dudley re-entered the room. Harry could hear the clunk of his trunk on the stairs. Now, am I the only strange one who thinks that? Who thought? I don't think this. I thought in the time when I heard it that Harry was thinking about Dudley. But it said Dudley re-entered the room. This isn't verbatim, but it's close. Dudley re-enters the room. Harry could hear the clunk of his trunk on the stairs. I thought that sentence was about Dudley, guys. Oh, I'm an idiot, guys. I really am. But that made me laugh when I worked out what was actually going on. Very dark. No, it's not too dark, is it? It's fine. So yes, I thought that it was Dudley's clunking his trunk on the stairs. Oh god, I thought he meant Dudley. I've got my little note there. Arthur's still trying to make conversation. Ron and Harry are trying not to laugh during all this. They're like looking over to each other. Arthur asks Dudley if he's having a good holiday, which is lovely, guys. I love that about Arthur, and he's very sympathetic. I feel like it actually says that Arthur's tone is sympathetic to Dudley. I don't know if it's because maybe he had... No, I don't think he's heard about the pigtail situation, but he probably reads the room, which, is something that Arthur is not particularly well known for, to see that Dudley is terrified. And so he is very sympathetically saying to Dudley, oh, yeah, you had a nice holiday. Which is lovely. Oh, Arthur. In the American version, it doesn't say vacation, does it? Because it was a holiday in America. In America, a holiday in America is Thanksgiving. Or I don't know why I use that voice. Thanksgiving, Christmas. It's days, isn't it? It's public holidays. Whereas if I go down to the coast for a week, that in the UK, that is going on holiday. Very different, but yeah. So when Arthur says having a nice holiday, he means the summer holiday. There we go. That's a much better way about it. What is America? Summer? I have no idea what it's called in America. Or in any other country, I should say. Recess is lunch break, isn't it? I don't know. Either way. Fred and George re-enter with the trunk. Harry's trunk, not Dudley's trunk. They eye up Dudley with evil grins. You just know that something really bad's gonna happen. And the Weasleys start to leave. Now this is where I got a little bit confused, guys, because we have this moment where Fred accidentally, in inverted commas, drops some sweets which roll around the living room, and he collects them all. And then gives the Dursleys a wave. Lovely. Obviously, now I thought that when definitely initially I thought that Fred and George had words with, not words, but they had spoken with Dudley in between, but I don't think they had though. I feel like Fred dropping the sweet in the room is when Dudley got it, because I thought it was before then. I actually did, but I think it is. This is when he dropped it. So because I had that little confusion, I thought that there may be more sweets, which there could be, guys. But you'd imagine that Dudley's probably not going to be eating them off the ground no matter what's about to happen. Ron says "see you" to the Dursleys before smiling to Harry. Very awesome friend there. Because of the awkwardness, or oh yes, I got down here. Is he smiling because of the awkwardness, or he knows that Fred and George are up to something? I would imagine it's because he knows that Fred and George are up to something. I think so. It could just be the incredible awkwardness, because like I say, him and Harry were like trying not to laugh with each other just now. Harry says bye then to the Dursleys, who don't respond at all. And as Harry's about to walk through, Arthur puts his hand on his shoulder and stops him. It's actually really, really powerful moment here. It really is. Arthur just looks astonished at the fact that the Dursley didn't say anything. Now, I don't want to be in defense of the Dursleys. I feel like it's largely because they're freaked out in the situation, rather than them just being disrespectful to Harry. It's very possible that they wouldn't have said anything if the Weasleys had turned up in the car and there was no explosion or anything like that. it's very possible that the Dursleys wouldn't have said anything, or Vernon may have even said something like "good riddance" or something like that. He very possibly could have said it. I do feel like the main reason in this situation that they're not saying anything is because they ain't seen nothing for like the last 5 minutes, you know. So that's my opinion. But Arthur is actually really taken aback by it. It's like that, which is interesting again, guys, because Arthur is really bad at reading the room in this scene. He must realise that the Dursleys are scared, right? Or are in shock, or the fact that Arthur has just at least wrecked their room temporarily, but he has wrecked their room. Again, would you go to Hagrid's hut and smash up all his plates with the intention of fixing them afterwards? I still feel like that's a little bit rude. So yeah, Arthur's not reading the room at all here, and doesn't pick up on the fact that the Dursleys are scared, but he's just like completely nonplussed, is that the right term? About the fact that they didn't say goodbye to their nephew. It's beautiful. It's really nice character point, guys. It's a really, really beautiful character moment here. And again, he doesn't feel like he's being threatening when he essentially says, well, you know, when he literally says, "You aren't going to see your nephew until next summer. Surely you're going to say goodbye." Now, to the Dursleys, that probably looks like he's saying, "You're not going to see your nephew till next summer. You're not going to say goodbye." Whereas, I'm sure Arthur just meant it, "You're not going to see your nephew until next summer. I'm going to say goodbye." So it's a beautiful moment, guys. And a great moment for Arthur. Like, really great, guys. We've had many great moments for Arthur that are just completely gone from the movies. But this is possibly my favourite Arthur moment. I mean, the fist fight with Lucius is amazing. But yeah, this little moment, I really freaking love it. And I do feel like the main reason why the Dursleys are not saying anything is because they're scared. But if they weren't scared in the situation, it's very possible that they wouldn't have said anything either. Very possible. It's great that he does it. Maybe he doesn't quite understand how scared that they are in the moment. I've got it down here. They most definitely wouldn't have said goodbye to Harry, but I think the fear is the main reason. That's my interpretation of the scene. Vernon does begrudgingly then say goodbye then. Just in time for Dudley's tongue to become a foot long and purple. Now, this is why I think the scene is in the movie, guys, because this scene would be terrifying, especially if Dudley had said, "Yeah, screw you, Harry," or something like that. Then it would, because it does. The thing is, Fred and George have heard about this mythical creature, Dudley, who has bullied one of their gang. You know, someone who Fred and George clearly take ownership over, you know. I'm tempted to say Fred, but I feel like it's different than that. It's like Harry's one of their squad. Much in the same way where Harry thinks that that Fred and George would think that Harry had lost it or something like that. In a previous chapter we were talking about, I can't remember when it was. When he wouldn't be telling people about. That's right, telling people about the nightmares that he's having and everything. How like thinks that Fred and George think that he's basically, you know, he's lost his edge or something. I can't remember. Lost his nerve. That's the term that he used. And so I'm very reluctant to say friend when it comes to Fred and George, because I do feel like it's more than that in a way, you know. And so this is the first time that they are seeing the creature Dudley. And it's so built up in their minds that they want to get revenge against him. In the movie, without that getting exclusively explained, it may just seem nasty, especially how scared Dudley is in this scene. But, like I say, though, this is Fred and George paying Dudley back for the things that he did to Harry before Philosopher's Stone. That's the way that I see it. And so, yeah. But in the scene, Dudley's having a bad enough time as it is, you know. But for this to happen to him, brutal. It's very Fred and George, let's put it like that. Petunia starts panicking, tries to pull the tongue out of the mouth, which is horrible. She obviously doesn't... I don't think she realises that it is his tongue. She probably thinks it's a monster or something. Arthur's having to like talk very loudly. He's talking calmly, but he's talking very loudly over the sheer panic of what's going on. And offers to fix him, but Petunia like leaps on Dudley to shield him, which is fair enough, guys. I feel like that's, you know, she's not helping by she's making it much worse. But in Petunia's mind, these people are trying to hurt her son. She may have thought that Arthur did it, in fact. In fact, that is most likely what she thought. Arthur says that he believes it's an engorgement charm, and says that his son is a real practical joker. Again, I feel like he's trying to diffuse this situation in a situation that literally cannot be diffused. Vernon starts throwing China figures at him. I would have loved this. Oh, is this scene in the video game, guys? Imagine a mini game where you're Arthur and you're having to, like, you know, fix Dudley, tidy the room, and block China figures that are getting thrown at you. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. That'd be awesome. I wonder. I doubt it's in the game. It might be though, guys. It might be. I would have loved. My note here is just capital letters. I would have loved to see this in the movie. Now here's my correlation, guys. Arthur versus Lucius. Vernon versus Arthur. Both cut from the movies. My note down here is, who's next? Is it going to be another father? Luna's father? No, it could be. No. How many fights with fathers is Arthur going to have cut from these in the movies? That's my question. Because this is a stealth one, guys. I didn't see the Lucius one coming at all either. But we're talking about actual fights here, where, like, sure, Arthur's on the defensive. He sure wasn't on the defensive in the bookshop, was he? But it's still a fight that he is having with Vernon here. It's amazing. So that's 2 fights, guys. We're only 4 books in. We've had 2 Arthur fights cut already. Harry leaves the chaos. What would Dudley... So I got at it. What would happen if Dudley had eaten it later? Arthur had already disapparated when it kicked in. Yeah. So I presume, guys, that this charm that Fred and George had put onto this isn't fatal. I think that, doesn't he say like his tongue is like 4 foot long by the end of it? But Dudley could still breathe, and presumably after a certain amount of time, it would all go back to normal. That, I presume it, because we have no evidence either way. But I don't think Fred and George were trying to murder Dudley. I feel like that's fair. And so, it would have been... I feel like their intention was for Arthur to not see it, for it to happen after Arthur had disapparated. But Dudley being Dudley, he ate it straight away. So all I can say is, presumably, Dudley would have been fine anyway, even if Arthur had left the room. Because the alternative, guys, is murder. I don't want to think that of Fred and George, guys. I don't want them to be sent on task for. Anyway, fantastic chapter, guys. That took just over an hour to cover that chapter, but what a chapter it was. Go, guys. So good. And yeah, the flu regulation panel, guys, fascinates me much more than it does to anyone else in the galaxy. But you know what? I am proud of that. Let's move on to chapter 5, our second chapter of the day. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. www. The World Wide Web. Again, thank you very much for the side panel, Jonas, and thank you very much for the following summary by Max. As Harry arrives at the burrow, the tweens immediately ask if Dudley ate the toffee, which he did, and turns out that the twins had made it themselves. Mr. Weasley comes through the fireplace and absolutely furious at Fred and George, claiming that it hurts wizard-muggle relations. He threatens to tell their mother when she walks in and all hell breaks loose. The trio plus Ginny, which for some reason I find that really funny. The trio plus Ginny head to Ron's room to avoid it when the 2 siblings inform Harry of the business that the twins created called Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Percy, now a member of the Ministry of Magic, continues to go on and on about his job and boss, Mr. Crouch. Loved the reference here. And that there is a missing person from another department over dinner, whilst everyone else is has their mind. Sorry, that's my reading, not the summary. Has their minds on the World Cup, apart from Ginny, who has minds on Bill's hair, as does Molly, and Bill begrudgingly as well. Really cool. Okay, guys, we'll get to it. But the fact that Bill and George are here is just bizarre. It really is completely bizarre. It feels like a mythical creature appearing, you know? It feels like a sort of like something which should never be on screen, you know? I'm trying to think of a good example. There's a character, yeah, I talk about Only Fools and Horses all the blooming time, guys, but obviously Barty Crouch being played by, oh no. Come on, Veggie, you know his name. You blooming saw him live in Art, which is a play. But that actor is by far most famous for the sitcom Only Fools and Horses. Throughout the entire series of Only Fools and Horses, there's a character that we always hear about called Monkey Harris, but we never actually see him, though. It's just like that. It's like Fred and George should not be in Harry Potter. Well, no, of course not. Fred and George. What am I talking about? Bill and Charlie. I just said Fred and George shouldn't be in Harry Potter. Max, who writes these summaries, is gonna be furious with me for what I just said. Yeah, it's bizarre that they're here, guys, but they are here, which is just mind-boggling. After the meal, Harry tells Ron that he wrote to Sirius, and then Molly sends them all to bed to get an early start the next day. Thank you so much for the summary, Max. Greatly appreciated. And again, thank you so much, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. They really add so much to these videos. So now let's go through my notes. I mean, the main note here, guys, is the fact that Bill and Charlie are here, which is just like awesome. Now, obviously, yes, one of Bill and Charlie, I think it is. I'm gonna get it wrong either way. Whichever one I say, I'm gonna get it wrong. But Bill is in Deathly Hallows, isn't he? Of course it's Charlie. I always get this sort of wrong. Whenever it's a 50-50, guys, I always pick the wrong one. So here are my notes for this wonderful chapter, guys, and it is another wonderful one. Harry arrives at the burrow, and Fred and George instantly ask them about Dudley eating the tongue toffee, which I thought it was tongue toffee, but it's ton, as in the weight, I'm guessing. I think that's the correct spelling. I am dyslexic, though. Tongue toffee. And Blue and Bill and Charlie are there. Charlie, who works with dragons in Romania, of course. I feel like I'm being stupid, guys, but it says that how Harry knows that Bill works for Gringotts, but I don't. Okay, I'm sure that has definitely come up before, but that when I was listening to that part of the audio book, I was like, oh really? I didn't know that. I most probably did, but it disappeared in my mind, whatever that means. Harry thought that Harry thought he would be like person. That's right. So because Bill works for Gringotts, Harry had this image of like maybe like a more mature. Well, no, maybe not more mature, but taller Percy. I should say now, actually, Bill and Charlie are actually meant to be quite short and stocky, in fact. So, which kind of blows my mind. I've always had this in my mind that everyone in the Weasleys, apart from Molly, of course, is as tall as they are old. You know, I don't know why I've always thought that, but apparently Charlie and Bill, I guess, take after Molly a little bit more. I mean, they're both shorter than Fred and George, in fact. And Ron, who's meant to be skinny as well. Right? I think so. It does say in this chapter exactly what body shape they're all like, though. Yeah, but Harry says how he expected Bill to be like this sort of person who's fond of bossing people around. Part of me makes me a little bit sad about that, because this is obviously Harry's opinion of Percy, and I would like to think that Percy and Harry do get on, more than Ron gets on with Percy. Let's put it like that. And I think they do. I think they do. I think this is just like a moment, because later on in this chapter, Harry's actually, very interested in what Percy's up to, and even when they've moved on from Percy, like, Harry's like saying, so Percy's enjoying his job then. He's asking about him. So I do hope that Harry and Percy do have a friendship, because we've definitely had it in the past where Percy has looked after Harry, not just as a prefect, but as like as an older brother, I feel. And you know what? Percy and Ron are like this, but I'm sure they love each other as well, though. Of course they do. Ron's always putting down the things that he loves. That's basically what he does. It's his hobby. Bill, it says, like, there's no other word to describe Bill but cool. He looks a bit like a rocker. He looks like he'd not stand out at a rock concert. He's got like a fang earring and dragon skin boots. I've got down here, would Charlie approve of that? But I would imagine so. I've got some more questions about, I don't want to use ethics, because that's a, that word can, suggest that I'm meaning other things, but I've got noted down here quite a bit. In fact, it's actually my next note, guys. Oh, is it? No, it isn't. But, obviously Charlie works with dragons, but he's not like a Newt Scamander sort of character, is he? And presumably, he wouldn't be annoyed at Bill wearing those boots. I'm guessing not. I want to know more about them. Now that we got them here, I want to hear all about them. I'm worried that we won't hear much about them. What I really want is for Charlie and Harry to have a chat about Gryffindor. Because obviously, Charlie was the captain of Gryffindor, I'm pretty sure. And so that'd be nice if we get that. Because, there's lots of potential for conversations here. I just hope that we get some of them. But we may not, though, guys. There's a lot of Weasleys for Harry to talk to at the moment. So I'd imagine Charlie would be absolutely fine with Bill wearing the boots. But it's just interesting that, Charlie who works with dragons and Bill who's wearing dragon skin boots, But I feel like dragon skin's actually quite a rare, but not an unusual thing for people to use as a material. Arthur is furious, more angry than Harry's ever seen him, which to be fair, he's never really been angry before, apart from with Lucius, of course. He shouts out to Fred and George, you knew he would eat it, you knew he was on a diet, which is actually quite a sweet line. It's actually quite a sweet line, guys, because it does show that he's caring about Dudley as a person, whereas Fred and George ain't seeing Dudley as a person at all. Whilst like Arthur's berating him, George instantly asks how large it got, and Arthur answers it. Arthur could have said, don't change the subject or something. He actually answers the question that George asks, which does make me think that in a sense he is a little bit proud of George and Fred of their ability to do this. Not the fact that it was on Dudley, but the fact that they have created this thing. He says how it was 4 foot long when Vernon and Petunia finally allowed him to shrink it. Does make me question how much larger could it have got. Again, I don't think it was life-threatening. I don't think that anything that Fred and George... The thing is, if they are making all these trick toffees for wizards and a muggle has them, there is going to be a chance that it's going to be lethal. And so, but Fred and George knew that they were giving it to a muggle. So presumably, no, there's no way that Fred and George would have given something that could have potentially killed Dudley. I believe in Fred and George enough for that. I really do. But I you know what? I'll be interested to read the book club on this because I think there might be some differing opinions. Harry and the other Weasleys in the room start roaring with laughter in front of Arthur, and so Arthur says how 4 foot long when I was finally able to change her back, and immediately in front of Arthur, the rest of the Weasleys in the room and Harry all burst into laughter, which is. Yeah, it's interesting, guys. It shows that Arthur isn't exactly the most authoritative character. We'll find out why in just a moment, guys. We do hear, Arthur says, this sort of behaviour seriously undermines wizard-muggle relations. definitely want to hear more about that, guys. I really, really do. Because, quite frankly, there can't be that much on a social level of, you know, wizard-muggle relations. Apart from, you know, obviously when there's muggle parents with wizards and everything. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more higher-up stuff. Like we questioned before, do they acknowledge the Queen and everything? I was thinking, whilst making these notes, what about countries? Because obviously we hear a lot about countries. You know, what happened when Czechoslovakia became Czech Republic and Slovakia? That is correct, isn't it? Like, you know, what was that? Was the Wizarding World involved in that as well, or did they have to change it because of the Muggles changing it? It's and all other countries, yeah, which changed names and everything. Very, I love hearing that stuff, and I'd imagine Hermione would be fascinated as well. Harry should be fascinated by it, in my opinion. I think he is. I think he is. Arthur spent, Arthur like says how he spent half his life campaigning for, campaigning on the mistreatment of Muggles, not for. That's that Only Fools and Horses joke where they're raising money for a drug addicts center, and Grandad, who's obviously not doesn't have all his marbles, like says, why are we funding drug addicts? Stupid. Yeah, it's a stupid joke. So yes, he is campaigning on the mistreatment of Muggles, not for the mistreatment of Muggles. Again, I want to hear examples of what that would be. Would it be? Is it Wormtail, you know, killing civilian Muggles, or is it, you know, maybe like darker wizards, you know, harassing Muggles and, like, you know, freaking them out and everything? Maybe I'd love to hear more examples of mistreatment of Muggles, because quite frankly I can't think of any examples that we know of outside of Wormtail, and that's not mistreatment, that's murder. Yeah, obviously what Harry did to his aunt. Yeah. Mistreatment. Because obviously when he saves Dudley, in the movies that's not exactly mistreatment, is it? Yeah, I'm trying to think of other examples of actual mistreatment. But yeah, feeding, because this candy is essentially a potion, isn't it? That's essentially what this candy is. And so that is using magic, you know, it is, because you use magic to make the potion, and then to leave it, or even if they gave it to him, that is them using magic on that person. But obviously it didn't trigger off the old maths, did it? So yeah, I'd love to hear more examples of mistreatment of Muggles, because I find all that sort of stuff so fascinating, guys. Like, I really do. I think it's some of the most interesting aspects of these books. I think it's absolutely fascinating. Fred and George, in their defense, say we didn't give it to him because he's a Muggle. We gave it to him because he's a great bullying git. I feel like this is going to be a big debate. I feel like maybe it's not, but I feel like this might be a big discussion in the book club, guys. And Harry like backs when I think it says, right, Harry, and like Harry like says, yeah, they're right. Regarding Dudley. The thing is, guys, if this is them bullying Dudley, then most of the stuff, not everything, because some of the stuff that's going to be in their shop is going to be very harmless, like the fake wand that we hear about later on. Because obviously we have, like, you know, we've heard about, like, sweets that are going to, like, you know, make people ill, or look ill, or, like, make them have, like, measles all over them and everything like that. Yeah, but I don't know. Most stuff that Fred and George do in these books is harmless and usually to cheer someone else up, whereas this does feel vindictive with Dudley. Again, it's revenge for what Dudley has put Harry through. And normally I wouldn't even question it, but it's the fact that Dudley in this situation is so down and so terrified. And for them to do it at that point, it does feel like a little bit below the belt, you know? Not below the belt, that's why he keeps holding his bum. So yes, I'll be interested to read the comments on it, but it's draconian. Let's put it like that, you know, considering, you know, Dudley most probably thought he was going to die in that moment. It's a little bit harsh. But yeah, they're doing it, reaping what you sow, and an eye for an eye, I guess you could say, in a way. But an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. As I believe Gandhi said. He did, didn't he? Enough about Gandhi. I wonder if Gandhi... No, I was going to say, I wonder if Gandhi was a wizard. How would that make sense, Betty? Right. So yeah, they're justifying their actions because of what Dudley has done to Harry in the past, and you can absolutely see that guy's, you know, made Harry's life an absolute hell. Arthur says, wait until your mother hears this, or like wait until your mother and wait until I tell your mother. And at that point, Molly like walks in and says, tell me what? And Harry like reads Arthur's face, and Arthur apparently is like, oh boss. Because Arthur gives the expression of, oh, actually, I wasn't actually going to tell her, but now I'm going to have to because she just walked into the room. So again, it's that feeling of, I don't know if Arthur is proud of Fred and George. I feel like there is an aspect of pride. That was my chair, by the way, if you could hear that. There is an aspect of pride with Arthur. And the thing is, he has no authority over his kids at all, because they're just laughing in his face. Bless him. But you know what it is? He doesn't want his kids to be told off. And Molly will tell them off properly, as in correctly. Because Arthur wasn't... Yeah, I love it. I love the fact he said, wait until you tell your mother. Tell me what? I'll pause. I wasn't going to actually tell her. I loved that so much. That's such a great character. But these are Arthur's chapters, guys. You learn so much about his personality, just in these little moments. Molly like turns to Harry and says, oh, hello, dear. And then turns immediately back to Arthur's like, what? Tell me what, Arthur? It's amazing. Imagine her face is like, oh, hi, Harry. And then back to like steely cold again. Loved it. And it's a shame because Molly loves... Molly really cares about Harry. She really does. I feel like she sees herself as Harry's aunt, quite frankly. But... And before, whenever, like, you know, they get their moments of being back together, there's been, oh, Harry, how are you? Give him a big hug. How are you been doing your homework and all this sort of stuff? But no, here it's just like, oh, hi, Harry. Straight back to business. I loved it. So yes, Harry could tell that Arthur was actually bluffing when it came to telling Molly, which I absolutely love. Ginny and Hermione enter. Hermione's, oh yeah, we hear about Hermione's rather large front teeth. And this isn't a Ron's massive feat situation. But Hermione's rather large front teeth. It's so interesting that that's the description, guys, because I feel like we must have heard that before. But I don't remember it, though. I'd imagine it was probably the first time that we met Hermione. It's like, you know, getting her the general description, you know, her inside the train cart and everything, when she's looking for Neville's toad. Yeah. What was it last time that I said about Neville's toad and then I forgot? I called someone Neville. No, I feel like it was in one of the musicals. I feel like in one of the musical videos I said, why didn't they give the car a name? It was in the musical. And I said, we can just call it Neville. We can just call it Trevor, because no one else is called Trevor. Completely forgetting that Neville's toad is called Trevor. Neville and Trevor. Both quite old-fashioned names. Interesting. Either way. So I've gone completely tangent. So yes, Hermione's rather large front teeth. We must have heard them before, but yeah, it's very interesting that that's never noticed. Obviously, dentists and everything, large teeth, makes sense. Doesn't, but you guys. It's nothing, Molly. Fred and George. Oh yes. This is Arthur's terrible reply to Molly. I love this so much. It's nothing, Molly. Fred and George just. I've had words with them. completely missing the story and saying, don't worry, I've already dealt with it. And clearly he hasn't, because he's just saying, wait till I tell your mother. Amazing. That line was, it's so beautifully written. It's nothing, Molly. Fred and George just, I have had words with them. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And he's protecting them. He's protecting them. Not that Molly's going to go, Molly's not going to go overboard. She's not, guys. We know Molly enough. She puts her kids in their place when they need to be, to the right level, in my opinion. But Arthur doesn't even want Fred and George to have that, you know. Again, no authority here, guys, with Arthur, which I just love. Hermione suggests that they go show Harry where he's sleeping. No, hint, hint. And Ron just goes completely straight over Ron's head. It just, well, he knows where he's going to be sleeping. He slept there last year. And Hermione says, we can all go. That's him. And then finally the penny drops with Ron. Then they want to get out of there. And George, I said, oh yeah, we'll go too. And worries and tells them to stay where they are. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And we hear about Weasley's wizard wheezes. I did question this, guys, and I feel like this is something which I may have brought up before. But it's something which has always been played on me. The use of the word wizard and magic seems so strange. Why is the Ministry of the Wizarding World called the Ministry of Magic? Because it is, though. Because it's part of Parliament, right? But Fudge is essentially the Prime Minister, though. So it must be more than just a part of Parliament, then. So why is it called the Ministry of Magic? And why is it Weasley's Wizard Wheezes? It's like if we had like a shop in real life called Weasley's Human Wheezes. Why? We know it's humans because humans shop there. It seems redundant. And then we hear about, like, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's like the Department of Magical Sports and Games. Why isn't it just called the Department of Magical... No, sorry. Why isn't it just called the Department of Sport and Games? Because wizards don't watch football. I'm pretty sure that that is the case. If wizards and muggles lead very separate lives, because of that, why would they use the term magic and wizard so much in the names of things? It seems so redundant. If you think about the fact that, you think about how little Arthur knows about muggles, and yet he is one of the ones who knows the most about muggles. The characters that we've met, wizarding folk that we've met. And so why is everything magic? I'm trying to think of another example. But yeah, the Department of Magic Sports and Games. Why wasn't it just called the Department of Sport and Games? The Ministry of Magic does... I feel like I'm missing something with the Ministry of Magic, guys. Because from what I gather, Fudge is essentially the Prime Minister of the Wizarding World. If that isn't correct, then please correct me, guys, because I've always assumed that. And I feel like I have actually got that wrong. Because if the Ministry of Magic is a part of government, part of Parliament, as much as any other, the Treasury and all this sort of thing, they all have that, and we have a Ministry of Magic, sure. But if the Ministry of Magic works outside of that completely, and it's its own entity, why would it be called the Ministry of Magic? Am I making any sense at all here, guys? The use of the word magic and wizards shouldn't be used, in my opinion, as much as they are in the world of wizards, because it's redundant. It's like saying, like, the Ministry of Humans. Why would you call it that? It's just the Ministry. Yeah. I'm hoping I'm making a little bit of sense, guys. I feel like I'm not wording it very well, but let's move on, guys, because, I say this video is long enough as it will be. It's going to be long. It always is. But it's really started to stick out recently. The use of magic. Magical chess. Sure. Okay, this is a good example. Why isn't... Okay, there might be an answer to this one, actually. But why isn't magical chess just called chess in the in the Wizarding world? Or his historical thing? Did Muggles come up with chess? Wizards started playing chess and then invented magic. It is called magical chess, isn't it? I swear it's called magical chess. It's not called wizard chess. Magical chess. Potter. I saw a great meme of like this guy who's got going like that, and it said Draco about to pronounce the P in every single time he says Potter. Amazing. Wizard chess, which makes even less sense. Why would it be called wizard chess? That makes less sense, guys. It makes sense if it's called magic chess a little bit. It's really stood out for me lately. I don't know why, and I'm gonna be keeping an eye on this, guys. I really am. Yeah, let's move on. But it's really. I will be noting other examples of it in the future, and I know that there's going to be a lot of them, guys. There always are. It's not a complaint. I've just noticed that it's interesting. Anyway, Ginny and Ron laugh about Weasley's wizard wheezes, but Hermione doesn't, typically. I do love book Hermione, though. she is great. Presumably she's just disapproving, although later on we do get the impression that maybe she's just a bit anxious about it. We'll get to that later on in the chapter, though. So what Fred and George are looking at making, and obviously they do, and obviously we have them already in Hogsmeade, is making what used to be in the UK called a joke shop. And I'm pretty sure the joke shops just don't exist anymore. They probably do near the coast maybe, but I mean in Oxford, which is my closest example, in Oxford we used to have like say 3, maybe 4 joke shops. You know, there are now more, you know, I can't think of any joke shops in Oxford anymore. But I'd say that there are 3 or 4 Harry Potter shops in Oxford, you know, so it's kind of crazy when you think about it that way. But, yeah, the joke shops don't really exist anymore, but this is obviously the sort of thing which Fred and George are looking into. Fred and George didn't do as well as Molly was expecting in their owls, which is, you know, I guess we can kind of expect that. She wants them to work for the Ministry, which is very interesting. And I got down here, why is it called a Ministry of Magic again? Let's ignore that part. Yeah, wants them to work for the Ministry. It seems like there's very few career paths outside of working for, because Charlie's work involved with the Ministry? You'd imagine it's involved with the Ministry, but it's not working for the Ministry, though, is it? Or maybe it is. It's in Romania, though, so it might be the Romanian Ministry. Yeah, I want to hear about more jobs that there are in the Wizarding world. Because Molly wanting to go to work in the Ministry. Oh, then again, Arthur works there as well. So I guess it's just, you know, just so they're all around each other. Yeah, that's probably what Molly's thinking. When they're going along, Percy opens his door, complains about the noise. I got down here. I don't think Percy is actually annoyed about the noise. I feel like he's moasting. Which is basically when you seem to be moaning, but you're actually boasting. I feel like that's what's actually going on. It's like, oh, keep it down. I've got all this really important work I'm going to tell you about now. You know what I mean? That's my impression of Percy anyway. And he's very proud and good for him, guys. Good for him. He is working on a report for the International Magic Corporation. Why is it not just International Corporation? So just saying. Again, I would love to hear more about the IMC. I really would. I think it sounds absolutely fascinating. He's trying to get standardizing of cauldron thickness to be passed by it. Seems like a fair point. Why it's like 3%, which is a small amount, I guess, but you know, safety and everything. He says some of these foreign imports are just a shade too thick. Shade too thick. I thought thin. I think I put down thick here, but incorrectly. I think they're a shade too thin. I think that's what he said. I've got a joke down here. It's not really a joke, guys. I've got. When I first heard that, I immediately thought of something, and you know, how can I word this? Okay, regardless of which way you voted in the referendum, if you are from the UK, guys, I am not judging you at all on that. All I got down here is that Percy definitely voted for Brexit. But then again, I think that a lot of people could argue that it's the other way around, though, and that he would be, yeah. So, yeah, a lot of people would say that he probably voted against it. But yeah, my little note down here is Percy definitely voted for Brexit. Anyway, because he's talking about regulations and everything, you know. And so, yeah. Just interesting. Ron mocks the importance of the report and says, "Well, that'll change the world." Front page of the Prophet. I did say about he's trying to change the regulations regarding the thickness of the bottom of the cauldrons. To be fair, it sounds okay. It's not going to grab any headlines, but it does seem like a step in the right direction. I don't know. I'm probably thinking about this way too much, but I since starting this book, guys, I have grown an incredible soft spot for Percy. I really have. I found it so interesting that this character was basically not in the movie. He's barely in the movies at all, guys. He really was. And yet he's got such a distinct personality in the book. I think it's fascinating. So that's why I got such a soft spot for Percy. In Ron's room, there was a tank which previously used to be have lots of frog spawn in it, and now it just contains one large frog. Don't want to know. I think we could all see what happened there. Does that frog have the potential of being a magical magical pet? Not Fred and George. And now I've got another question, which I've been meaning to ask for a while, guys, because I've been thinking about this. We hear a bit about eating Harry Potter. We hear about the feast and everything, all the stuff that they're eating and everything. We hear about the chicken and ham pie here, which sounds lovely as well. But we never hear about. We never hear of wizards eating magical creatures. Now, magical creatures, that's a large spectrum, guys. I'm not talking about dragons. A lot of potion ingredients are going to be from magical creatures, but why is there never like I don't even want to say. I don't even want to give an example. A Niffler roast or something like that, you know? Because two wizards, and when I say magical creature, guys, I mean a creature that Muggles cannot see or is not common in Muggle areas. So just a normal animal that is what's the term? I can't think of the term, but you know, it's from the areas where Wizarding folk are, and they're not found in Muggle areas because they just never leave those areas. Where's the term? Doesn't matter. We never hear about Harry picked up this thing. What's this? It looks a little bit like chicken. He says, "Oh no, that's a fluffle." They're lovely. They're just like chicken. You know, because everything tastes like chicken in fiction, apparently. But it really does. Yeah. We always hear about, like, the chicken legs and the turkey for Christmas and all that sort of stuff. But in the Wizarding world, there had to be creatures. And when I say magical creatures, I don't mean creatures that can do magic. I mean creatures that are in areas that aren't native. There we go. That's the word I was trying to think of. Native to Muggle areas. They're never farmed. They're never, you know, they're never herded and everything. No, they probably are farmed, but for different reasons. But they're never farmed for meat, though. It's interesting. It's just interesting to me. Unless Tina's hot dog was something else. No, it probably was pork, wasn't it? Or whatever you have in the New York hot dogs. God knows what's in them. But yeah, that's been another thing that stood out to me. Like, whenever we hear about food, it's always normal animals that we have in real life, you know. Interesting. Anyway, I'm taking way too long getting through these notes. Obviously, you know, I've got down here that, you know, their skins and presumably fur well, I can't think of any examples, are used in the Wizarding world. And obviously ingredients for potions and the lark. But yeah, when it comes to eating for sustenance, but then again, it's the house elves that make the food, isn't it? I can't remember. Either way, go on, let's get moving. I don't know, guys. I don't know if maybe when, you know, the chicken inside Molly's pie and the ham that's inside Molly's pie, because we did hear about them having a pig before, didn't we? I think that might be magicked up. Kind of makes them vegan in a way. I don't know. That's another long discussion for another day. Percy has a room all to his own now because he needs to work. Again, is that just him, you know, flexing right there? I'm not sure. We hear that Pig's full name is Pigwidgeon, which is amazing. I'm guessing it's meant to be like pigeon, right? I'm not sure. Named by Ginny before Ron named him, and because of that, now Pigwidgeon only ever responds to that, so that's why Ron calls him Pig, which is amazing. I love that, and it's such a... That's great. Pigwidgeon is a great name. In fact, I bet there's a lot of pets called that now, much as there must be with Crookshanks. Maybe not Scabbers, but yeah, I'd imagine that's there must be a lot of Hedwigs as well. Pig annoys Errol and Hermes, and Ron says, and it gets on my nerves as well. Although it's really nice how Harry knows that Ron is lying at this point, because he knows how much he used to talk smack about Scabbers, but then he was so distraught when Scabbers went missing, and so in the last book, very nice character moment for Ron there. But you know, that's Ron though, guys. He complains about the things that he loves all the time. It's his big character thing. Crookshanks is chasing gnomes around the garden, apparently. Percy is apparently going on about Mr. Crouch all the time. Lovely to hear about Mr. Crouch at this point, guys. Very, very cool. I can't remember if Percy is with them when they go to the World Cup in the movie. I haven't rechecked those chapters yet because obviously we're not there yet. I think he probably is. But what would have been really nice, just like a very, very short little moment when Barty Crouch Sr. appears and like saying, "Hey, what's going on?" As he does in the movie. If Percy's like saying, "Oh, Mr. Crouch," it'd be really cool, you know. But I'm not sure if Percy's even there for the World Cup. I think he must be. I think he is. I think he is, guys. I think he is. We got to talk more about this World Cup, guys, because something which I confirmed as being the case last time turns out to be completely wrong regarding the British teams. But why are there no... We'll get to it. The movie, in my opinion, made a mistake. But we'll get to it. Ron goes to ask Black... okay. Ron goes to ask about Black to Harry, but Hermione gives him one of her special faces, and he immediately stops because Ginny's there. And this was the moment where I was thinking, oh yeah, they can't just talk about Black. The fact that it's just them and Dumbledore that know about it, it seems crazy to me. You know, Arthur doesn't know about it, Molly, McGonagall, no one knows about this. I'm hoping that is played on a lot more in the book, because in the movie I just kind of thought, oh, they must have just forgiven Black, because they're not talking about him anymore. And yet in Azkaban he was the only subject. Okay, so I'm not going to read out my note because it has a rude word in it, but okay, it says the is over. The word starts with a B, and so basically what Molly was just doing with Fred and George. Yeah, it's a word. I don't swear on my channel, guys, and it is a rude word. It's a very mild rude word, but it starts with B, ends with ing, and it's what Molly was just doing to Fred and George. Yes, and it's a term which is only used in the UK as well. I'm pretty sure. I feel like I'm gonna. Okay. I feel like I now need to say it because you may think that I'm thinking of something much worse, but I'm not. I'm thinking of the word which means really telling someone off in the UK. If you're giving someone a then it means that you're really reprimanding them. That's what that means, okay? If I had to say it, just in case you thought I was saying it something much worse. So the four agree to go downstairs and help Molly out with the cooking. And Molly is... I got down here. Molly is cooking with great vengeance and furious anger. And it makes me think, guys, because that's obviously a reference to Pulp Fiction, if you've seen Pulp Fiction, guys. I saw a meme a couple of days ago, and it made me laugh out loud. I thought it was so clever. And I sent it to my brother, and he didn't reply to it. And I get the impression, guys, that this is a meme which is incredibly old, but I've only just discovered. You know... again, I swear I'm a shit my channel, but you know, Grease, the song "Summer Loving," hand me a blind, and you know, when they're like going, tell me more, da 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 da, and like whenever it's the girls' chorus part of the song, they're like, tell me more. Does he have a car? And it's always something about him. And in the boys' version, it's always about something about her. And someone had edited it. So it's tell me more, da, 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 da. Over to the girls, tell me more. And then they edited in Samuel Jackson from Pulp Fiction saying, does he look like a word which I'm definitely not going to say in this video. And... because that's like a very famous scene from Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction is a great movie, guys. I went on a rant about Quentin Tarantino. Not a rant, but in my latest Buffy video. But yes, I had never seen it before. Does he look like a... rude word. And so, yes, that made me laugh hysterically. And I said to my brother, and I got nothing back. So I get the impression that it's an incredibly old meme that's sort of made. But I just never seen it before. But it made me laugh. I'll go into it briefly, guys. My favourite Quentin Tarantino movie is Reservoir Dogs. It's by far my favourite Quentin Tarantino movie. I like his other ones as well. I haven't seen them all. But Reservoir Dogs was always my favourite. But then I saw City on Fire, and I realised that Quentin Tarantino blatantly lifted a lot from City on Fire and put it in his movie. City on Fire being a Hong Kong movie, which not many people would know about in the West. And he basically took scenes, let alone themes, and put them into Reservoir Dogs. I still love Reservoir Dogs. It's my favourite Quentin Tarantino movie. Right, moving on. City on Fire is pretty good. It is pretty good, actually. I have watched it. It stars Chung Yun Fat, who's a very famous actor in China. Although, it's, like I said, it was a Hong Kong movie, which is now in China again. Because when it was made, it would have been British owned. Anyway. Again, we're talking about, you know, how did that work in the Wizarding world? When Hong Kong was handed over back to the Chinese by the British, that must have had some sort of big effect in the Wizarding world. I want to see the Chinese Wizarding world. Oh, that would be cool. Right, get back to it, Veggie. You're wasting so much time. So yes, Molly is finished doing that. And they go down to help her out. She's cooking with great vengeance and furious anger. She goes on a massive rant about Fred and George. I think she's just talking to herself rather than, you know, the four that have just entered the room. I think she's just rambling on. She says that Fred and George are going to end up in front of the improper use of magic office. I would love to hear some examples of what that would be. Because it can't just be, you know, doing magic in front of muggles. It can't just be that. So I'd love to hear some other examples of it. It can't be like, you know, it's obviously not going to be Avada Kedavra or anything like that. And it's probably also not going to just be, you know, pranks and, you know, harassment, some people would call it. I'd love to hear some more examples of the improper use of magic. I would love that, guys. I actually would. I guess cruelty as well. Maybe. Either way. WWW, a lot of their things may fall into that purview as well. The improper use of magic. Is Molly the ultimate multitasking witch in Harry Potter? Because obviously we had all the wonderful little gadgets that are going... Well, not even gadgets, you know, like the knitting that's going on in the room and in everything, in Chamber of Secrets and everything. I get the impression that is actually Well, Molly has put a charm on those things for them to do it. But here, as she's cooking, she's actually making these things happen. She's making, like, the potatoes fly everywhere, and the knives, like, going cutting up the potatoes and everything. And so she is actually using her actual magic to do it, rather than just charms. So I feel like she's the ultimate multitasker that we know of. Let's see if I can think of another one. She picks up her wand, and it instantly turns into a large rubber mouse, which is amazing. That's a good joke wand, because obviously we have joke wands in reality, guys, but yeah, not ones that do that though. Bill and Charlie are battling with dinner tables in the air outside. You know, they're meant to be setting up the table, but they're like, you know, making their tables like go smashing into each other and everything to the delight of the rest of the family and everything, which is adorable. Hermione is like cut between. You know, she wants to be enjoying it, but again, it uses the word anxious here, and I think that it is actually anxiousness. I don't think she's thinking, oh, I shouldn't be doing that. She's thinking, oh god, okay, they're breaking the rules. She's panicking, you know. I feel like that's what it is. And so, lovely character moment for Hermione again. Percy shouts out the window for them to keep the noise down, which is amazing. And Bill like replies saying, "Sorry, Percy. How are the cauldron bottoms coming along?" And Percy says, "Not very well." Gets back to work. I don't know what it is about that guy, because I really like that little interaction. Like, I really imagine like Percy's little head like popping out the window, like, "Hey, keep it down." Amazing. I like Percy, guys. I really do. I know that I won't. I know the thing is, I know that I won't forever. Well, maybe I will, guys. Maybe I will. But I do like me some Percy. I really do. How we hear that Harry's cakes were going stale. Because last time we talked about how he was keeping them and everything, I said, well, maybe they're just in like a box. That means that they, you know, that anything inside that box will stay fresh and everything. But apparently, they were actually going stale, and so that's why he's in such a delight. He's actually not talking; he's just eating. Whilst he's listening, but he's not doing the talking, as he's eating chicken and ham pie. Sounds lovely. Boiled potatoes and salads. Let me know what your favourite pie is, guys. Let me know what your favourite pie is. I know that a lot of you in the Americas will probably be listing sweet pies, but over in Europe and so on, we're a lot more. Most of our pies are savoury. And if I was to go for, that's not my answer. Again, sorry for just woken you up. If I was to go for any, it would obviously be a vegan alternative, but it would be chicken and mushroom, I think. I do love me with some mushrooms, though, guys. Chicken and mushroom is pretty special. So yeah, let me know what your favourite type of pie is, guys. You know what? I would love to hear that. I would actually love to hear it. Like I say, I'd imagine the Americans are going to be saying apple pie. And where is this accent coming from? I'm sorry. I'm not offending anyone. Key lime pie? That's another one. That is lovely. I love anything with lime in, though. Lime is my favourite. As a kid, I used to eat limes, guys. That's why I turned out like this. Nightmare. I do love lime, though. It's one of my favourite fruits. But yeah, let me know in the comments of what your favourite pie is. I would love to read that, guys. Mine would have to be savoury, though. It really would. Percy, so they're sort of all around the dinner table. Like I say, they're having chicken and ham pie, boiled potatoes and salad. It sounds delightful. Get some salad cream on that. Percy is I'm sorry, guys. I need to recap where I am. Percy talking about Crouch to Arthur. Obviously, Arthur would probably does know Arthur well, doesn't he? Says that the Department of Magic, Games and Sports. There we go. Isn't giving them enough support during the World Cup. We hear about Ludo Bagman, who got Arthur the ticket. Arthur had smoothed over a situation with his brother, which involved a lawnmower with special powers, which is amazing. Gotta say, guys, I got a lawnmower with special powers. I decided to go for these little robot ones that just go, just like go back and forth, like just slowly go all over the garden until everything's flattened. And my goodness, it is changed. It's a game changer, guys. It really is. The amount of time it saves, they are a bit dear, but I would say that they're not that much more dear than, you know, an average lawnmower. And once you get it set up, that's it. So yeah, my lawnmower special powers is a game changer, guys. It really is. Anyway, enough about that. We hear about Bertha Jorkins again, which is very interesting hearing her name, and there's no recollection from Harry, because obviously Harry would have heard that name in his vision or dream, but there's no recollection at all from Harry when he hears that name. But we hear about Bertha Jorkins going missing from the sports from the games and sports department. I believe that's correct. Apparently she's been moving around. She's been moved around departments a lot. But how she's gone missing. It seems like there isn't that much concern about the fact that she's gone missing. The department is really downplaying it. Apparently Barty Crouch has taken a personal interest in it though. But apparently apparently Ludo, I think it was, saying that it's probable that she just read the map wrong and ended up in Australia rather than Albania. The likelihood of that happening seems kind of strange, but because we never really met Bertha, did we? It's very interesting hearing about this character, guys. All these characters that we didn't know about. It really does fill out the story just wonderfully. It really does. So yes, Crouch has taken a personal interest in her disappearance. We do hear that she used to work underneath Crouch as well. As does Percy, obviously. Percy, like, very loudly teases that there is a major event coming after the World Cup, and when he says that, he looks to the famous three and goes, the top secret one. Just desperate for people to ask him about it. I love Percy, guys. He is so... I don't think... He's not rubbing other people's nose in it, guys. He's just very proud of what he's achieved, and, you know, he loves his job. And so I'm all for Percy at this point, guys. I really am. He's not like saying, oh, Bill and Charlie are beneath me or anything like that. Well, he wouldn't say that anyway. But, you know, he's not condescending to people, I don't think. Does he like to order people around? I think that is definitely the case. But I really like him, though, guys. Again, that might change in the future, but at this moment, I definitely like him. Ron says that it's to Harry that it's probably an exhibition of thick bottom cauldrons. Thick bottom cauldrons, guys. That is a great Queen song. Anyway. Sorry, guys. I had to make that joke. Right. Who cares? Right. Molly not happy with Bill's earring and hair. Like, and she's like, you know, caressing her wand, wanting to be able to, like, you know, magic a haircut and everything. But Ginny is a big fan. Also, it's likely the fact that, you know, Molly doesn't get to see Bill very much because of his work and everything, and so she's probably really laying on the mothering there. You know, she probably doesn't dislike the hair or the earring that much, but she's sort of like really doting is the word, isn't it, over Bill, because, you know, she doesn't get to see him as much as the others. Fred, George, and Charlie are all talking about the World Cup. We hear about England, Wales, and Scotland, guys. So, Great Britain is hosting the World Cup, which means that there's no games in Northern Ireland for whatever reason. Again, is there a Northern Ireland Republic of Ireland divide in the Western world? I have no idea. I can see why you know, they wouldn't want to write into that history, though. So Great Britain are hosting the World Cup, which does happen now, guys. Back in the day, back in the 90s, in fact, it was always only one country that would host it. But in this case, it is Great Britain that is hosting it, which comprises of Northern Ireland. But, you know, we don't hear about their team here. No, it's Great Britain it's Great Britain. I always need to get this right. Great Britain is Scotland, Wales, and England, guys. Now, I think that last time I confused people because I didn't explain this. Naturally, guys, a lot of you guys aren't going to know this because you're not from Great Britain, and so, you know, it's not exactly the top of your agenda, you know, when it comes to knowledge and everything. I remember one American person being shocked that I didn't know where a particular state was in America. Well, I don't live in America. You know? I know where a lot of the states are, but not all of them. And so Great Britain is Scotland, Wales, and England. The United Kingdom is Scotland, Wales, and England, and Northern Ireland. Yes. So Great Britain is hosting it. So there's no games in Northern Ireland. Although sometimes Northern Ireland, sometimes they call it Team GB and include Northern Ireland, which makes no sense, but it doesn't matter. It does matter, actually. It seems strange that that they would leave out Northern Ireland like that. But we hear that there are teams. So like, it used to be the case that all these sports in the UK, in reality, take place in countries. It is now the case where it's regular that two countries share tournaments. In fact, they've actually had continents have tournaments as well in football, and so as hosts. So it's the first time in a long time that Great Britain have hosted it, but there is an English, Wales and Scotland team, and we hear who they actually went out to. Now, this isn't a problem with the movie, guys. It's fine in the book because it said Great Britain is hosting it. That is explained away by what I just said. But in the movie, there are British flags there. The United Kingdom flags. The Union flag is there, guys, which does include... The Union flag does include Northern Ireland. And so... You just wouldn't get that. If the World Cup was taking place in England, in Great Britain, guys, the Football World Cup is taking place in Great Britain, I guarantee you, and maybe it's because Quidditch is a little bit more of a chill sport, maybe that's it, but you wouldn't get people walking around with Union flags. Union Jack, you may know it as, but it's technically a Union flag. You wouldn't get that. You would have George Cross for England, Dragon for Northern Ireland, and whatever the Scottish one's called. I'm so sorry to Scottish people that are watching. I should know this, actually. What is the Scottish flag called? Saltaire. The St Andrew's Cross is also known as. And what is the Welsh flag called? Oh my goodness. Oh, I know this. You Degrig Gosh. There's a song, isn't there? If there's any Welsh people watching this, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know how you pronounce Y in Welsh. Is it you? Dragoosh. I'm pretty sure that there is a song which is famously sung by the fans now called that. I think that's right. But it translates as Red Dragon. Welsh is a fascinating language, guys, and the pronunciations of it is very, very different from English. And so that the idea that we would have Scottish sport fans walking around with Union flags, some would. I'd say the vast majority wouldn't. They would have Scottish flags. And so in the movie, that's why in my movie reaction I was like, oh, there's a Union flag there. That's unusual. Because you don't get Union flags in crowds in sporting events like that, guys, unless it's Olympics like Team GB and everything. But if there's England, Scotland and Wales, presumably there's going to be a rivalry between them because they're so local. Now, when it comes to me, guys, and the Weasleys, in fact, which is very nice, they always root for Wales and Scotland. Even though they're English, they clearly say, oh, Wales went out to them and Scotland went out to them and everything. So clearly they wanted them to do well. Although often the other way around, it's not the case. Often Welsh fans and Scottish fans don't want England to do well, but I'm one of those English fans who wants Wales and Scotland to do well. And obviously there are Welsh and Scottish ones who want England to do well. But we hear about England, Wales and Scotland went out to Transylvania, Uganda and Luxembourg in that order. Very interesting to hear those countries are involved in it. I say countries because Transylvania is not a country, guys. It is part of Romania. I think that I feel like Transylvania used to be kind of its own thing. I don't know if it was ever a country, but it is a region in Romania. Again, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I'm pretty certain Transylvania is not a country, which means that it shouldn't really be in this tournament. Obviously, when I think of Transylvania, I think that the team is full of vampires, but I can't imagine that would be... I can't imagine they'd be okay with that. But anyway, that's who England went out to. I do hope that Charlie and Harry get a chance to talk about the Gryffindor team. I don't think it's going to happen, but I just... the fact that Charlie used to be a part of it, and now Harry's part of it, this very important part of it, I feel like it'd be nice if we had a little bit of interaction between them. But we shall see in the coming chapters, guys. The last World Cup final lasted 5 days, and Harry's like really hoping that it does again. But Percy straight away was like saying, "Oh, I hope it doesn't last 5 days." You know, all the paperwork that'll be piling up on my desk if that happens. And Fred says, "Oh yeah, there'll be all that dragon dung, won't there?" And Percy, like, you know, bless Percy again, like saying, "Oh, that was fertilizer from I can't remember where he says, somewhere in Europe." That explains why I got that dragon dung before. But then, I think it's George, when Fred George like, turns to Harry and says, "Well, no, it was us. We sent it." Brutal. Oh, poor Percy, guys. I really like him. I really like him. Either way, guys, that is my notes. I'm so sorry about the waffle, but if you've got this far for my book reviews and you weren't expecting waffle, my goodness. Great chapters, though. So relaxing to do chapters like... Oh, I say that. The previous chapter wasn't relaxing, but this chapter is so relaxing and so just gushing with character building moments, particularly for Arthur, but Charlie, I keep calling him Charles. Charlie and Bill, absolutely as well. Ron, always, you know, talking down the things that he loves and everything. Ginny with the naming of the pigeon. It's so nice. It's so nice to get all these character points. Molly as well, her like rambling. Again, I don't think she was talking to the gang, or as Max called the trio plus Ginny. Don't know why I found it so funny. But I feel like she was just rambling to herself, to be honest. But yeah, great chapter, and it just makes me smile. It just makes me smile, guys. So fun. It's a shame that we're not going to have any more time there, but, you know, Harry's off to the World Cup next chapter, guys. Unless, you know, something horrendous happens that isn't the movie. Well, something bad does happen. But again, there shouldn't be union. I'm going to have to go back and watch that scene again, guys. Because we saw Irish flags, but that's not part of United Kingdom. So... yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch it, guys, because it kind of bothers me. And it really shouldn't, but if the movie watchers were paying attention, there absolutely shouldn't be Union flags in a sporting event like that. Because English fans will be sporting their flags, Welsh fans will be sporting their flag, and Scottish fans will be showing their flag. And there's nothing wrong with that, guys. It's awesome. It's awesome. So yeah, it's just a detail. It's strange that there's Union flags there. Either way, let's get on to the book club and see what you guys have been talking about. I'm very interested to hear any thoughts on the whole Fred and George situation with Dudley as well. And lots of Arthur discussions as well, I'd imagine. But either way, let's get over there. Just because I want to be pedantic. Well, not because I want to be pedantic, because I got something wrong. That wasn't the Welsh song which is sung at football matches. The Welsh song that which is sung at football matches is Yama o Hyd. I most definitely pronounced that wrong, but I wanted to correct myself. Guys, I decided to do something. For the first time in a long time, guys, I think we did this on YouTube like a year and a half ago. Has it been that... I always get confused about how long it has been since I've been covering Harry Potter stuff, but it's been a couple of years now, right? Nearly, I think. So a year and a half ago, I did a poll on YouTube, like saying, yeah, what house are you in and everything, but I realised I've never actually done it on the Patreon, and so decided to do it on the Patreon here. We may do it again in the future to see if anything fluctuates and everything. But here are the results though, guys. It's very interesting. I mean, it's always really good that when there's a good selection. Gotta say, we are definitely thin on Slytherins, it seems. But Ravenclaw are blooming running away with it, guys, with 40%. Not that far off, blooming 50%. So that's quite astonishing, really. It really is. So 40% Ravenclaw, 26% Hufflepuff, naturally. Slytherin with 16% and Gryffindor with 19%. And so there you go, guys. I'm sure we'll do them again in the future, but that is the poll results. Thank you everyone for taking part in it, and we might do other polls in the future. I think we will. At the end of books, we always do, you know, scenes that you would have wanted to be in the movie. And, you know, Goblet of Fire, I think it's going to have quite a lot of them, quite frankly. We might have to just do chapters that aren't in the movie, in fact. and the two that we've covered today are actually are absolutely going to be up there. But yeah, we'll have to do some other polls, maybe for different book clubs. And so, if you've got any ideas, let me know in the comments. And so here we go, guys. Here is the Harry Potter book club. If you want to be a part of this, you can back the Patreon for as little as you want, and you get to access this post, and you leave a comment underneath it. There are some rules, but I'm usually quite lax with them, and so it's important about keeping it on subject. We don't talk about anything in the future, and keeping it relatively short. It's basically the gist of it. But yes, if you want to be a part of the discussion, then you can do. We're kicking off with Karen in a moment. I'm just gonna have a quick drink. Sorry guys, I've just eaten a sandwich. Probably bad form. Also, I haven't got my hot chocolate today. I think I'm going to skip it. I might have it later on though, because this will probably take a few hours. It usually takes a few hours to get through. Also, one thing which I haven't been doing, I always get lost when doing these. But why don't I just like every comment as I go? So that makes it a lot easier. Naturally, I haven't read these yet, so these are all my fresh reactions to the comments. And so here we go, guys. Starting off with Karen. Karen, thank you so much. It was actually a month ago as well, guys. I really did not realise it's been that long, so I'm so sorry. But at least it gave you all a good chance to be a part of it. Karen writes, "Hi, Veggie. In my last comment, I mentioned I watched the movie first, besides Deathly Hallows Part 2. Very interesting. I was pretty young when the movies come out. Only 6 years old for Sorcerer's Stone. My goodness. I've seen them all in theatres as they came out with my family, of course. So after Deathly Hallows Part 1 came out, I wanted to finally read the whole series before it ended. I think I was 15 when I read this series for the first time. My goodness, Karen, that is a fascinating way of doing it. So the last movie is the only one which you didn't. Wow, and from what I gather, Deathly Hallows Part 2, although I think it is generally liked, I freaking loved it. I think it is probably my favourite. From what I gather, there are some major changes, and when you do major changes at a late stage in a book like that, it could be quite controversial. Either way, you continue. Were you prepared for the madness of the Weasleys getting Harry? I did see it going anywhere near as bad as it did. I got to admit, I really did. I thought it was going to be like a faux pas, not Dudley dying on the ground with a massive purple tongue. Not dying. I've seen them. Oh, okay, I messed that up. I find the whole scenario so funny. The twins leaving candy for Dudley to eat is comical. I recognise that it's actually pretty mean when you think about it, but it's written to make the reader laugh and not think about it much. Yeah, and I'll say this. I do feel like they could have done the whole scene in the movie and it would have been wonderful. I do think they would have had to at least change, pardon me, Dudley's punishment, I guess you could call it like that, because it is brutal. It sounds like something out of, a Geiger-esque nightmare. Geiger being the guy who did the art for the Alien movies, guys. He's nice. Don't look up his stuff if you're easily shocked, because it's usually quite sexual. Right, but yes, I thought the whole 4-foot tongue thing messed up. I feel like they would have had to change that. But then again, what happened to Aunt Marge was pretty messed up. No, it's not as messed up as Dudley rolling on the floor. No, yeah, they would have had to calm that down a little bit, I feel like they would have had to. The rest of the scene would have just been glorious. Mr. Weasley is right that the twins' action undermines Wizard and Muggle relations. Poor Dudley goes through so much in this series. First the rat tail, now this, and of course the Dementors in 5. Yeah, and in the book he's so defeated at this point. It does make what Fred and George do seem even worse, but then again, they don't know that though. I guess they do know about the diet. No, they do, because Arthur picks them up on it. It's very interesting that everyone refers to Arthur as Mr. Weasley, I've noticed. Max does it, Karen's doing it here. We'll see if that continues. One question. to rule them all. Are you surprised to hear about Weasley's wizard wheezes so early in the series? I guess I am. Well, this is book 4, so I guess I would have expected them at least planning out their future at this point. And obviously we have the bit where, like, you know, we hear... Who says it? I think it's Ron. He's saying how Molly wants Fred and George to join the ministry and everything. So this really is the point in... And because their owls didn't go as well as hoped, where they're going to be thinking about their future and everything. And so, you know what, Karen? I feel like this is the perfect place for it to be. I actually do. So, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Alias 93. Here we have an example of Fred and George pulling a prank, in inverted commas, on someone who is supposed to have deserved it, but ends up being pretty cruel. I can agree with that. Even the narration, which is meant to be from Harry's viewpoint, describes the twins' grins as evil. True. Poor Dudley. He clearly still has PTSD from the tale Hagrid gave him in the first book. Literally, yes, absolutely. That's actually very true. Hopefully nothing bad will happen to him at the start of the next book. Oh, God. No, that's a teaser right there, isn't it? Oh, my goodness. I love how much development we get for the Weasley's family in Chapter 5. We meet Bill and Charlie for the first time. With details on their physical appearance and personal traits. Ginny is already getting more involved in the trio. Yes, that's true. And she is the one who named Ron's owl. Yeah, I reckon that Ginny's probably got as many lines in this book already than she did in Prison of Azkaban, because she was very background, you know, for good reason. Percy is very busy with his job at the ministry and brings up many things going on there. His boss, Mr. Crouch, Bertha Jorkins, I should say, disappearance, a mysterious top secret event that will be taking place after the World Cup. Fred and George are already working on getting their own joke shop, which Mrs. Weasley seems to be very opposed to. Mrs. Weasley, notice that. It is confirmed in the chapter that England, Scotland, Wales have their own Quidditch teams. The fact that Great Britain is hosting the World Cup doesn't necessarily mean that they are playing as one team. For example, the next Football World Cup will be hosted by Canada, the US and Mexico, who have individual teams. Yeah, I feel like I didn't word what I was saying last time particularly well. My issue with it, Alias, is that is Mexico in North America? I feel like Mexico is when South America starts. Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Mexico is a part of North America, so it's the North America World Cup. I actually didn't know that. That's very interesting. Do you think the fans are going to be walking around with the North American flag? I presume there is one. I have no idea what it looks like. I know what the European flag looks like. Well, that's a European Union flag. Yeah, so I presume there is a North American flag. No one is going to be walking around with that. And so, again, I'm taking issue with the movie here. You just wouldn't get Union flags in a tournament that was going on in Great Britain, guys. You just wouldn't. You really... Maybe you'd get a couple, but it would be... The vast majority would be the English, Welsh, and Scottish flag, and Northern Irish flag, of course. And so, that's what threw me off. So basically... when I saw the Union flags, and there were a lot of them, as I remember, in the movie, I thought, oh, okay, so it's a British team, it's a United Kingdom team. Okay, that's fair enough. Then I had it, incorrectly confirmed by the book when they said that it's taking part there. And you're right, tournaments have started. I was talking about earlier on about how tournaments are now in multiple countries and everything. But it's my issue now, I realise, is with the fact that in the movie there are Union flags going around, because there just wouldn't be. Now, I'm wondering if that was to make it more understandable to some other countries. Because I've mentioned it before, guys, but I used to work in the same shop where I annoyed Timothy Spall. Very often, people would come, tourists, generally American tourists, but, you know, other tourists from other countries and everything, would come over and say, hey, what's this flag that you're selling? Because we'd have this flag everywhere. It's the English flag. And so a lot of other people don't know that the white flag with the red cross is England. That is the English flag. And so maybe the movie makers thought, just so it would be more obvious, let's use the Union flag instead. Am I really going to... I swear I've already told my story about the video game which had an English player and a United Kingdom player. The United Kingdom player being from Scotland. Yeah, bizarre. Anyway, so yeah, that's where my confusion was, and now I realise it's purely just at the movie that I had that confusion at. Also, I think you missed an important key word in the previous chapters. Harry is only going to watch the final of the Quidditch World Cup with the Weasleys. All the other matches have already been played. When watching the movie, did you assume that Ireland and Bulgaria was the first match instead of the last one? You know what? I would imagine Fudge most definitely says that it's the last match and everything during it. I did assume that it was just the first match that they were going to. I actually did. And that might be because my mind was blown by everything that I was saying. I wasn't paying full attention to what was being said. But I did think it was the first that they were attending. And the rest of the competition got cancelled after what happened with the Death Eaters. I kind of did, yes. The movie picks up at the beginning in the next chapter, meaning we just got 4 consecutive chapters which were 100% book exclusives. This should give you an idea of what's to come in this book compared to the movies. Yeah, looking forward to that. That is a great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Alice. I'm afraid that when the comment gets quite long, I can't talk about every detail in it, and so I did kind of go over some details, but you're absolutely right about the confusion over the thing, and it is a confusion that is now, I realise, there because of the movie. Thank you so much for your comments. Tegan! I never found the tongue toffee prank that Fred and George pulled on Dudley to be funny. An example of the twins overstepping the line between funny and cruel, in my opinion. I can absolutely see that. I enjoy the scene because of the chaos. It's just like complete pandemonium going on. But if that was to be done to someone, you know, in a way where they're going to be safe and everything, but they still don't know what's going on. Because at least if you play that trick on a wizard, they're going to think, oh, okay, yeah, this is going to wear off in a bit and everything like that. But Dudley could think that he is about to die, quite frankly, and so yeah, that is definitely overstepping the mark. I also disliked the mention that his pigtail Hagrid gave Dudley had to be surgically removed, as I had always assumed Hagrid removed it the next day or sent someone else to do it. Yeah, in the movie I assumed that it just disappeared after an hour, even to be honest. Even though Dudley is not a good person, it's still horrible that wizards are doing harmful things to him when he's a muggle who can't defend himself, and I don't blame him at all for fearing them. Well, they're definitely giving him good reason to, aren't they? Although he already obviously did. Did he know about wizard folk before? That's an interesting point. Did Dudley know that? No, Dudley didn't know before, you know, the Hogwarts letter that Harry was a wizard, did he? No, he wouldn't. Yeah, it definitely is overstepping the mark. From Fred and George's point, they're defending their friend, but it is brutal. In isolation, it is brutal, especially because it's very possible that Fred and George don't know how squishy Muggles are as well, you know. Arthur knows, well, kind of, although he still blew the blooming doors off, didn't he? So yeah, great point, Tegan, and I do feel like there's going to be a talking point in the book club. Thank you so much for making your wonderful comment. Helen! The scene with the Weasleys coming to pick up Harry for the World Cup is one of my faves. Many people talk about the twins and Dudley, but for me, it's an interaction between Arthur and Vernon and Petunia. Arthur there. We see a whole new side of Arthur when he realises that Dursleys don't intend to say goodbye to Harry. Certainly he had heard of how poorly they had treated Harry, but I think he was generally surprised when he saw it was his own. He saw it with his own eyes. That's actually very true, because it's different about, you know, hearing it in like in a letter or everything, and actually seeing it in front of you. Again, I do feel like the main reason why the Dursleys aren't saying anything is because they are all in shock. But if they weren't in shock, it's very possible that they wouldn't have said anything as well. Or Vernon could have said something to make it even worse, quite frankly. I feel like that would actually be the most likely thing. Yeah, he was probably all ready to give Arthur an earful, wasn't he? Yeah. We don't often see the stern side of Mr. Weasley. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We do get... There was a deleted scene in Deathly Hallows Part 1, which I checked out, where he is properly stern in that. And because he thinks that he's being threatened by who is actually Harry. And he changes there. It's a really, really good moment, actually. Deleted scene. Side note. I was rewatching Red Dwarf the other day and noticed Mark Williams, Mr. Weasley, had a minor role in the first couple of episodes as one of Lister's pre-status chamber. Exactly what I was saying earlier on, Helen. We must be thinking alike. Yes, absolutely. He is called... He's Swedish, isn't he? The character. Oh, God. Thank you so much for providing his real name as well, because I'm terrible at that. Red Dwarf. What is his blooming name? Dooba-dooba-doo. Peterson. Okay, I thought he had a more flamboyant name, but yes. What's his first name? It's just going to say Peterson, isn't it? I feel like it's Olaf Peterson. Yeah, I swear it's Olaf Peterson. Yeah, he's there, guys. Super young in it as well. There with a couple of other familiar actors as well. And yeah, he's in the odd scene and everything. But and it's interesting because I was talking to my brother recently. I was saying, like, you know, when you think of that actor, Mark Williams, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Because most people are going to think Harry Potter now, definitely. But for me, it's Fast Show, and that's numerous different characters. It's I'll get my coat. It's It's in me right. It's suit you, sir. All these things are going to mean nothing to anyone, to a large chunk of people watching. But, you know, he is those characters. Whereas my brother, did he say my brother's name then? That would have been exciting. My brother straight away thinks Red Dwarf. Now, granted, my brother is... I mean, we're both massive Red Dwarf fans, but he's, like, read all the books and everything, and so I'd imagine that Peterson actually appears in those quite a bit as well. Apparently, Helen, I don't know if you've only found this out recently. Apparently, you know, I feel like it's the second episode where it cuts to... It's Lister is in the nightclub. On his own, obviously. If you've watched the first episode of Red Dwarf, you'll understand why. And it has like a flashback to him and Peterson and his two other mates there getting drunk and making stupid jokes and everything. Apparently, that was meant to happen on each episode of the first series, but I feel like they ran out of time or something, so the only one that exists is that one. But there was always going to be a sad flashback bit to his time with Peterson and the other two. I don't know if they ever filmed them. If they did, I'd absolutely like to see them. There's lots of behind-the-scenes stuff with Red Dwarf. Either way, enough waffle. Oh no, we're not done yet. I'm sorry. Okay, right. Back to these chapters. I also love the fun detail we get of the wizard world. Who knew there was a need for a cauldron bottom regulation? Absolutely. Well, Neville, for one. Neville? Oh, blooming heck, I'm going to blow my voice out saying Neville that high. Was it Neville who basically... I feel like Neville destroyed Seamus's cauldron. Or was it the other way around? Seamus doesn't have this whole explosion thing, does he, in the books? I don't think. Maybe he does. I don't think he does, though. I don't think he does. Great comment, Helen. Loved the Red Dwarf chat. I appreciate that you made exactly the point that I was saying earlier on about Red Dwarf. I'd completely forgotten he was in it, guys. But he is in one episode of Bottom as well, guys. I should say again, guys, go into Bottom with the knowledge that we are not meant to like or agree with the main characters. They are the scum of the earth, okay? Absolutely everything that they say is not something which, you know, I do not agree with anything that they say. They are absolute scumbags. That's the joke, you know. Yeah. So if you want to check out Bottom, it is my favorite sitcom of all time, guys. But go into it with the thought of we're not meant to like them. Rick and Eddie, I should say, the main two characters on Bottom. I flipping love it, though, I must admit. Either way. And also, I won something to do with Bottom a little while ago, guys. And in the video, which I'll be posting tomorrow, which I teased right at the start of this video, I show you what that prize is. And be warned, it's a little bit odd. But again, if you watch Bottom, it kind of makes a bit of sense. Cauldron Bottom regulation. Right, thank you, Ellen. Wonderful comment, greatly appreciated. Sandra. Hi, Veggie. How had the twins been developed sweet... Okay, slow down, Veggie. You can't read that fast. Okay. How had the twins been developing sweets without magic? They're still under age 16, so wouldn't the ministry send letters? Okay, let's continue reading. I like the twins, not the joke. I'm surprised Molly wasn't suspicious when they volunteered to get Harry. The trunk. They would have said the trunk. You're not going to send Ginny on her own to bring the trunk down. I'm not talking about Dudley's trunk. Yeah, I feel like they... I reckon what it was is that Arthur and Ron were going to go. Naturally, that's who you want to send. Actually, you really want to send Molly and Ron, let's face it. Although the face that she would have given the Dursleys, when they didn't say anything, would have been, yeah. She would have started throwing China statues, let alone Vernon. I would have liked to see that. Oh man, I would like to see that actually. And I love Arthur, guys, but you know that Molly's going to kick off more about that than Arthur. Either way, she knew Dudley was on a diet, and Harry doesn't need an entourage. Good use of the word there. As you say, Mr. Popular over here. Yeah, I feel like that they would have worked. I mean, the thing is, they could have used... No, they couldn't use a spell to lift the trunk up. Arthur could have. But I feel like Fred and George could have talked their way. Maybe Molly didn't know that they were going. And Fred and George talked their way into getting Arthur to allow them to go. Maybe that's the way around that it was. I can see that working, actually. When it comes to the ministry letter, that is I could see that it's got 7 replies there, so it's obviously a good discussion going on. Because you do use magic to make potions. We've discussed this in the past, guys. A Muggle could not make, presumably a Squib could not make a potion either. You're not allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts or anywhere. Are you allowed to use magic in Diagon Alley? Are you allowed to use magic in Diagon Alley when you're under 16? Think, Veggie, think. Reparo. Is it Reparo that Hermione keeps, or does twice, keeps doing on Harry's glasses? She does it on the train, but I feel like you can say that that train is under supervision of Hogwarts, especially when Lupin's on it. but she straight up uses magic in Diagon Alley. Obviously, that doesn't happen in the book, which is crucial. Because I think it's a really nice moment in the movie, but I bet the book readers like saying, that's illegal! Yeah, I'm trying to think of... Well, hang on. They used the car, which is using magic. So, where was the charm put on the car? No, that was done by an adult. Veggie, you're an idiot. Maybe Bill and Charlie helped them? Maybe. I don't read the replies, guys, and so you can always do spoiler stuff in the replies, and so, but I'd be very interested to hear some thoughts on this, though. Or maybe potions is considered so practical that it's not forbidden. No, potions can go bad, Veggie. Have you not been paying attention? Great point, Sandra. I'm looking forward to hearing some opinions on that, quite frankly. But thank you so much for making it. I do feel like Arthur, I feel like is a bit of a pushover, particularly with Fred and George. So I feel like that's how they got access. But Molly going instead of Arthur, guys, that scene would have been different. Thank you so much for your comments, Florin. Hey, Veggie. Now you got to know a little bit of the extended Weasley family. Not all of them, but the most important ones, I would say. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think Fred and George went overkill with the prank? Very good question, Florin. What do you think of the ponytail? What do you think of the ponytail of Bill, Charlie, Charlie, and out of Hogwarts, Percy? Okay. I think it's a solid. I think anything less than 7 is. I feel like anything under 7 would be not really reading the situation as present in front of us. So I'm gonna say 8. Hang on, what exactly was the question? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think Fred and George went overkill with their prank? Boy, I think it's this. I mean, it's you could easily argue 10. I'm going to say 8, but I feel like you could easily say 10, to be honest. What do I think of Bill's ponytail? Yeah, that's certainly not the look which I was expecting for him, or like the dragon boots either. Charlie seems very cool. I like I say, I do hope that he gets a moment to talk with Harry about Gryffindor and everything. Even if it's off the pages, we just hear that they've been talking about it and everything. So I feel like they'd have a lot to chat about. And also showing off the firebolt as well. They'll probably be very interested in that. And out of Hogwarts, Percy, I really appreciate Percy, guys, and it's something which I do see in the comments that are saying, Veggie, you really like Percy. I really do. I feel like he adds so much to the family. I really do, and I guess it's also because I kind of know that it's going to kind of go wrong, but I also just really like the fact that he is this, like, you know, he's not a bully. I don't think anyone would describe Percy as a bully, at least at this stage. He's strict, and he clearly gets a bit of a kick out. He gets a bit of a power kick out of it all. But at the same time, he still clearly loves his family, and he cares for Harry. I think that's actually really sweet. And so yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. I gotta admit, guys, that when we were talking about the bit with the tables flying through the air and Percy sticking out the window and saying keep it down, it did make me think of that meme where like Squidward's looking out the window and SpongeBob and Patrick like running around. Great comment, Florin, and quite frankly, I think he could easily justify a 10. Because you think how much worse could it have been, really, without, you know, being life-threatening. Yeah. But we also had to take into consideration that it was revenge for what he had done to Harry. albeit in the past. Great comment, Flora. Jessia. Hey, Veggie. I absolutely adore these chapters. Oh, you're not the only one. Chapter 4. I imagine Fred and George's prank, in inverted commas. That seems to be quite a common thing. And in the last comment as well. On Dudley will be controversial. I love Fred and George, but I do feel they went too far here. However, when I first read this book at age 12, I found it hilarious. Plus, Fred and George did deservingly get into big trouble with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Or with Mrs. Weasley. Come on. That's true, actually. Yeah, I wonder if they are going to get any sort of punishment. Molly could have said, okay, you're not going to the World Cup. I mean, it would stop them doing the blowing pranks, wouldn't it? It would be harsh, though. No, it wouldn't, Veggie. Think what they did to Dudley. I'll say this, guys. I did find the chapter funny, but it was the pandemonium. I wasn't finding, the cruelness funny. Again, the bottom. Going back to my favourite sitcom, guys. There are some fight scenes in them which are so ridiculously over the top. And when I'm laughing at that, I'm not laughing at the fact that someone is being hurt. I'm laughing at the ridiculousness of them. Seriously. They are ridiculous as well. Blah, 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 blah. One of my favourite bits of the scene is the twins sarcastically replying to Ron that they're stuck in the fireplace. I know, absolutely amazing. This is exactly where we want it to be. I also love how Mr. Weasley, good nature shines through at the Dursleys. At the Dursleys? Why do I keep saying Dudleys? Not a wrestling team. He is so concerned for Dudley. He does his best to interact with the Dursleys, and he even calls out Vernon for not saying goodbye to Harry. I think at this point he really sees the disregard the Dursleys had towards Harry in his own eyes. Yeah, absolutely, like the previous comment was saying, like actually seeing it in front of you is a bit different. Again, I do feel like the Dursleys were just scared though at that point, or in shock at least. Chapter 5. This is the first mention of Ludo Bagman. When I first watched the Goblet of Fire film, I could not believe Ludo was cut. Oh. Ludo's a board game, isn't it? I don't know if it's spelled like that, but it is a board game. From what I gather, it is a roll high numbers to win game. I think there probably is a little bit of skill of it. He's a fairly big character in the book, and I feel strongly that he should not have been cut from the film. I think cutting him out was another character who's I'm not okay. I'm gonna end that sentence right there. So my comment is longer than usual. I hope I didn't ramble too much. No, absolutely. I feel like I do. Chester, my thing with the larger comments, and I'll say this is, I swear there are going to be some long comments to this. My biggest issue with them, my only issue with them is that when it's a longer comment, I have to give less time answering it. So if someone says someone just asks a one sentence question, I feel comfortable giving that plenty of time, and giving it a full answer and everything. Whereas if it's a long list of one sentence questions, my answer to all of them is going to be much shorter. And so don't worry, I feel like there are going to be longer comments than this, but I appreciate your concern for it, actually. I actually do. And so, great comment. So I didn't read the last... I just worried that sentence was going to be going, the person who turns out to be Voldemort, or something like that, which is obviously not going to be the case in this. Well, it might be. What if Bill's Voldemort? Just a great comment, thank you so much. Slim! Like many people, I reread the books along with you. Unfortunately, you ask deep and interesting questions. That is unfortunate. Have wizards been to space? An answer is provided in book 5, so we're not there yet. Okay, well, I look forward to hearing more about that. The Dudley incident is more shocking to us because we are not of the wizarding world. The attitude pure-blood wizards have towards hazard and danger is undoubtedly influenced by the magic abilities to fix almost anything immediately. Yes, But Dudley doesn't know that. You see, this is the thing. Acting in ways that put other people's lives at risk seems extremely common, precisely because wizards can fix so many things, like that snaps fingers. Yeah, and also you think about teenage kids, guys. They do stupid like dares and things that are pretty dangerous sometimes. And so I guess the author has clearly taken that and turned it up to 1 billion. You know what I mean? And so, like, say, having a smoke bomb and throwing it in someone's bedroom. Not a smoke bomb, what I'm talking about. A smell... What were they called? Smell bombs? I feel like they were called. They're little glass vases, guys. I'm hoping you can't get them anymore. You can probably get them online, actually. And, like, you tap off the end, and it just lets out a horrible sulphurous smell that just, like, takes ages to go away. And at school, so many people would let those off and everything, guys, And also, do you remember these guys? This is showing me age here. As a kid, my brother had one of this. It looked exactly like a chewing gum packet, and the chewing gum that comes in very, very flat pieces, like long rectangular flat pieces. And it looks exactly like a packet of that, which is open. And like, so someone says like, oh, do you want a piece of gum? And you go to take a piece of gum on, and when you pull back, then like a metal thing that goes bang onto your thumb. And as I remember, as I was I'm youngest in my family. As I remembered, it really hurt. Now, I'm sure if I had it now, it wouldn't feel that bad. But I remember just thinking that I don't understand the humour there. It's just cruel. There is a famous... I can't remember... Is he a vicar? There's a vicar, like, author, comedian guy. I feel like he used to be in a band as well. Who am I thinking of? And he said something about pranks. I can't remember what his name... It's Reverend something, isn't it? He does a lot of TV work, guys, and, okay. Richard Cole, is that his name? I feel like it is. Yeah, I think it's Richard Cole, and he once said something about prank, and you know what? I'm going to get exactly the right term, because I feel like it sums up what Fred and George are actually doing here quite well. Yeah, I think he's Reverend. Yeah, here's the, he's actually tweeted it, in fact. Pranking is assaulting someone with what you think is charm. Which, I feel like that, I don't think that is always the case, but I feel like in Fred and George's case, it actually is. It's the idea that what they're doing is charming, or it's literally charming, because they put a charm on the toffee, don't they? I'm that clever. But yeah, I feel like that is a good summarization of a lot of pranks. And also, the word prank just doesn't mean prank anymore, guys. You watch, like, prank videos on YouTube. I've watched a couple, and I couldn't take any more, quite frankly. Like, okay. Someone walking into their house or apartment or flat or whatever, and the other person who lives there running at them with an axe, screaming, "I'm going to kill you." That is not a prank. Kicking an exercise ball into someone's face so they go flying like that, that is not a prank. That is just assault, quite frankly. And so yeah, the word prank it's very, very mixed up now, But yeah, that seems to be a really common one where like people like running at people with weapons and everything, pretending like they're gonna attack them. That's not a prank, guys. Yeah. That's beyond me, why people do that. And then they post videos on it, and they get millions of views, of course they do. But yes, I don't get it. I don't get it. That's not my that's not my speed on YouTube, quite frankly. But if you like that sort of stuff, I'm not criticizing you, but I would argue that it's not a prank. I've gotten so sidetracked, Slim. I'm so sorry. The dirty instance. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, Dudley doesn't know that, and Petunia doesn't know that, and Vernon. We met that Dudley's case could be cured, even though Arthur said it. But what, are they really going to believe? Someone who they essentially believe has done this to their son. We we meet the two oldest Weasley siblings, Bill and Charlie. One had 2 free lines through the films, and the other is missing in action completely. Percy gets some actual lines and personality. I love it. Yippee! Could use the word yippee there. All of them are glorified extras from the point on in the films. Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that Percy's done when it comes to dialogue, isn't he? Shockingly. Whichever one it is, I think it's Charlie that we never see in the movies. If it's Bill, then you know, just switch it. But we must see them at least on the front of the paper when they're going to Egypt, right? Because the whole family's there. I'm gonna have to go back and look. You continue. I feel bad for Ginny. I think the way it looks to her when Ron almost mentions Sirius is that Harry is receiving romantic letters from a special someone. She might think Hermione is telling Ron to shut up to spare her feelings. Well, that isn't something which I thought for a second. I wonder if that's going to come up later on in the book, but that isn't something which I believe for a second. And obviously, later on we get, well, in the movie at least, we get the newspaper shot of Hermione and Harry hugging, don't we? And from what I gather, Rita Skeeter is worse in the books. Thank you so much for your comments, Slim. Mel! Hi, Veggie! I love these chapters, especially about everyday life at the Burrow. Summer dinner in the garden, the gnomes, Crookshanks and the whole family. Very relaxing. It is relaxing, especially after the chaos of the last chapter. Even though the Dursleys are horrible human beings, I can understand their fear, hatred of magic. Well, after today, absolutely. And after what Hagrid did. Hagrid shouldn't have done it, guys. He just shouldn't have done it. Petunia's sister was... hang on. Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to say, is this a spoiler? Petunia's sister was killed by a wizard. I think I did know that. Hagrid gave Dudley a pigtail. There we go. And now this. Not to mention that in OTP... Dudley gets attacked by the Dementors. Order of the Phoenix. They've only seen the bad side of magic. The twins' joke is cruel, although being younger, I found it very funny. It was one of the scenes I was most looking forward to. Yeah, I can see it. Not so much with the tongue scene, but seeing the Dursleys panic at the fireplace explodes. Yeah, I feel like that was just made for the movie. But the thing with the tongue, yeah, the interaction between, and also doing it to a kid, guys. Doing it to Aunt Marge is different from doing it to a child. In a movie, that is a big parameter, you know. I feel like I've talked about it before, and I don't know why I'm mentioning it, but one of my favourite horror games is called Forbidden Siren. I don't recommend it because it's very, very, very long and very, very convoluted. But I really enjoyed it. The Japanese version, not the American remake. PlayStation 2, Forbidden Siren. Very creepy trailers. And there is a bit where you play loads of different characters, and there's one bit where you play like a young girl. And whenever you're playing as any other characters, you have a health bar and you take damage and everything. You're trying to escape from zombies essentially. And obviously you're like when like you get defeated, like go and fall over just like that, like Alan Partridge. But with the girl, as soon as the zombie gets near to you, it just like ends because they couldn't legally have like a child getting attacked by zombies because that would be way too messed up, you know. It's okay for adults to be attacked by zombies, and so this is what I'm saying, like, that Aunt Marge thing is okay because she's an adult, and my god, she deserved it in that moment. I feel like that's the big thing here, guys. In the moment, Marge absolutely got what was coming to her. Dudley, in the moment, is not getting what he deserves. Dudley is terrified, like hours before the Weasleys turn up. And so, in the moment, he definitely doesn't deserve what he gets. If he had just been doing something really horrible to Harry, then maybe. But again, it's so draconian. And doing it to a child, guys, it's it's different. It is different, you know, when it comes to, you know, how what you can and can't show on television, you know. So, blah, 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 blah. Vernon needs to impress the wizards in his suit and Arthur's love of Muggle objects. Yeah, it is a great bit. Arthur is kind of like the star of these two chapters. He really is for me. I'm glad that in one chapter, Ginny has more dialogue than in all the films put together. That's actually probably true. Percy too. Oh, definitely Percy. He says very little in the movies, especially since he's chatting with, chatting as you can see. What do you think of Bill? To quote Harry, however, Bill was, there's no other word for it. Cool. Yes, I did like that line. I did like it. Not a big fan of the boots, gotta say, but he does seem like a very cool guy. And the ponytail, I wouldn't have seen any of the boys in the Weasleys having a ponytail, so that definitely was a bit of a surprise. Love from France. See you next time at the World Cup. Absolutely, Mel. I cannot wait for that. Great comment, greatly appreciated. And I think I read the whole thing. I think I did. If I didn't, I did. Well, great comment. Thank you so much for it. Sam I am. Hi, Veggie. As hilarious as the calamity that Fred and George was, their prank was incredibly reckless. I feel really bad for Dudley. This seems to be the consensus here, guys. This is very interesting. These chapters really endured Arthur to me. Star of the chapters. And I like the fact you say Arthur as well. Vernon and Petunia not bothering to say goodbye to Harry was such a little detail, but also telling about how little they care for him. Sam, I feel like the main reason why they're not saying anything is because it's the same reason why they haven't said anything in like the last 5 minutes, you know? I love that Arthur stood up for Harry and insisted that they say goodbye. Yeah, that was probably the moment of these two chapters. It's such character building, that little moment for Arthur. It's so cool. It's so cool. And Harry, imagine what it meant. Oh, imagine what it meant to Harry, dude. Bless. We get to meet Charlie and Bill. The description of them really does a good job of capturing the coolness that they exude, absolutely. I absolutely love the second half of the 5th chapter. The dinner scene at the Burrow is so charming and magical. The Burrow scenes and Hogwarts Christmas time scenes always fill me with a great sense of comfort and peace. Sam, I would 100% agree with you on that. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, that is a great comparison, actually. It really is. I'm not a big fan of eating outside, guys. I don't know why. I can do it. I will do it. But, I don't know. I don't know. Although it is a beautiful scene that's painted in this book, in this chapter. What do you make of the additional information we get about Bertha Jorkins in Chapter 5? Thank you for doing these reviews. Yeah, it's very interesting. It seems like some people are like semi-concerned. But the people who should be concerned are just like very lackadaisical about it. So I'm wondering, I don't know if that is a conspiracy that's going on. It could be a conspiracy that's going on. Or it could be because we hear that she's a bit of a klutz. And that she's been shifted around apartments now for him because of it. So I'll be interested to see if that pays off into something. If not, it's just really cool character building for a character which I presume we're never going to see. He says, probably way too early. C is in the same way as Mad Eye Moody, you know what I mean? Okay, great comment, Sam. Thank you so much for making it. Right. This is where you finally get to meet Bill and Charlie. In my opinion, the movies did a disservice leaving them out, even if they would have only been small side characters. Obviously, Bill does show up in the 7th film, but this would have been a far better introduction. Yeah, it really would have. It did feel like a little bit, you know what, Rai, isn't it? I'm so sorry if I'm saying her name wrong. It is Bill that shows up. Thank you so much for confirming that. Bill showing up later on felt like an Easter egg. It didn't feel like he was one of the Weasleys. It felt like a little nod to the story, you know? So having him here as an actual character, I'm hoping that there's going to be more dialogue between him. I'm hoping that Harry's going to... Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't get like time with them individually, because that might be a bit strange. I mean, we shall see. We shall see what goes on at the World Cup, guys. Seriously, but it adds to everyone. We hear about how Ginny's like defending Bill's haircut and everything and his fashion, and you know, everyone's like laughing at what Fred and George did. Charlie and Bill making everyone laugh with the tables, apart from Hermione, who's like having an anxiety crisis near the hedge. Yeah, it adds to all the other characters. It adds to Molly wanting to cut Bill's hair and everything. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And how much Charlie's talking about the results and everything. Was it actually Charlie who said about how the teams went out? I think it was. So that means that Harry and Charlie have already talked about Quidditch at least. That's cool. That's cool. I think it was Charlie who was saying about how embarrassing it was how they went out rather than it being Ron. I think it was. Blah, blah, blah. As an adult rereading the books, I don't condone Fred and George's prank, in inverted commas again, on Dudley. But as a youngster reading the book for the first time, I didn't think much of it. No, I guess you just don't, do you? What I think can't be understated, however, is just how intelligent Fred and George actually are. That's actually a fair point. You know, owls are not. They can use magic to a high level. They're going into their 6th year in this book, so they are 16 at this point. They're 16 at this point, and they have already invented their magical prank candies. Molly thinks they have no ambition, but in reality they're just not as academically focused as the older Weasleys, and that's okay. It absolutely is okay, yeah. It even made me a little bit surprised that Molly would want them to go into the ministry, but I feel like it's because that's where the rest of the family is, you know? There's other family members there, I should say. So, they're 16 at this point. Does that mean that they would be allowed to use magic? Because that's... So after you do owls, you're allowed to use magic, rather than it being on your birthday, I presume. Yeah, that's a good point. Is it just the age that allows you to use magic? It can't be, because Hagrid can't use it. No, but he was banned from it, though, wasn't he? I'm getting all mixed up here. But that's very interesting. If they are 16 at this point, it would certainly explain why. I did think that you had to complete Hogwarts to use magic outside of school, but maybe it is just at the age of 16, in which case that they're free to do it then. Very interesting, very, very interesting. I absolutely love the development we get in these chapters, but I'd like to know, what was your favourite bit of information we learned about the Weasleys here? I really like the stuff with Arthur in this chapter. I really do, and I know that. You know, I should be saying Bill, Charlie, Percy's changing, slight change. No, more extreme side of Percy's personality coming out. Obviously Ron's owl shenanigans, Ginny's shenanigans. Ginny like defending Bill and everything is adorable. But Arthur attempting to reprimand a room full of kids that are all laughing. And then when it says, wait until I tell your mother, and then Molly walking in and he's like, oh no, I wasn't actually going to tell you. Arthur, it's Arthur for me. It really is. Right, thank you so much for your comment. I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly, but that was awesome. And let me know your favourite Weasley bit of information here. But for me, it's not even information, but the character building of Arthur, the bit with Vernon, where he likes saying, aren't you going to say goodbye to your nephew and everything. Arthur's... Oh, man. Part of me thinks that Arthur is one of the most badly treated characters in the movie. I don't say badly treated, guys, but missed out a lot of his personality here, because he really is such a character in the book. But, you know, apparently that's going to be really the case with Ginny later on, and obviously Bill and Charlie as well. Percy, it's almost the entire family, in fact. But, you know, how much can you devote a movie to... Oh, there should be a movie called The Weasleys. The Weasley Take Manhattan or something like that. That'd be amazing. Thank you so much for your comment. Hi guys, this is a bit of a surreal moment. And so, I'm here. I've actually got charmed, man. This is actually quite a surreal moment, guys. I've actually, I'm sat here doing the latest book club, which will be appearing on the Patreon, obviously coming to YouTube for free as well. But I've just heard the very sad news that Michael Gambon has unfortunately passed away. It's so strange, guys, because obviously, you know, he's had a very long career. Apparently, he was 82. A very long, like, wonderful career in acting, like, going back, you know, before I was born. You know, he was doing so much work, but how, you know, and I'm going through, like, over on Twitter. This is how I know that it's happened. Like I say, I'm right in the middle of the book club right now, filming, and I like pop onto Twitter just to have a break, because obviously they take me quite a long time to get through, and I see this really sad news, guys. So. I mean, like I say, he's known for so many things, guys, but obviously, you know, despite the fact that I only got into Harry Potter, like, relatively recently, he will always be, you know, I will always know him as the second Dumbledore, and what an unbelievable performance it really was. I'm just scrolling through Twitter now. I don't want to show it or anything, but scrolling through Twitter, and it is, like, huge, like massive chunks of tweets all about, you know, Dumbledore and so on. So I thought I'd, like, record this. I don't know, I might post this separately, just to, like, you know, just give my thoughts and everything out of it. But what an unbelievably, like, established actor, and what a steal it was to get Michael Gambon to be in Harry Potter, because, like I said, guys, I think a lot of people would have been surprised that Gambon would do a role of something that is so... I don't know how to put it, guys, but he was such, like, an established actor. For him to be in something which is quite... I don't even know how to word how to put it, guys, because he was in Doctor Who, apparently, in 2010 as well. It was a real steal, like, a doozy getting him to be in it. And also, like, to replace the original Dumbledore actor. I did hear that when he was given the role, he made a very conscious effort to not do an impression of the previous, and to make the character completely his own. And for me personally, it might be because I'm getting into the series late, guys, but when you say Dumbledore, I do think of Michael Gambon's Dumbledore, not to take away anything from the previous actor. And so, you know, it's another unfortunate loss to the Potterverse, you know, and everything. But again, though, you know, Robbie Coltrane felt like it was just out of nowhere, you know. But obviously, Michael Gambon, 82 years old, he's had a long, wonderful life. Like I say, his acting stretches back well before I was born. I remember recently, in fact, putting on a random Tales of the Unexpected, and he was in that, and it's just, like, so bizarre seeing, you know, this character who I now see as being Dumbledore showing up on shows which were made, like, before I was even born. But, you know, he has worked, like, a huge, like, you know, a massive career. But of course, to a large chunk of the people watching this video, most definitely, he will always be remembered as Dumbledore. Yeah, his first theatre work was in 1960, apparently. That's kind of crazy. I actually just had a look through his IMDb, and he actually did a couple of video game voices as well. He was in The Elder Scrolls Online, which I actually never played of. He was in a video game called Ghost Hunter, which I'm pretty sure I was the only person on the planet to actually buy. Oh, he was in the Dad's Army movie from a few years ago. I did not know that. I haven't seen that. He was in Paddington as well. Oh, wow. He was working all the way up until 2019. And on his IMDb, which obviously, you know, doesn't include his early stage work and everything, 1965 in Othello is the first thing that's counted on here. What an unbelievably versatile actor, guys. Seriously, he's in, like, movies with Robin Williams. He's in TV shows like Minder and everything. It's unbelievable looking at the incredible incredible list of work and the different types of work that he has done throughout his incredible career. I'm not someone who's like, you know, very good at making these sort of videos, guys. Seriously, when I saw the news, I didn't really know what to do. Especially the fact that I'm right in the middle of doing a Harry Potter book review. It is kind of surreal to be reading, you know, this very sad news. But it's on Twitter. I mean, I don't want to be comparing it to Robbie Coltrane too much, guys. But Robbie Coltrane really did feel brutal, but like on Twitter everyone is like celebrating Michael Gambon's career. I feel like, because like I say, for me he is what I first think of when I think of Dumbledore. I think it's because the versatility of the character that we have in the different movies. He is that reliable person, but there is such a mystery around him as well. And obviously we have heartbreaking moments, much like, you know, in the cave with the potion and everything like that. And obviously his passing, everything. It's so beautifully done and performed by the actor. There's going to be a lot of very, very sad people out there today, guys. But I do feel like, you know, that Gambon is definitely going to be an actor that is going to be celebrated as well as mourned. I don't want, yeah. With Robbie Coltrane, obviously, he was 10 years younger than Gambon was when he passed away. It really just felt brutal and out of nowhere. But with Gambon having such a long career, obviously, you know, eventually it's going to happen to us all, guys. But it really is on Twitter a massive celebration. Apparently he was on Doctor Who, guys. It's Matt Smith era, which I don't think I've seen any episodes of Matt Smith at all. And so it's very interesting that he was in that. But if you know Michael Gambon from anything else, please do let me know in the comments what you all best know him for. But quite frankly, his Dumbledore performance was so charming. I feel like for the vast majority of us, that's what we're going to be taking away from him. But he is an incredibly versatile actor, though, guys. Fantastic. Like I say, started his stage career in 1960. You know, that's quite mind-boggling. And the sheer versatility of this man. Oh, he's in Much Ado About Nothing as well. I need to... Yes! There is a... is that the one with Maggie Smith in? So there's an old version of Much Ado About Nothing. And I feel like it might be this one which had Maggie Smith in. No, I don't think it is. It is the version with Maggie Smith in. Oh, I might need to go and check this out then. It's a 1967 version of Much Ado About Nothing. I absolutely adore the version from the 90s, guys, which obviously stars Gilderoy Lockhart and has all sorts of Harry Potter actors in it as well. But there was actually a version of Much Ado About Nothing from the 60s starring Maggie Smith, which is kind of bizarre. And Michael Gambon is Watchmen on it, but the Watchmen are quite important on it, though. And so it won't just be like one appearance on it. So I need to source this out. But yeah, guys, other than that, I gotta say, he's not an actor which I have followed too much of his career outside of Harry Potter, and so that's probably part of the reason why I will always see him as you know, Dumbledore. But looking at this IMDb page, he did so much stuff. It is incredible. What a life, what a career. It's very sad news, guys, but it's, from what I can see on Twitter, is that it really is a celebration of his life. And so, R.I.P. Michael Gambon. What a performance in Harry Potter. Seriously, it's quite special. And I know that Dumbledore is someone who, I mean, it's the same as Hagrid, guys. You know, are very important characters to people. And I think the majority of you guys would have seen the movies before reading the books and everything. And so, this isn't like a news video. This isn't like, you know, a retrospective on his career or anything. It's just in the moment, just having found out the news. I guess I will lead this in the book club as well, because it'll be a bit strange, because obviously, you know, energy's low now a little bit, you know. We've been talking a lot about the ethics of what Fred and George did to Dudley in chapter 4 of Goblet of Fire. But yeah, this is kind of taking the sails at me a bit, though. Sad news, guys, but what a career. What a Dumbledore, to put it that way. But R.I.P. Michael Gambon. And yeah, I really need to check out some more of his stuff, guys, because he's done so. It's a crazy variety of stuff. It really is. I'm gonna leave it there, guys. Sorry for this strange video if you're watching this out of context. It will be a part of the book club as well, but as this is, you know, breaking news, to put it in a strange way, I thought I'd get you my my initial reaction to it, because yeah, it is very sad news, guys, but what a career, and yeah, we will always have those, you know, it's like what Robbie Coltrane said about how you know, after he's gone, you know, Hagrid will last forever and Dumbledore will always last forever in people's hearts. So yeah, that's another one, guys, but it's sad news. But what a great actor, what a great performance as Dumbledore. And I know that, you know, this is me who got into these movies a couple of years ago, but I know that a lot of you guys, you know, who basically, you know, your life has, you know, been with Harry Potter your entire life, and Dumbledore the character. I know this must be pretty heartbreaking news, but you know, it's always important to celebrate the man as well as mourning. So I thought I'd get you my initial thoughts there, guys. I'm gonna, yeah, I don't know. I will get through this book club somehow, but this has taken the wind out of my sails. So love every single one of you. Take care of each other. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time. So I just did a fake outro, as you may have noticed there, guys. That was for the video that I have now posted on YouTube. I thought I'd get out a little video there. Unfortunately, some people are discovering the news via my video, which is not my intention. It was the same when I posted about Robbie Coltrane passing, and I assumed that most people knew it already. I just wanted to put my I did a community post, and I just wanted to put my little thoughts about him and everything like that. But so many people found out from my post what the news. That's not my intention, guys. So I'm sorry if that is the case. I'm sorry, guys. I got a little bit emotional there. Because these videos are so long, guys, obviously I had to have breaks. And a little while ago, I finished the previous question, the previous comments. You notice I have started liking the comments, like I said I would do. I completely forgot to do it. I thought, okay, I'm going to have a quick break, refresh and everything, and get back into it. And then that's when I found out the news about Michael Gambon. And so it's like it's really taken the wind out of my sails and everything. So I'm sorry, guys. So note to self, don't take notes. Don't take breaks. And if you do take breaks, don't check Twitter during it. So very sad news, guys. But yeah, I'll leave in the unedited. I'm sorry if I was a bit rambly during that, guys. I feel like I was. In the YouTube edit, I was able to cut it down a little bit. But it's initial reaction to the news, guys. Very sad. But either way, let's try and continue on now. Will, you got big shoes to fill here, Will. After this better be a good comment, Will. After the news that we just heard. Okay, let's go. No, I'm joking, by the way, Will. This is the book where I started to realise that I'm not a big fan of Molly. I don't dislike her even a bit, but a lot of what she says in this chapter and how she treats Fred and George tick me off. Very interesting. Let's continue. I don't blame her for scolding the twins for what they did to Dudley, but saying they don't have any ambition, they quite literally do. Wanting to start their own business. Yeah. Well, I'll finish this paragraph. She just wants them to be perfect and be like their older brothers. Okay, that is a great line there. Will, I think you make a very good point there. I do feel like with some parents, they don't like the idea of their children starting their own business, you know, because obviously if you're working for a business, you have a lot of security, you know, a lot of, you know, solid, you know, consistent income and everything like that. And so you're right, though, not having ambition. I guess it's because Molly just doesn't see the ambition in a joke shop. She sees it as Fred and George continuing to be childish. Maybe that's it. But I think you're absolutely right about being like their older brothers. Very good point. She complains about their owls as someone with ADHD and who got below average grades in high school. That really bothers me. Oh, well, you and me both. Seriously, I did not do well at school. My autism was an aspect of it, but also, no, I feel like that is the main reason for my struggling. Obviously, I only discovered I was autistic a couple of years ago, long after I'd left school, and so oh god, sorry, Max. Max has just found out from my blooming post as well. Oh, it's sad, guys. It's sad. She complains about the owls. Does she specifically complain about the owls? Because I know that, I think that it's in Harry's mind when it says they didn't get as good grades as Molly was expecting. Or maybe she did. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. I'm liking this though. Well, I'm liking it. I appreciate when with a character that you like, you're still able to push back about certain things. This is very important to do, guys. It really is. And to say I don't know where we went wrong with them. I used to hear that from my mum as well. You and me. It was actually my father who said actually, but that's so fascinating. Will, I feel like we're kindred spirits here, and I love my mum, and this is why I don't dislike Molly at all. These are all things that a parent would say and think. Definitely think it's the fact that it's out loud is not helpful as well, isn't it? But again, I don't think she's saying it to the fore. I feel like she's saying it to herself, you know. She is really looking out for the twins and wants what's best for them. Sometimes our parents are just wrong. Yeah. It's one of the first things, one of the big moments I think in everyone's life, guys, is when they realise that their parents aren't perfect. And so yeah, absolutely, it's so true. By the way, my birthday is on September 9th. Oh, happy birthday! I'm so sorry that I couldn't get this out in time to wish it to you on the day, Will. Although that would have been a very quick turnaround. It would have only been a handful of comments. Probably already way behind when you read this, but I would love if you could wish me happy birthday. Seriously, it sounds like we've had a lot of similar life experiences going on your comment, but I like it, Will, and I really like the fact that you don't dislike Molly. You're just giving your original thoughts. The fact is, guys, if Harry was like a perfect character, which a lot of people criticise the movies, I see, particularly the early movies, as being Harry just being like kind of perfect. Hermione gets it as well. No, not Hermione, because she has the whole troll situation, doesn't she? Any story where the characters that we're meant to like are infallible, it's kind of redundant, you know, and so you got to push back at certain things in characters, guys. It seems ridiculous to always defend the same character. I'm terrible at it, guys. If you check out my Arcane series, I am the biggest apologist in the world for one of the characters on it, but I see a lot of myself in that character, and so that's why I love Arcane, guys. I'm blooming obsessed with it. Anyway, well, great comment. Happy birthday for the night. I hope you had a wonderful day, Josh. I'm sorry, I cannot think that the Weasleys getting Harry... I cannot think that the Weasleys getting Harry is funny. The mental image of it all just makes me not care that it is... Okay, imagine the mental image of it all just makes me not care that it is morally wrong. Yeah, I am a flawed human being, sue me. It's just the way it all spins out of control so fast that makes me laugh. Josh, this is what I was saying earlier on. It is the chaos that I found funny about it. If you break it down into a real life situation where there is a child thinking that he's dying on the ground, it's hard to find funny. But in the sheer chaos of Petunia stopping Arthur from helping her son, and Vernon starts throwing stuff at him, and Arthur's like, trying to fix the room, trying to save Dudley, trying to convince Petunia to move out the way, and battering away all these Chinese figures. That's what's funny about it. It's the absolute chaos of the situation. So I'm with you. Also, I love that Arthur outright expects Vernon to say goodbye to Harry. Such a fantastic little detail. As is Ginny, she is starting to overcome her shyness around Harry and can now function without getting nervous. That's actually very true. That's actually very true, actually. We think about the last time she was properly in it. She was completely different. She's getting told to go away on the train or something, wasn't she? I can't quite remember. Even participating in conversation. Though she does still blush when he looks directly at her. For some reason, the movie's decided to keep her shy and timid, but her progress in the books really begins here in Goblet of Fire, and it's great watching Harry slowly notice, even though his attention is so often focused on other things. He makes a point to comment on Ginny. It all sets up for the future relationship nicely. I'm looking forward to it, Josh. I really am. I'm trying to think of Ginny's scenes in Goblet of Fire, because there must have been them. She goes with Neville to the dance, doesn't she? I believe. I'm pretty certain it is. I don't feel like she's really in the movie much. And then I remember later on in the movie series. Thinking, oh, Ginny's different now. And it being like a flick of the switch. And so it's going to be... Ginny's... One of the biggest topics in the comments when I first reacted to the movies is how Ginny was hard done by. And I think that she is a very popular character. I think particularly amongst girls, but amongst other people as well, I'm sure. And so... I'm thoroughly looking forward to it, and these little things. You're right. The fact she's able to talk with Harry, is definitely a progression of how she was before. Great stuff. We also met Bill and Charlie, two of the coolest characters in the series that the movie didn't really give any proper time to. But it's true of every Weasley, honestly. Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier on, actually. It really is. Like, the vast majority gets basically nothing in comparison in the movies to the books. But again, how much time can you really devote in a movie to secondary characters? And they are secondary characters, unfortunately. Well, most of them are, anyway. Right, thank you so much for your comments. Kinsit! Oh, and remember to like the comments, Veggie. Did you like Will's as well? You did. Kinsit. I love Arthur in this one. I wish they kept this in the films, as we didn't really see much between Arthur and Molly and the Dursleys. I don't think we saw anything of it, of that, did we? Arthur can't believe how little they care about Harry, to the point they would let him leave without saying goodbye. Yet at this point, it's obvious Molly and Arthur consider Harry a son of them, absolutely. Which is why it's sad that Molly didn't get like a proper embrace of Harry, because she was already sus about what Arthur was saying. And not even a goodbye seems like a concept not saying goodbye seems like a concept they can't understand. Yes, so true, Kenzie. But I feel like, again, Arthur is terrible at reading the room. He clearly doesn't realise how terrified the Dursleys are. But it's very possible the Dursleys may not have said goodbye, though. It's very possible. Great comment. Jacob. Maybe it's because of the audiobooks. I listened to Stephen Fry's version, but what I think is the funniest moment in the whole series happens in these chapters. Got a swig for that. Tell me more, Jacob. I absolutely love the scene where they're stuck in the fireplace. It makes me laugh every time. It is great. I guess George is like saying, yeah, we're having a great time. And it's all echoey in the Stephen Fry version, isn't it? They do have their special effects. Because this time I did actually listen to both audiobooks, guys. And I think I will do that going on. It's a case of where I listen and make the notes, and then I re-listen to them whilst taking Woozle out for a walk. And so like I have different versions on different devices and everything. And so, great comment, Jacob. I do approve. Jake, who got an earful when he asked me what I didn't like about the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's pretty much. I'm sorry, Jake. I'm sorry for the spam. I should say. It's amazing how differently one can view a chapter as an adult compared to a child and young adult. That seems to be the story of the day right now with chapter 4. I never thought... 4? Yes. I never thought twice about the twins' pranks on Dudley growing up, since Dudley is essentially a minor villain pre-Hogwarts. Pre-Hogwarts. Now, though, all Fred and George know about Dudley, they've heard through Harry, and from about 5 minutes of being with him in an afraid state in the living room. Afraid state again. But again, maybe they don't pick up on the fact that Dudley's terrified. I don't know. I feel like they're better reading the room than Arthur. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're still going. We're still going, guys. They are basing their "he's a great bullying git," which is what they say, attitude wholly on Harry's testimony and hearsay. I nearly said heresy then. Hearsay rather than their own experience of him. It's not like Draco, where there is a lot of evidence and other people to suggest he's you-know-what head who deserves a bit of karmic retribution. My goodness, Jake, these terms. Dudley is a muggle completely unfamiliar with the world. Not cool to test run their products on someone they, or indeed any other wizards, won't be around to fix any damage to. Yeah, again, which makes me think that they probably did have a runtime on the prank. So I don't think that Fred and George were going to... I mean, Hagrid gave Dudley a tail, presumably forever, didn't he? And so I don't think Fred and George were doing that. It's hard, though. It's hard to say, guys. Not to mention, this is the same boy who had a pigtail attached to the backside in book 1. No wonder Dudley seems perpetually terrified. Yeah, he really is, guys, which is not something which we saw in the movies. We like see him like going whoa a couple of times in the early books, but he is a scared boy. Whenever I think of Dudley now, guys, this is kind of crazy, guys, and I probably shouldn't. The first thing I think about is the time that Vernon hit him. It really is. The first thing that comes into my mind is when I think they were panicking trying to get into the car and Dudley was trying to take all his stuff, all his belongings. I think that's when Vernon snapped and hit him. I always go back to that, and you know, from a movie watcher, that was the moment where I thought, oh wow, this kid is a child, and he's getting abused by his diet and everything. But you know, I don't want to make this too deep, guys. This video is already too deep with the blooming news. On a brighter side, excellent, good timing, Jake. Looking forward to your reaction to the Weasley brothers. The movies did dirty. Have a lovely day. Thank you so much, Jake. Great comment, greatly appreciated. And yeah, yeah. It seems to be the consensus here, guys. Not many people are saying good on Fred and George. I don't think anyone's actually said that. But great comment, Jake. I hope your week gets better. And thank you so much for your comment. Darcy. I'm so sorry, Darcy. I always feel like I need to say her name in that way. The beginning of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. They don't show up in the movies until Order of the Phoenix. It is later on, isn't it? I love getting to see the extra time at the Dursleys and the Weasleys. The downtime makes the world feel so much more real. Absolutely, Darcy. It really does. And it is downtime. That's actually a great way of putting it. It is that moment where you can breathe out. Because you think about how dark this book started. My goodness, we needed time out. And that's what, like the person was saying earlier on, is so great about the Christmas chapters and the Burrow chapters, and I presume at least a bit of the World Cup chapters as well, and so we shall find out. I'm wondering, what was Christmas like on Order of the Phoenix? Because Dumbledore had already gone on the run, hadn't he? So, you know what I'm looking for? I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm fascinated to find out what that's like in Order of the Phoenix with old Pinky in charge. Yes, that is Order of the Phoenix. Thank you so much for your comment, Darcy, and I apologise for the stupid way I always I always say your name. Moving on to Maria. These two chapters are so entertaining. As I was reading, I was thinking Veggie's going to find all of this so interesting, especially the part about Percy. He's my dude, guys. I find it hard to justify, but I really enjoy Percy's stuff. I had forgotten about the Weasleys arriving by flue powder. Amazing. I laughed out loud when they got stuck in the chimney. I would have loved to have seen that in the movie. Everything about that scene, apart from Dudley's tongue, I feel it would have just been gold and cinema gold. I also love the image of Crookshanks chasing gnomes around the garden, absolutely. I'm sure he's having the time of his life. Well, it's the first time he's seen them, isn't it? And the gnomes are enjoying it as well. There's like a bit where like Crookshanks is trying to like claw inside a boot that one's hiding in, and you get like you hear the gnome sniggering and everything. I do feel terrible for Dudley though. Both the tongue incident and the pigtail in the first book must have been extremely traumatizing. It's true that they are brutal things. They are brutal things. Someone brought up PTSD earlier on, guys, and yeah, it's gonna be real for Dudley. I have forgotten to be liking in the comments. Thank you so much, Jake and Darcy. And Maria, let's do that now. What did you think of meeting Bill and Charlie? They are both great characters. I don't think either of them show up until later in the movies. Yeah, it's just Bill. It's just Bill that shows up, and it feels like an Easter egg. It's like, oh, reference to the family, you know, rather than actually being a character. I don't know how much we're going to be having a Bill and Charlie. I'll be honest, Maria. I kind of assumed this is going to be it until I was going to say Crimes of Dumbledore then. That's completely confused the whole situation. Deathly Hallows 2. Deathly Hallows 1, sorry. But we shall see, though. I'm all up for more Bill and Charlie, guys. They seem like very cool characters, literally. Also, did you notice that it is confirmed that England, Scotland and Wales have separate Quidditch teams? As an American, normally I wouldn't have noticed that, but it stood out to me after your comments in the previous video. I know I was going on about it for ages, wasn't I? It's true. It's the flags. It's the flags in the movies that completely confuse me, because at a sporting event like that, you wouldn't have Union flags. It'd just be so alien to have Union flags, you know? Yeah, someone's going to correct me, but I swear you just wouldn't. Either way, Maria. But then again, this is the Wizarding World, though, isn't it? Maybe they're more unionists than... No, let's not get into that. Maria, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Gaffnob! Greetings! Chapter 4. Vernon is correct, at least when it comes to the Weasley family, more than half an hour late when they are travelling by direct connect magic. Arthur must at least not care about punctuality. I do wonder if there is another reason for it, and I wanted to hear your guys' theories. You know, I said that long ago in this video. Why were they late? Because with flue powder and, you know, all these other abilities and everything, being late is very strange. Unless it was something to do like the network could only get connected. Oh, maybe that's it. Like, you know, maybe the network had only just been connected when Arthur made the jump. Maybe that's it. Why would Arthur bring half his family to get Harry? I think that Fred and George convinced them, and Ron's Harry's best friend. So Ron makes sense, and Fred and George saw an opportunity to test their wares. Do people in Britain have giant fireplaces? In the US, I have not seen a fireplace that could fit more than one person at a time, and you could not stand in there. Well, the house that I'm in is pretty old, and it does have... Arthur, Fred and George, and Ron, in fact, I think, are all quite lanky, I think is the term it uses, but quite thin, aren't they? I think that you could... In my one, if you got rid of the fireplace... Well, I don't have like an actual fireplace, so it's like it is covered up now. But I think you could probably fit like 2, maybe 3 people in there, maybe. But this is an old house though. I get the impression that number 4 Privet Drive is a pretty newish house in the 90s. I think that we probably do have bigger fireplaces than in the US. I don't know why that would be. But Privet Drive having it, yeah, that does seem a bit strange. Yeah. Yeah. And also, boarding up as well, rather than bricking up. Boarding up seems quite unusual. I don't think I've ever seen a boarded up fireplace. I probably have. Pardon me. Unless it's the case where with flue powder, it's technically very, very fast shrinking and expanding. Although we haven't had any evidence to suggest that it is the case, but that could explain it. Unless they're stacked. Yeah, it could be like your Fred and George are on top of Arthur or something like that, maybe. That's a strange image. Okay, moving on. Chapter 5. How does Molly or any wizard fall for a trick wand? The way wands are talked about, they are all but unique. People recognize their wand on sight, and wands have a feel to them, detailed in later books. I don't know this Gaffnor, but I had to go back and check. I got the impression that she's basically, oh, where's my wand? Like that, you know, like not looking because she's thinking about Friend George and trying to get the potatoes done and everything. And oh, where's my wand? She's just like reaching out for it, and she pulls it back and oh wait, this and it turns into a rubber mouse. I think it is. Yes, that's what my impression of the scene was, but I'd had to go back and check that now. It sounds like the Ministry of Magic is run like the worst kind of government. Well, I don't disagree with you. A wink and a nod. Okay. I will ignore the rules. Ah, I see. Connecting the Muggle's fireplace to a network and ignoring the misuse of Muggle artifacts so far this book. I presume the head of magical sports would have tickets to give away, not use as bribes. I presume the head of magical sports would have tickets to give away, not use as bribes. It wasn't really a bribe, though, was it? It could have been a gift that Ludo gave the tickets. I don't think it was the case where Arthur said, I'm not going to help out your brother unless you give me the tickets. Because that would make Arthur quite a different character, wouldn't it? But yeah, maybe it's because they know that Harry lives at that house, and so it's mitigating circumstances, or at least a wizard lives at that house, you know. So maybe that's it. I feel like the mitigating circumstances of the fact that a young wizard lives there would definitely be more acceptable than putting it in some random person's house. Yeah. Edit. The prank on Dudley comes from living in a world of nearly no consequences. Magic can be fixed almost any injury damage in a moment. Break a lamp, wave the wand, crack a skull, and take massive brain damage. Take a moment to fix the bones. Spend a week in the hospital wing to fix brain damage. No harm, no foul. The only long-lasting damage is rare cases of dark magic. It's true, and that is probably why I mean, the thing is, guys, if we're going to criticise Fred and George, we got to criticise Arthur for blowing the blooming doors off. You know, it's not like the most subtle entrance. And, you know, Arthur, more than anyone, knows that Muggles are going to be squishy. So if one of those bricks smashed Petunia in the face or something, they're going to be very bad circumstances. But you're right, though, the whole idea of wizards don't see the danger because they just haven't lived around it. And so, yeah. That explains a lot of the behaviour. Thank you so much for your comment, Gaffnor. Stephen! Hi, Veggie! I'll try to keep my comments short. These chapters were top tier. I agree. Incredible, chapter 4, incredibly hilarious. The suspense at wondering how the Weasleys were going to collect Harry, the explosion of the fireplace, Petunia and Vernon's reaction to Dudley eating the sweet, Arthur stopping Harry from leaving when the Dudleys didn't say goodbye, just goes to show how much he and Molly care for him. It's one of the best moments of this book so far. That little moment where Arthur's like, oh, hang on, Harry. You're not going to see a... Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good. Fred and George were absolutely wrong for testing their sweet on Dudley. It was reckless. Them being desperate to test it indicates it hadn't been tested at all. So true, Stephen. Could have backfired very easily and could have ended up with him choking to death. Yeah, I'm wondering if there is a part of a charm where you can say, but everything will be alright. You see, with magic, you can kind of write this sort of thing where it's like there's like a little bit at the end of the charm that you have to say, and says, but no definium. Something like that. And so whatever it is that you do, the person is going to be alive. Maybe. I'm giving Fred and George a lot of leeway here. I love the twins, but this was way too far for over the line. If Dudley hadn't stayed in the room, there's no doubt it would have ended badly. I think that absolutely, unless they did write something into it where it only lasts for a certain amount of time or something. But thank goodness Arthur was there, though, because he was about to walk through the fire. Dance into the fire! Sorry. If I was in the Wizarding World and I was going to use flu powder, I would have to go, dance into the fire! Just before saying, diagonally. And then going in. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Anyway. James Bond thing. Right. View to a Kill. We're Christopher Walken. Sorry. That's a terrible Christopher Walken impression. Although, one of my most liked comments on YouTube is on the music video to Weapon of Choice by Fatboy Slim, I think? I could be wrong. But Weapon of Choice, that song. And the music video is awesome. It's Christopher Walken, like, looking really depressed in the hotel lobby. And then this music comes on and he starts dancing around. It sounds basic, guys, but it is so cool. Especially if you didn't know that Christopher Walken was a professional dancer as well. It's really, really awesome. And my comment on it is, this is the most Christopher Walken thing to ever happen. And it has thousands of likes, guys. I think tens of thousands of likes, actually, I think. Either way. It's a good music video. Very good music video. He's a very likeable guy, Christopher Walken. Oh, he should have been in Harry Potter. Who would have Christopher Walken played? Okay, here we go. Who would have Christopher Walken played in Harry Potter? Oh, he would have had to be a Death Eater. He could have been Voldemort. Oh my gosh. Christopher Walken as Voldemort. I don't hate it, guys. I don't hate it. Harry Potter. I can't do a Christopher Walken impression if you can't tell, guys. Wow. He would have to be a Death Eater, I feel. Let me know who Christopher Walken would have played. He could have played Arthur. Oh, it would have been amazing if Christopher Walken played Arthur in the series, like saying, "Oh, Dudley, you've got a nice, you have a nice holiday, Dudley." I can't do a Christopher Walken impression. Okay, let's move on. Anyway, now, Stephen, I'm completely lost. I'm sorry. Badly. Why was I even talking about Christopher Walken? Would have ended very badly. Right. Chapter 5. This chapter was pretty perfect. Catch up with Percy and the leaking bottoms. That's what the chapter should have been called. Crookshanks chasing the gnomes. I was going to say gnomes. Pig's full name, absolutely. I haven't talked much about Pig in these chapters, have we? Everyone having dinner outside, Bill and Charlie. These chapters were just full with great stuff. What did you think were your... when you heard Pig Witchin for the first time in the audiobooks? I love it. I think that Ginny's on. I think it's a very cute name. I feel like, again, there must be some pets called Pig Witchin out there. I'm guessing it's a play on pigeon, but I don't get why. Either way, great comment, Stephen. Why did I start talking with Chris Walker? I have literally no idea. Either way, Stephen, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Give it a like. If, by the way, guys, if I forget to give it a like, it's not because I don't like it. I'm liking it so I know where I am in the list, if you know what I mean. Joe Winters. Hello. I was thinking about Fred and George here and their prank. I think Mr. Weasley is absolutely right in the way he confronted them and what was told. Yeah. It's a little bit... it's a little bit soft, though. The fact that everyone's laughing as he's saying it all is not exactly showing, being in control of the situation. They are very immature and have zero understanding of how bad this actually is. It's very true. Especially when it comes to the values they are representing for as a family who doesn't believe in wizard superiority. So true, Joe. That is so true. If it got out that Arthur Weasley's sons had done this, yeah, it's so true. But at the same time, I think that Gaffnob raised a great point here in the comments. They are very ignorant of living in Muggle world, and the magic pranks can be fixed immediately. It doesn't feel as serious to them as to Muggles. I think that you're both on the money here. It's not only that, but the twins are teenagers who know that Dudley is a bully. They don't really see him through the light that we see him, knowing his life as the reader. So true. It's just from Harry's account, and I do feel like they are going to trust Harry, obviously, but you wonder how long they've been planning this. It could have been back, in the first book, to get back at Dudley eventually. I myself did mean things to people. Did mean things to people who bullied my younger friend from school, and was definitely not concerned about what the story the bully may have had in their private life. Oh wow, yeah, absolutely. They beat my friend. I gave them punishment to scare them off from repeating it. I think it's actually very realistic that good guys in the story are not always acting according to values. 100%, 100% agree with you, and that's across all fiction, guys. Yeah, I completely agree, and that's a great way of summarizing it. This is what happens in reality, especially with such young people who are not fully yet developed, and know the whole situation with Muggles as well. Emotions, selfishness, and anger take over the best of people sometimes, and teens have less of the ability to judge if they are led by those. The last thing, Bill, he's so cool. His job, his outfit, his hair, come on, and his boots as well. His hair does. You know what? I need to look up some pictures of of book Charlie, Bill. Sorry. He does have longish hair in Deathly Hallows, doesn't he? Can't remember if it's actually a ponytail. Anyway, Joe, great comment, greatly appreciated. Jonathan. In this book, Harry finally meets Bill and Charlie for the first time. In the movies, Bill doesn't show up until Deathly Hallows Part 1, and Charlie doesn't show up at all. I don't think he's even mentioned in any of the movies. Is there not even like a throwaway line where like Molly's like, oh, you should behave more like Charlie? Wow, is there? You know what? I'd be very interested to know if there is like any little throwaway lines. Or even Ron mentioning them. Now, hang on. Charlie must be mentioned. When they're getting rid of the dragon. No, he's not, is he? He's not. Not in the movie. In fact, that whole sequence doesn't even happen, does it? When Draco really stupidly says, "Hey, McGonagall, I found these two out of bed." What are you doing out of bed, Draco? Bless him. Bless Draco. That's something which I don't think will be saying today. Blah, 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 blah. In chapter 5 of this book, we also see Ginny talking to Harry in full sentences. That's a great way of putting it. She's still nervous around him and blushes, but she doesn't run away or avoid talking to him like she did in book 2. Absolutely, John. I mean, you'd imagine that maybe in her mind she's wanting to run away at the situation, but she's becoming a bit more braver and everything. That's actually very, very awesome. Progression for the character. Great comment, Jonathan. Greatly appreciated. Johnny writes, "Hi, Veggie! As much as I love the twins, they are in my top 5 characters in the books." Well, that seems to be quite common, actually, you know, guys. It actually does. Having Fred and George in there, and I think they can come as a double act rather than individually. "I always hate their prank on Dudley. It was cruel and dangerous. I mean, Dudley could have easily died if he'd found the toffee later. That is what I was speculating earlier on, yes. I'm trying to see it from the twins' perspective, and they do have good intentions. They tried to pay Dudley back for bullying Harry for years. Someone in the comments made a good point about the twins growing up in a magical household where everything can be fixed in a second, and they probably didn't realise how dangerous it is. Still, they should have fought it through." Yeah, it is actually something which was actually really important to that's not a word. Reiterate. You know the word I'm trying to say. The fact is, Fred and George probably know very little about Muggles. They actually probably do, guys. And so, yeah, it seems to be a general consensus here, guys. No one has outright said, "I'm glad that what they did to Dudley," yet, though we shall see. I don't think anyone's done that. We've had people say that they found it funny, and there's no problem with that, guys, but it's specifically the morality of it. On a lighter note, I absolutely love Chapter 5. It's probably my favourite chapter in the book. Wow, I mean, it is wonderful. We finally meet Charlie. Even though it's Bill who's described as cool, I think the coolest Weasley is definitely Charlie. I mean, he works with dragons. That is definitely pretty cool. Also, I love the whole dinner scene, especially Percy's interaction with the family. Sometimes I feel a bit sorry for him, but being so different from his siblings, no one seems to understand him except for his mother. And Ginny should not be allowed to name anything ever again. Oh, I like the name. Yeah, I'm completely with you with Percy. Going into this, guys, I did not expect to have such an affection for Percy, but I really do, guys. And yeah, I guess Molly is. I mean, Molly would absolutely be delighted with what Percy is doing. Arthur, we haven't really heard. We obviously had Percy complaining in this chapter, and Arthur kind of changed the subject to talk about how much he likes Ludo. The person, not the game. Great comment, Jenny. Janny, not Ginny. Thank you so much for making it. And I like your comment because that will remind me where I am. Catty, 2 points to Mr. Weasley for getting upset at the Dursleys for not saying goodbye to Harry and for being angry at the twins. But I feel like I need to take them away from him take those points away from him back down when Mrs. Weasley became involved. 1 point for Molly getting rightfully upset with her kids, but I feel like some needs to be taken for her endangering the kids by performing magic while angry. That is something which I did not bring up, guys. Very good point. The fact that she pulls back the cutlery drawer and Ron and Harry go whoa, with knives flying through the air, which then go flying back to go cut the potatoes. Fair point. I understand. I also understand her concern for the twins possibly getting in legal trouble, and the concern they might not have a good future. But forcing your wishes on your children is not the best solution. Yeah, I know. When that line came up about Molly wanting them to be in the ministry, it did kind of like, oh really? I didn't see that. Now that could be because there's already, several members at the ministry, and so, it'll keep them local in a way. But then again, it didn't with Charlie, did it? He's over in Romania. Yeah. I'm sure it's difficult growing up in such a household and can understand Ron's resentment. But I also don't think he's the best pet owner, considering how he only focuses on their faults. That's just Ron to a T, though, isn't it? It's like when he's talking about... I'd say when he's talking about any of his siblings, but I would, like Ginny and everything, but I'd say even with Percy, I'm sure that Ron is very proud of Percy, like, doing what he's doing. But Ron is always the one to put anything to do with him down, much like Scabbers, until, like Harry notices in this chapter, in fact, how he knew that he did care for Scabbers, but he always puts up this front of not caring, and so I feel like that is just Ron's personality to a T. Percy might be a bit of a stick in the mud, good term, but But he does have a point about potential safety concerns. Yeah, absolutely. All in all, a proper dysfunctional family that truly care about each other at the end of the day. Absolutely, Catty. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think the thing with Percy is that I think that a lot of wizarding families, but particularly the Weasleys, like to see the fun in magic. Whereas Percy is kind of sucking the fun out of magic, with these regulations and everything. So maybe that's where the friction comes. But I appreciate that, and he does have a point. Again, speak to Neville about it. Catty, thank you so much for your comment. Connor, hi Veggie. I don't know if it was in the Dale audiobook or in the Fry audiobook when the Weasleys are in the chimney, there is an echo effect. Fry. I'm pretty certain that Fry's is the one that tends to have effects. The fact that Charlie Weasley wasn't in the movies always baffled me. Why did they decide to leave him out? They didn't introduce Bill until Deathly Hollow 1. Well, this is the thing, Connor, because I can't really answer that because I don't know how much he's in the books. But when it comes to the movies, they had so many characters to pack in. You gotta cut something, and is there a reason why the entire Weasley family has to be introduced on screen? I would have liked it, absolutely, but look, again, this is from the standpoint of someone who doesn't know how much Bill and Charlie are going to... They might be the main protagonists going on, for all I know, guys, but, also they may not be in it again until Deathly Hallows, and so, we shall see. And we get a little more information about Bertha Jorkins, absolutely. Side note, I think that the HBO TV series will work best if it's animated. I believe that some stuff from the books will be able to be done that way. Now, I feel like it's been confirmed it's live action, right? I'm not sure. I actually don't know, guys. So if that hasn't been confirmed, then let me know. Animations at the moment are doing amazing. Like, they really are, guys. And so I would love to see a Harry Potter animation. I actually really would, guys. I think that would be just wonderful. And, you can have the animation style of it mature with the students, so it could be really creative in that way. I would love that, in fact. I actually really would. I feel like the problem with the live action one is that immediately people are going to be comparing every single character with every single performance and everything. Who's the best, who's the most accurate and all this sort of stuff. Which is going to take away from the joy of it a little bit, I think. Whereas if it's animated, I don't think you'd get that. That being said, it would take an ice age. It really would. Because the thing is, it's going to be book accurate. We've heard that much. which means that they're going to have to include stuff like Charlie and Bill and everything, and so they're not going to be able to skip over stuff, which means it is going to be long. It's going to be really long if it's a TV series or animated series, and if it's animated, we are going to be waiting a lot longer, you know? That's just how animation works. A great thought, though. I would love it to be an animated series. Connor, great comments. Thank you so much. Moving on to Yankee Veg. Like you all, I enjoyed meeting Bill and Charlie, but nothing compares to getting to know Percy better. Hilarious, I agree. I love the Percy stuff here. I always thoroughly enjoyed the interactions between Mr. Weasley and Uncle Vernon. That's the scene from any of the books I most missed in the movie. The scene from any of the books. Wow. Is it my number one so far? I mean, again, Arthur and Lucius in the book club. In the bookshop. Would have been amazing as well. The number one. I mean, the backstory of the caretaker at the start of Goblet would have been amazing as well. But the thing is, it would have been so redundant to the rest of the story, though. So you can understand why it wasn't in there. I mean, we got like the Death Day party and the Midnight Duel. There's lots of great chapters that have been just completely lifted. Valentine's Day. Oh my goodness. There's so many. But I'd say that Arthur versus Vernon. Did you say versus? No, you didn't. You said interaction. Or no, it turned into versus. It's got to be up there. It's got to be up there. It really does. Yeah. Well, at the end of this book, we will be going through the things that people most wanted to be in the movie, guys. And apart from what I gather, that is going to be a big list this time. So we shall see if Vernon and Arthur goes top. But I think it will be top tier. Anyway, Yankee Veg, thank you so much for your comments. Martin, hi Veggie. Was going to defend Fred and George a bit for their prank, but see others have beaten me. See people have beat me to it. For a wizard, it is a harmless prank. For a Muggle, it is a medical emergency and incredibly, distressing. Note Fred, or was it George, was obviously upset at the suggestion that they were persecuting Muggles. He feels he was just getting one in against Harry's bully. True, but their potential lack of knowledge of what a Muggle can actually take, it could have gone very, very badly. Arthur and Molly seem outraged for slightly different reasons. For Arthur, it is about not mistreating Muggles. For Molly, it is about not liking their career ambitions. That's interesting. You could also say that Arthur is bringing it up because of his work. Because he said that he spent half his life, fighting for protection of Muggles. That's not what it is, but yeah. The thing is, we didn't actually hear the that Molly gave Fred and George, and so it may have been about the safety and and the future relationships with the Dursleys, because presumably they're going to be interacting again. Maybe not after this one, and then when they've gone, she's rambling to herself about their ambition and everything. And saying, where did we go wrong and everything. Yeah. I would imagine that the talking to, let's put it like that Molly gave Fred and George when Hermione said, let's get out of here. And George said, yeah, I'll come with you. I'd imagine that was a lot more focused on safety. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm basing that on, so I can't really say that. That's very interesting, mine. The Weasleys each stand up for Harry in their own way against the Dursleys. Molly sends illicit pies, wonderful term there. Arthur asks openly for a degree of politeness. Fred and George play a prank. Absolutely. God, if Percy had gone, the whole thing probably would have gone a lot smoother. It probably, if he'd met, because the thing is, guys, we know that Percy definitely, within the first 5 seconds of turning up, would have said, "Oh yes, I'm in the ministry, by the way." Would Vernon respect that any more than the rest? To know that it is a wizard in a position of authority? The tiniest little bit more respect. I feel like he may have done. Not the usual riffraff of the Weasley family, but a wizard with ambition. Oh, if Percy had gone instead. If Percy had gone instead, that whole scene wouldn't have happened. So I guess in a way it's good that he didn't. My headcanon now is, guys, that Percy goes in there, starts talking about Mr. Crouch, and the he probably would talk about the Quidditch World Cup, won't he, to an extent, and all the regulations that he's bringing in, and Vernon, something will click and Vernon say, "That reminds me of that regulations of the drill that I have to deal with." Actually, that could be even worse, thinking about it. I need to see fan art of Vernon and Percy having a lovely conversation. As Dudley's rolling on the floor with a tongue sticking out. I reckon that it could have been diffused a little bit if Percy had gone. Yeah. I like it. I feel like it has legs. I feel like it has legs. Yeah, great comment, Martin. Thank you so much. Simon. You're only supposed to blow the blade doors off! Simon, I preempted you this time. I cannot believe this. Okay, I've said it several times. In this video. Arthur was only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. Blooming I keep saying. And Simon has the reference right there. That is amazing, Simon. One of these days you're gonna say a reference which I'm not gonna get, but so far I've been on top of them. I've literally said it several times in this video. That's astonishing. Okay, let's get to the meat of the matter. Not very vegan. Hi. Most fitting quote ever, I think. Well, you got the methods, just not the logistics. Your pretty low bar of scum of the earth when it comes to people's behaviour. The Dursleys are judgmental, overindulgent parents, and a pair of Johnnies. That's a term I haven't heard for a long time. There's worse behaviours than that. And as others have mentioned, their only involvement in the wizarding world is never good. After all, Vernon has not even met a wizard till book 1. The only context is what his wife has told him about his sister. That's interesting, because I always assumed that they had met James. And I don't know why I've always assumed that. I've always assumed that that maybe Lily would have at least sent correspondence. But maybe not, no. Wow, that's actually put it in a very interesting perspective right there. His first interaction is a giant threatening him with magic. GBH, yes, giving his son a tail. Then Harry attacks one of his guests with a cake and an owl. His sister is almost inflated to oblivion, and his nephew comes home from school threatening to set a mass Muggle murderer on him, and on top of it all, some guys just destroyed his living room and attacked his son again. I mean, if that doesn't give you the right to mistrust wizards, what does? I mean, you can't argue with that, guys. I swear that a wizard said something to him at the start of Philosopher's Stone. Like, just briefly. And I know that's not an interaction with a wizard per se. Because he just thought they were strangely dressed people, didn't he? But that is a resume for not a good, healthy relationship, isn't it? Right there. A lot of people seem to mention how Arthur pulls him up on not saying goodbye to Harry. The poor guy stood in the middle of a war zone at the time, possibly shell-shocked. Still find the entire chapter hilarious, though. Yeah, that's where I am. And I do feel like that is the main reason why he's not saying anything. You know what it is? You know what it is, Simon? It is probably Arthur has heard from, you know, Fred and George and Ginny and everything, and Ron, of course, mainly Ron, saying how bad Harry has it and everything. And Arthur, being a nice guy, until you cross him, of course, being a nice guy, wants to give the Dursleys the benefit of the doubt. That's why he's very sympathetic to Dudley. It specifically says that in this chapter. And so he was probably of the mindset of, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. And, you know, and he's just made this very, very awkward situation. It's like, okay, well, let's all go now, Harry. And, like, Harry says bye then, and the Dursleys don't say anything. And that's the first time where Arthur sees it in black and white in front of him, saying, no, these stories that he's heard about them are all true. That being said, I do feel like the main reason why the Dursleys aren't saying anything is because of the chaos. So now you know Ron's Owl's name at last, and met more of the Weasleys brew to boot. That was a great term. Simon, great comment, greatly appreciated, and this was spooky. Seriously, I preempted your quote this time. Again, the Italian Job. Minis, I've got a mini. Yes. It's very, I've never actually seen it. Oh, no, yes, I have seen it. It's one of these movies where, even if you haven't seen it in the UK, you will definitely know quotes from it. Number one quote being, you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. Where it's a great moment where they're like practicing for a heist, because it's a heist movie. And, come on. Michael Caine, there we go. Michael Caine, young Michael Caine, you know, Dark Knight, the Nolan Batman, butler, not Jeeves. Jeeves isn't a butler. He's a valet. I don't believe this. Penny something, isn't it? Is his first name? I don't believe this. Alfred! Jeez Louise, Veggie. Alfred from the Nolan series. Not the Nolan sisters. Okay, I'm in a strange mood now. Of Batman movies. In the 60s, he's in a very, very famous movie. And it's like him and this other guy, like an explosives expert, are like looking at this van in the distance where they've set up for the doors to be blown off. And it's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, press the button, and the entire van explodes. And Michael Caine just completely deadpan turns to him and says, you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. Great, good stuff. Also, a very famous, a very well-known quote in the UK, again, I don't know if it's well-known outside the UK, is, don't worry, lad, I've got an idea. Which is like the last line of the movie. Sorry, spoiler. I won't say what the situation is. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, and the song Self-Preservation Society. I don't know if it was written for it, but that's certainly what I know it best from. But anyway. Either way. And there was a remake, wasn't there? Like an American remake in like the 2000s or something. Not that I said that either. Either way, thank you so much for your comments, Sam. Daniel. Hey, Veggie. I found it interesting how under all the chaos going on in the toffee scene, Virginia threw herself on top of Dudley to protect him from Mr. Weasley. Maybe a little mirroring of Lily, whether into... Oh my... Daniel, that is deep. Deep Daniel, that's what we're going to start calling you. Maybe a little mirroring of Lily, weathering the whether intentional or unintentional, to create a parallel that shows that at the end of the day, Petunia is still a mother. Today's been a real roller coaster of emotions, guys, and that is a take which I did not see coming. I like it, Daniel. Gordon Bennett. When the HBO series gets done, and we inevitably get the Toffee scene, and the Lily protecting Harry scene, we need to put them side by side. As if they're directed. Oh my god. Imagine if the Toffee scene was directed like a really emotional, with like, you know, Dumbledore's farewell playing in the background. Sorry, guys, I shouldn't laugh at that. With you know, with the news that we had earlier on. But my favourite tune from Harry Potter, and I love Hedwig's theme, obviously, but my favourite tune from Harry Potter by a square mile is Dumbledore's Farewell. It's freaking beautiful bit of music, guys. It really is. But imagine this scene with that playing over it, and Arthur saying, "Oh, come on, I'm sorting it out." Vernon chucking stuff at him. Oh my goodness, Daniel, that is a fascinating take right there. Okay, also, it's impressive just how many plot lines are mentioned in that single Weasley dinner scene. But it's true, actually, it really is. But I love how the main focus is still on the characters themselves and their relationships with each other. Even on the on the fourth book, reading about Harry integrating into the wizarding world before the school year doesn't get old, especially as Rowling switches it up every time. It's you know what it is, guys. In so much, you know, media and everything, you don't have downtime. You don't have a bit of time to just relax. And you know what, guys? We've just gone through a Buffy episode. Late into series 3, there's an episode where there is a bit of danger, but it just feels like a okay, relax, getting ready for, you know, the finales. And so yeah, it's rare that you get that sort of thing, but it is very rewarding when it's done right. Daniel, great comment. My goodness, the parallel point of Petunia and Lily, that got me. You really got me, Melvin. Sorry. Cassidy! Hi, Veggie! Love how early Weasley's wizard wheezes is mentioned in the books. In the book, Fred and George were really enterprises even at 16. Yeah, it's great. It's amazing that at the age of 16 they know where they want their lives to go. So many people don't, guys. Chapter 5 does give me complicated feelings about Molly, though. I still love her, and I know she has good intentions, but it seems like she doesn't listen to or understand Fred and George. I agree. Which, you know, it's not exactly. Okay, let's finish your comment. Anyone who's known them for a week would probably say that they would hate working at the ministry, but their own mum doesn't understand why they won't do it. She definitely does have an old-fashioned way of thinking, but is sometimes it's a bad thing. In Molly's defense, and you know what? This isn't even in Molly's defense. I would imagine that Molly every night before going to sleep wishes to Merlin's beard, which isn't a thing. That Fred and George will grow out of this. Because it can't be easy being Fred and George's mother. I'll say that, guys. In Molly's defense. And so she probably is just thinking, it's just a phase, they'll grow up, and then, you know, because a lot of teenagers, you know, turn out to be very sensible people. I'm not one of them, but a lot of them do. And so, in Molly's defense, I guess, she probably is on her last, I really hope that this is just a phase. But yeah, It's interesting that a lot of Molly fans are taking her up on this, and it's awesome to see, guys. It actually really is. It's fascinating to see. Cassidy, thank you so much for your comment. Anna Marie, chapter 4. So I used to look. Okay, so I used to love this chapter as a kid, but as an adult, it makes me sad. This is the recurring thing here, guys. Dudley was already spelled by the first wizard he met. Now this second group destroys his living room and again causes him a medical issue. It's not showing him wizards are any different from what his parents taught him. Wow! And how much have Vernon and Petunia taught him about wizards? Yeah, I completely agree. The thing is, guys, I find the scene entertaining because of the chaos. If you break it down, that chaos in a real life situation can be quite distressing. But you know, that's the whole point of these book clubs, isn't it? Chapter 5. I adore this chapter because it is a little glimpse into how the Weasleys' house runs when all Molly's kids are home. Honestly, I believe this. When she's at her happiest. I understand why it wasn't in the movie, but I hope it makes a TV show. I think it will, Emery. I think it would have to. No, the thing is, it could be them going through the fireplace straight into the World Cup, couldn't it? But no, if they're going to be doing it book accurate, then this is an important scene. It is an important scene. You could say that there's no actions happening, but it's setting the scene in a very important way, and that is obviously very important for a TV show. So I think it will be. And I think you're right. I think Molly is absolutely delighted to have all her children and Harry and Hermione around the table, and Arthur, I should say. You know, it's stressful being the mother of that many kids, especially with those personalities, apart from Percy. And Ginny, to be fair, so far. But yeah, I think you're right. I think if like any mother would just be, you know, secretly having the time of her life, despite the fact that she's having to reprimand Fred and George. Great comment, Anne-Marie. Dara, hi you all. I am also going down the Fred and George rabbit hole this time. At the end of chapter 5, does anyone else find it not funny how they send dragon dung to their older brother? Yeah, that is pretty harsh, guys, you know. I think the word dung is very important, because that does soften it a little bit, but there are other words that could make it seem like actual harassment, so let's not go into that, though. Yes, Percy is, and was never a favourite of mine. To rule follow, too stiff, well flawed as all other characters are. But I always thought it's sort of unfunny from his younger brothers to send something so vile to his first ever job place. It is extreme, isn't it? It is extreme. That being said, in the Wizarding world, presumably Percy could just go bop and make it disappear. So in the Wizarding world, it may be considered less bad. And I think that we need to see it as fertilizer here, guys. I think it is the term that does soften it, because, you know, maybe dragons' dung is as, you know, as useful as horse manure and stuff like that, you know, which does soften the blow a bit. But again, the ability to make it immediately go away, it's like the argument that people have been making earlier on, saying that how Fred and George have lived in the world where they can make problems go away instantly. And so they wouldn't see the full scale of what they've done to Dudley. So there is that to take into consideration. That being said, it is messed up and disgusting as well. If it came out who sent it, it might ruin Percy's chance on a career, and he desperately wishes to be acknowledged for his work and who he is. My short few cents for this chapter. Thank you for all the effort, Veggie. No, thank you, Dara. I greatly appreciate it, and I think that is a great take on that moment. A moment that we haven't actually discussed at all, or not much, in the book club so far. So greatly appreciate. Pumpkin. This is a bit of a chunky one, Pumpkin. Hi, Veggie. You finally met Bill and Charlie. I think it's really interesting how different they are from the other Weasleys. Yes, absolutely. And yet you can see all their similarities. It really gives you the family more depth. I also had the biggest crush on Bill as a child. He just seems so cool, but still really nice. And I still agree with the assessment of crushworthy. I also kind of imagine him like a ginger version of a young Sirius. Oh, that's an interesting crossover comparison. You know, kind of cool and nonchalant. There we go. A bit rebellious, slightly mischievous, smart, but overall their own core and a real good person. I like that a lot. I'm hoping we do get some more Bill in these coming chapters. I agree with Ginny. Pigwidgeon is an excellent name. I'm with you. And very apt. But then again, this comes from the person who decided that their pet frog's name was Princess. I think that's a lovely name for a frog. Mr. Weasley behavior in chapter 4 is so interesting to me. For one, it shows what a good person he is. Stern when needed, but calming and friendly and excitable in general. Though he was really late and didn't even have the decency to apologize. Yeah, there was no apology there for the lateness. But then again, there was a lot of other things going on, wasn't there? But considering that he works in the misuse of Muggle artifact office, and therefore must have at least limits contact to Muggles, it is shocking how little he actually knows about them. I feel the obliviousness and other characters' more blatant ignorance is a good example of how bad the overall education of the Muggle world is. The magic world, education of the magic world is. We learn in book 3 that the Muggle studies involves diagrams of Muggles carrying heavy things. Shouldn't they learn about Muggle inventions and how they actually live? Sorry, I'm gonna pause there just to make a point. There is no reason why wizards with Muggle parents, the Wizarding World, aren't going to those Muggle parents and asking them information about things. And so, yeah, I feel like... But then again, a large chunk of the Wizarding World, doesn't want anything to do with Muggles, though. And so maybe that's the political reason why that doesn't happen. But there is the opportunity to have more interactions with Muggles. There just are, guys. A lot of people are going to have Muggle parents who aren't Vernon and Petunia. Hermione's parents, guys. Granted, they're scared quite a lot of the time, or at least spooked by things that they're saying. But if... I don't know why I'm choosing McGonagall here, but if Arthur calmly and politely and didn't blow the bloody doors off, went to their house just to ask them some questions, I think that the Grangers would be absolutely up for that. But it doesn't seem to be happening. Moving on. Sure, there is no need to learn proper spelling since they have self-correcting quills, but shouldn't they learn how to properly structure a thesis? I understand that they don't have maths. Their main goal is to teach maths. Is to teach problem solving and pattern recognition, and they do learn that in lessons like herbology and potions. Oh, that's very interesting. That's a very nice comparison there. I like that a lot. But they shouldn't know about the basic principles of physics and chemistry, which I am sure would actually help to further the possibilities of magic use. I'm wondering if they're further education things. And so they're not seen as being something that is required to the masses, but to jobs which it's going to involve. They are then done at a late in Wizarding College. Maybe. Then again, people joining the ministry don't seem to have to go to college, do they? And so, yeah, it's very interesting. Unless the last year is essentially A-levels, but even that's not college now. Anyway. And as pointed out during the last video, what about politics and economics? Do they just wing it the moment it is required of them in their adult life? The wizard curriculum is a mess, and it's no wonder that their government and society barely functions. This got a bit ranty again. I apologize. No, absolutely. I think it's a fascinating take. I got excited that someone else is wondering about the education and the implications. No, I'm completely with you. I think it's blooming fascinating, Pumpkin, and that is a really an indictment. That's not really indictment's not the right term, isn't it? I'm going to say indictment anyway. So I like that word, but it's an indictment of this comment is an indictment of the issues in the wizarding world when it comes to education and society. I think it's a fair. You know what? I reckon someone should write a dissertation on this sort of thing, because I think that'd be a fascinating read, quite frankly. But yeah, there are definitely issues with education and the structure of society and everything. But then again, we're seeing all this from Harry's perspective, so I think it is possible that these things are covered, but Harry just finds them a bit boring, and so just doesn't think about them. We've got to take that into consideration as well. Anyway, Pumpkin, great comments. Kevin. Hey, Veggie. Let me start by saying that I love the Weasley twins. Here we go. Here we go. They're great, funny characters. With that said, even as a kid reading this book, it always bothered me what they did to Dudley. Yes, I know that they justified it by saying it was a retaliation for how he had always treated Harry, but it's still wrong. And how, as an adult, I find it even more mean-spirited and wrong to do to him. My main issue with it is Dudley's current state. It really is, guys. Wanting to get revenge against someone and then finding out that they're going through a very hard time and everything does soften your resolve and everything. Obviously, Fred and George probably didn't even notice that Dudley looked scared. They're probably just thinking, get that toffee down. Get that toffee down. I do really appreciate Arthur and his total shock at how the Dursleys treat Harry. It really showcases his character in how much he regards Harry as his son's best friend and like a surrogate son himself, and how he or Molly could never dream of having absolutely no care for what happened to their child. Oh, absolutely, Kevin. Again, yeah, I mean, we discussed that about the whole fact that Arthur is not picking up on the fact that the Dursleys are scared, but it's such a great moment. It's probably the best moment from these chapters, in fact. These two chapters. Lastly, Bill and Charlie. You finally get your first official introduction of the two oldest Weasley brothers. You can imagine the book reader's confusion when neither of them were in the start of Goblet of Fire movie. Yeah, are they not? No, they're not, are they? I'm not even sure Percy. I need to go. When we do the next chapters, I will be rewatching the movies. I'm not even sure Percy's at the World Cup. I feel like he is. I'm excited for you to get to know them and to appreciate them along with Harry, like I did. It was great reading about them and having the whole Weasley family interacting with Harry. It's such a great scene. And yeah, I really hope there is more Bill and Charlie, because for all I know, there really isn't that much, but there could be a whole boatload of Charlie and Bill stuff. So I'm looking forward to finding out which it is. JW writes, the poor Dursleys. They tried to lead a peaceful, productive life, even taking in a poor orphan. Okay, a poor orphan, and try raising him in the normal way. Right. But these weirdo wizards keep making life difficult and certainly traumatizing for their son for life. To make matters worse, the orphan turns his back on them and joins the wizards. Certainly a dangerous life choice and cruel betrayal. JW, I am guessing that there is some irony in what you're saying, because bringing Harry up in the normal way, the way that they are treating him in the first book, normal way, I'm not so sure, but great comment and great different take either way. Thank you very much for making it. Gothic Llama, hey Veggie, this is the beginning of the regular biggest Ginny fan comment. But first I need to point out that I can't really imagine 4 people being squeezed into a blocked chimney, but it must have looked hilarious for Harry, from Harry's perspective, and great work producing them using the flu powder. Again, it depends how flu powder works, because if flu powder makes you tiny and then massive, like, you know, in a way which you don't even see, then it could be done. And also, they could be stacked. That's one thing that we haven't actually considered, is that it's possible that Arthur's at the bottom, Fred and George are on top of him, and then Ron's on top of them, maybe. That's a strange old image. So, on to my best girl, Ginny. I'm very proud of her for blushing only once at Harry and her being more comfortable around him. I mean, in chapter 5 alone, she talks a lot more than in the films 3 and 5. Absolutely. I love, and even in the late one, she doesn't say much. There's lots of silent scenes with Ginny. I love that she's calling Ron an idiot, and that she's actually spending time with the trio. I would love to see the 4 of them interacting more in the films. I can't wait for you to get to know this funny, badass book, Ginny. Seriously, when I was reacting to the movies, that was something which was recurring a lot, the fact that Ginny was done dirty. And, you know, in my opinion, right now, Hermione is done dirty, so Ginny is going to be fascinating to get to. But yeah, I'm hoping that she does, I hope that the 3 becomes 4. I do hope that. Also, Bill and Charlie are the coolest brothers ever. What do you think about Bill's appearance compared to his film version? The thing is, film version is quite a few years after this, isn't it? And so it's possible that book version does turn into that film version. But going on this comment, it sounds like he probably wouldn't. I can't remember. I would have to go and check. I'd imagine he's probably got the earring at least. Maybe the boots, I'm not sure. And he has longer hair, as I remember, but not a ponytail, I don't think. It's going to be fascinating to hear more about him. It really is, Gothic. And it's going to be fascinating to hear more about Ginny. It genuinely is. Thank you so much for your comment. Sophie. Hey, Veggie. Some thoughts. Imagine reading the book for 8 years before finally finding out the mystery of Harry's connection to Voldemort. And then imagine rereading them and finding out that the little clues were present all along. I can't say that, but there's a very famous movie. I can say the name of the movie, Usual Suspects. There we go. No wonder why the books mean so much to people. In the Swedish version, Ron's owl is called Piggy. Oh my goodness. I like that. I mean, they could call him Piggy as well. I just thought it was a cute name. I realised in your last review that the name Pig might be strange for native English speakers. It's interesting how the translation influences how we view the story. Well, this is something, Sophie, which has come up a few times in these book reviews, and it's always fascinating to hear how there are different versions of the books and everything. In fact, it was Jonas, I believe, was telling me about how there is a alternative German version, which is for a dialect that isn't used as much anymore in Germany, I believe. And apparently there's a Scottish one as well. So I find it all fascinating to hear about all these differences. Fun fact, as a Swede, I thought it was a bit odd that people kept referring to each other as Mr. and Mrs. We stopped using that in Sweden in 1970s. I was born in 1990. I have more thoughts. Okay, let's not skip over that. That is fascinating. So in Swedish, there are no... there are, but you don't use the term Mr. and Mrs. anymore. Or Miss, I presume. Or Ms. That's fascinating. Sophie, that is my veggie fact of the day. I'm making up a new feature here, guys, because these videos aren't long enough, because we are approaching 5 hours right now. That is my veggie fact of the day. That is fascinating. I have more thoughts for later in the book, so I will save them till then. P.S. As a dyslexic, it took me 30 minutes to write this comment. Haha. Wish you well. Sophie, I greatly appreciate that, and thank you for taking the time to do it. I'm often the way of I'll make the comment and post it, and then read it and realise it makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. One of the worst mistakes I've done with my dyslexia, guys, is I remember this is long ago, and someone had posted a picture on like an art website, and we weren't like best friends, but we were acquaintances on the website, and it was like a really like extravagant picture that they'd drawn, and I wrote underneath it something like nice job with this, it's crazy, but I freaking typed crappy, and they replied to it very politely, so like say, well, yeah, I'll try my best and everything. And I just was horrified by that mistake, and so I apologized profusely to them. As I remember, I ended up doing some free commission thing for them as well. I felt really bad about that, and they completely realized that it was a mistake. But yeah, that's how my dyslexia works: is that I'll write the comment and then realize that it makes no sense at all. Sophie, thank you so much for your comment, and thank you again. Thank you for taking the time. I know the struggle. Rod, hi Veggie. So that's Rod's comment. Right, okay. Hope you're enjoying the time at the Burrow, but I want to take a moment to discuss Bill's job. That's something missed in the first time I read these books. In Prisoner of Azkaban, we learn that Bill works as a curse breaker at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Yeah, now you see, Rod, I don't remember learning that. It's really odd, but that's the way it goes in these reviews. Also, Ron says, sorry about the coughing just now. He doesn't say that. Ron says that in Egypt, Bill takes them to the cursed tombs where muggles don't go. Absolutely. Now, in chapter 5, Bill says he can wear whatever he wants for work as long as he brings home plenty of treasure. Very British Empire right there. So, if you put the pieces together, Bill's job is to go to Egypt, invade the tombs, break their protective curses, steal treasure inside, and send it to Britain. He's a tomb raider. He's literally a tomb raider. And again, very British Empire, guys. We have, unfortunately, I think it's unfortunate. I don't know. There is a debate to be had of it, but we do have a lot of Egyptian heritage stuff in our museums and everything. Let's not get into that discussion now, but it is a topic of debate often. And not just Egypt as well, guys, many other countries. That's not a good look, especially considering the Muggle history on this subject. Exactly, there we go. P.S. Sorry for the long comment. No, Rod, that is not a long comment. Greatly appreciated. The thing is, guys, it's possible that countries don't really exist in the same way that they do in real life. And so maybe like things like heritage and history are things that just aren't as respected. At least maybe by certain countries. So it's very possible that Britain are seen as like a kind of like, you know, smash and grab sort of country. It's possible, or maybe all countries are doing it to each other. It's a very interesting point, Rod. It really is. Yeah, the morality of that job is pretty. Yeah. Yeah, what I hope that comes up again, because that's actually a very fascinating take on that. Thank you so much, Rod. Is she? Hi, Veggie. Hope you're doing well. I wish the fireplace scene would have been in the movie. Absolutely. When I watched the movies for the first time, I was waiting for the whole scene and was disappointed that it wasn't there. But, well, I am not going to defend... Oh, okay, before we move on from there. Yeah, it is... I now realise that cut from Sykes to Harry's candle in the eye! Candle in the eye! Sorry. Check out last book review for that reference. Moment. Must have been really deflating for anyone who'd read the books before watching it. It's like, what? We just skipped everything. Yeah. Wow. It must be strange watching it now. In that order, I should say. I am not going to defend Fred for what he did cause. It may come across as a bit biased, but he's one of my favourite characters. That's fine. Bias is... We're all biased, guys. We are all biased. You know, people who say that they're not are liars, quite frankly. But I am not going to lie. I loved that scene when I was growing up, purely due to the fact that Dudley bullied Harry so much. But now, given that I am 30, I have read the book so many times, I understand that Dudley is indeed a product of his parents and is not really his fault. He does take some chunk of the fault, but the lion's share has to be with the parents, in my opinion. We also get to finally meet Bill and Charlie. I always pictured Bill as a very handsome model-like guy, and Charlie as a fun brother. What do you think of them? Well, yeah, I get the impression that they probably are chick magnets. I just want to think of the stupidest way of putting that. No, I'd imagine, yeah, they seem quite heroic in their appearance, don't they? Well, particularly Bill. I mean, we've had people say that they had crushes on them, which is fascinating considering it's from the text. I do get the impression that they're probably meant to be very good looking, and I think that that's how Harry says he's cool. You know, whereas, you know, maybe Hermione's thinking something else. I don't know. We ain't got Hermione's version. We need to get Hermione's version. We also find out more about Percy's work at the Ministry. It's a pity that his storyline got cut completely from the movies. I'm so looking forward to it. In a way, I'm actually a little bit worried about it, because if I was to rank the Weasleys at this point, guys, my goodness, I think Percy would be second. Oh, hang on, no, we got to include the parents as well. Rank your Weasleys. That sounds... Yeah. Ron is number one. I find him fascinating. I really do. With his massive fate. I put Molly above Arthur. Although this chapter made Arthur right up behind Molly. I think Percy's number two, guys. I think right now it is Ron, Percy, Molly, Arthur, Fred and George, Ginny, and I'm going to put Charlie and Bill at the bottom just because I don't know enough about them at this point. So they've only just been introduced. That's fine. That is not a knock on Ginny at all, though, guys. But I'm really looking forward to her character being fleshed out more. Did I nearly finished your comment. You say, hope you have a nice week. You too, Ishi. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment. Yeah. And let me know your order of Weasleys. The Order of the Weasleys. Alternative title for Order of the Phoenix. Great comment. Max, famed for the summaries. I'm going to go in the opposite way of most comments. I thought you would. Dudley got what he deserved. He's a bully and does it knowing Harry can't use magic. So when given the chance to do, I don't mind seeing him get his what's coming to him. I may have felt different if Arthur couldn't have fixed it, but but he did, so no harm, no foul. That is actually another point. That, you know, I can say, what if Arthur had gone through the fire? Well, he didn't go for the fire, Veggie, so it's kind of redundant. I appreciate it, Max, and quite frankly, I know from your comments and messages and everything that Fred and George are gonna be. I knew you had Fred and George's back. Not you know. Again, we all have biases, guys, so it's not a criticism, but it's great to see another take on this situation, because quite frankly, I think every comment has been more harsher on Fred and George than Max. So I appreciate it, Max. Thank you so much for your comment. Ashley, my first thought on these chapters is why or how in the world would you grate celery? Yeah. You know what, Ash? I like the fact that's your first thought, first of all. Secondly, because often, like, people dip celery into cheese, don't they? I was drawing my brother back from, like, a work thing he was at, and he had celery from, well, washed, but from the packet with nothing else. Yeah. Great. Why grate it? Maybe to get rid of the taste of it, maybe, because maybe Dudley doesn't like the taste or the texture, because it's got quite a firm texture, hasn't it? Even when you cook it. I love that's your first thought for this chapters. Watching your last book review, I could almost feel commenters giggling in anticipation of your reaction to the Weasleys showing up at the fireplace. Oh, absolutely. You did almost predict it again, which just proves you need to stop calling yourself stupid. Oh, Ashley, I appreciate that. If Molly was trying to win over the Dursleys, I guess that Arthur blowing up the fireplace wasn't the best choice. I can't even remember what I did predict, you know, because obviously these book reviews are quite chunky, but I do eerily predict stuff. The Buffy series, I've actually started to actually not say things, because I've called entire episodes before, incredibly, including returning characters, which there is no logical reason at all to think that a character return, and I bloom and call it. It's insane. So I've taken to not talking now. I imagine that you're going to have a problem with Fred and George's testing out their products on unwilling victims, which is entirely valid. I feel like I've been softer on them than other people. I feel like I have. Because some people have said they don't find it funny in the slightest, whereas I do find the chaos of the scene funny. I am not a huge fan of practical jokes in general. Yeah, I'm the same. I think they can be funny. I think I've told this story before, guys, but I noticed when I was a kid, because my dad died many years ago. I noticed that my dad had his work jacket on a coat hanger, and then his work trousers on a radiator. And so I put the trousers like right underneath where the coat was, so it looked like it was one thing, and then put his boots underneath his trousers. And apparently the next morning, when he woke up and went downstairs, I nearly gave him a heart attack. I nearly scared him, I should say. Sorry, I should say that. Yeah, apparently I scared the bejesus off him. And that wasn't really a prank. I was just doing something. I wasn't thinking this is going to scare him. I just thought, oh, put the trousers there. Looks like a person. That's how my brain works, you know. I don't know if it's something to do with autism or something, but that's just how my brain works. And it wasn't a prank, but once I feel like I have told this story where my mum my mother bought wasabi peas thinking they were white chocolates. And I didn't tell her. I was there. I said, "Why don't you try one?" Luckily, she was right next to a sink. Oh, God, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, right, moving on. That wasn't a prank. That was just me being a horrible human being. Right, so back to your comment. I'm so sorry, I got completely sidetracked. I'm not a huge fan of practical jokes in general, and this one seems both dangerous and inconsiderate of how their trick is going to affect Harry when he has to live with the Dursleys again. That is very true. I'm wondering if this is ever going to come up again. I feel like it has to. Yeah, I feel like it has to. And like the Weasleys are going to be banned from the house, definitely, I'd imagine. And Vernon, if he could, muster it, could potentially get in contact with the Ministry. I don't know how we would do that. No, there has to be a way for Muggle parents to be able to contact the Ministry. There has to be. And Dob, not Dobby, Dob Arthur in, because Arthur said that he swayed this and it's not technically for the rules. He could get Arthur into trouble. He actually could, guys. But then again, I don't know if he was actually listening to anything that Arthur was saying, quite frankly, so. Right. But it is still a kid's book and was written in the time when it was more common to have less likable characters go through things the children reading would think were funny comeuppances. That's actually very true. I think of the Twits, the Roald Dahl book. Sometimes these books can seem to be very nuanced. Nuanced appreciation of for how easily being a prankster can turn into being a bully, and other times it seems like completely ignore the fact actually that is a cracking point. It really is. Like imagine the tone of the chapter if Draco had done this to Neville. Imagine the tone of that chapter. But again, we're hearing it from Harry's point of view. And so the scene is comical because it's written from Harry's point of view. So, great comment, Ashley. I greatly appreciate that. Not great as in greated salary, though. Great comment. Digo. This is one of the chapters on which my opinion changed most over time. Originally, I thought it was hilarious, but now I actually feel sorry for the Dursleys. Dudley's behaviour is no longer funny to me, but shows how deeply he has been traumatised by his encounter with Hagrid. It's true, like the physical, traumatisation. And I even can understand why Petunia and Vernon would be mistrustful of wizards at this point, since both of the major encounters they have had with them in these books, Dudley got hurting their child, guys. And the fact is, I doubt Vernon and Petunia put two and two together and thought Dudley must have been a toffee. They probably thought this person, Arthur, that is in front of us is hurting our child. So yeah, it's different perspectives, guys. It's always fascinating. That said, I still don't feel too sorry for Petunia and Vernon. I do for Dudley, though. I'm with you there. Since in both cases, the reason for Dudley getting hurt was their own horrible behaviour, i.e. Vernon insulting Dumbledore for... There we go! Thank you, Digo! Insulting Dumbledore for no reason, and then and then tormenting Harry to the point where the twins thought it was necessary to retaliate. There we go. Because in the movie, he gets the tail because he's eating Harry's cake, which actually makes a lot of sense apart from the fact that Dudley's meant to be very, very depressed, distraught before Hagrid turns out. He's having a horrible time. His father's hit him, I believe, that day or the day before. And so for him to want to then instantly eat the cake in that situation. But then again, he's eating toffee in a very scary situation as well here. That's Dudley's character though, isn't it? Great comment, Diego. I appreciate that you brought up the insulting Dumbledore thing, because that is actually the reason from the first book, isn't it? Very good stuff. Diego, thank you so much for your comment. Zara. I really love Chapter 5. It's one of my favourite chapters in the whole series. I love the coziness and the feeling of family. Also, not really a spoiler, but you could argue that this is the last chapter of peace before the first rumblings of war. Storyline-wise, that makes sense. From what I know from the movies, yes, absolutely. It really does. Yeah, it's interesting that you're not the first person to say that. It's one of your favourite scenes from the entire series. It's very nice. Percy's neuroticism is both adorable and kind of sad to me. He's so desperate to succeed in his job, and most of his family members don't seem that supportive. That's very true, but you know what it is, Sarah? I feel like they are picking up on what I also pick up with what Percy is saying. Now, this could be me being wrong, but my opinion of Percy getting up and going to the door to say, hey, keep it down, whilst they were walking past him, wasn't to get some peace and quiet. It was to say, hey, I'm doing really important things in here. You know, me, Percy, who works in the ministry. I feel like there is an aspect to what he says that is that. So, he's boasting. He's boasting and he's boasting. He's moaning and he's boasting at the same time. And so I think that is what Ron and Bill and Charlie are picking up on. But you're right, though. It would be nice. It would be nice if Ginny was supportive. Yeah. And I'd like to hear more from Molly on the situation as well. The work he's doing sounds pretty important. I don't want you don't want your cauldrons being melted through while handling potentially dangerous potions. I also think Percy is hilarious in this chapter, especially the scene at the dining table where he's apparently drinking a lot, and then gives all the exposition about the super secret event and Crouch and Bertha. Something about a 17-year-old acting so self-important and trying to have an adult conversation with his dad while starting every sentence with Mr. Crouch thinks. It's really funny, absolutely. Is he getting squiffy? Is he getting squiffy? Drunk Percy, guys. That's what we need. Maybe not in a few books' time. But yeah, that's awesome. I actually didn't pick up on that. Percy's admiration for Crouch is really interesting. I mean, he's never had that kind of blind devotion to any other authority figure like Fudge or Dumbledore. Very, very, very true. He has voiced criticism before to both. That is a great point. Heck, less than 5 chapters ago, he was talking about running the Department of Magic Law Enforcement better than the current administration. He bloomin' was, wasn't he? To Penelope, I think. I think it might be that Percy's happy to see someone like him, detail-orientated, strict, succeeding at the ministry. It gives him hope that he could be able to do the same. I love it. Because the thing is, I think that most people realise, teenagers and adults realise that Fudge not really doing that great a job. Dumbledore, in the eyes of someone like Percy, isn't doing a good job. He is doing a good job, but in the eyes of Percy, he's not doing a good job. So that's you know what? I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Crouch now. I really am. Or Trigger, as I know. Great comment, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for making it. Marianne. I love these chapters at the Weasley's house. We finally get to meet Bill and Charlie. Which Weasley do you wish to learn more about in the future, Veggie? I would say that Bill has the higher ceiling for it. And so because of that, I am going to go with Charlie. And I know that probably doesn't make much sense, but I feel, you know what it is? I feel like we're going to learn more about Bill and less about Charlie. That's my prediction at this point. But great question though. I'm hoping for both, obviously, but I'm currently going to go with Charlie out of the two. Marianne, great comment, great question. Definitely made me think. Colin, hi Veggie. I love these chapters. Meeting Bill and Charlie, they are great. Makes the table fight in midair. I also love the chaotics that happen when the Weasleys go to pick up Harry. Absolutely. First with the fireplace and then with the candy. I also like how the twins are already starting Weasley Wizard Wheezes. I have such a struggle saying that. Seriously. 3W. And Miley hates the idea of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that she even knows about it in the movie. And the first time she sees it is when visiting it in Half-Blood Prince. Well, when did we hear about it? No, we do. We definitely hear about it in Goblet. I feel like it's Goblet, where there is a scene where they are trying out all their wares. I feel like it is Goblet. Do they reference the toffee in that scene? I feel like that is Goblet of Fire. It's just a little scene, and it's at Hogwarts, I'm sure, where they're giving out all these candies. Like, say, oh yeah, you can have a week off work with that, homework with that. It's either that or Order of Phoenix. I don't think it's any later. Well, it can't be any later, can it? I don't think. Either way, yeah. I'm not even sure when it's first actually mentioned. I feel like it's probably in that scene that I'm remembering. I feel like Colin's in that scene for some reason. Anyway, Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, I'd imagine that probably is. Yeah, Molly's relationship with Fred and George, I feel like, is mostly done by the time that Chamber of Secrets has ended. Because we get the great scene in the train station, in the movies, I should say, where like Fred or George is pretending to be Fred or George, and they're not, are not. And then Molly reprimanding them in Chamber of Secrets at the start. Other than that, I can't think of much interactions with them, apart from obviously the heartbreaking one at the end of Deathly Hallows. Oh god, that scene, guys, still messes me up. Great comment, Colin. Thank you so much for making it. Greatly appreciated. Paloma, hey Veggie. I love these. I love Chapter 4. I think it is one of my favourites in the series, but Goblet of Fire is not my favourite book, despite general opinion. Yeah, that does seem to be not a consensus, but it definitely seems to be a popular pick. Besides the prank, I love the nervous tics and fear in the Dursleys. I don't want to sound cruel, but I enjoy it very much. Maybe too much. No, you're absolutely. You know what, Paloma? If we're going to balance it, they have been horrendous to Harry. If you said, okay, you either get to have Harry's upbringing or have a toffee, which is going to make your tongue massive and you're going to think you're going to die, I think I would go for the toffee. No, I would go for the toffee. There we go. So when you balance it like that, you know, you're absolutely, I don't think you're being cruel. I think it's just another valid opinion. But what I love the most, what moves me is Mr. Weasley and how he shows his love and care for Harry. How he calls out the Dursleys for the lack of interest in Harry. It's very sad that Harry doesn't expect anything else from them, but it still hurts him a bit. It's true. It's true. We haven't actually said about the fact that Harry like says it's fine, seriously, to Arthur. It's like, oh man. But again, the Dursleys are terrified. I need to keep on eating to be making that fight. I suppose the Weasley's brothers are perhaps Harry. I suppose the Weasley's brothers and perhaps Harry himself would have told Ron's parents how they treated him in Privet Drive. Definitely, 100%. I mean, quite frankly, I think Molly would have been asking, let alone them telling. But I don't think Ron's parents, being so good and loving, believed for a second it was true, even possible. That's where I think Arthur's at. Paloma, I completely agree with that. That's why that moment with Arthur is so good. Maybe that night, when Arthur told Molly what happened, I think she cried a bit. Oh, Paloma. I'm hoping that we get some Harry and Molly stuff, guys, because she's not going to the World Cup, is she? Is she? I don't think, for whatever reason, I've got in my head that she's not going to the World Cup. Because she isn't in the movie, is she? I don't think. I'm sure she is. I'm sure that Arthur's in charge there. And we don't have Cedric's mother going either. It's good that Hermione and Ginny are going there, you know, representing. You know, considering I don't think Molly goes, and I actually, to be fair, I don't even know if Cedric's mother is yeah, maybe she's a Death Eater for all I know. I hope to find out though. Oh wow, we're gonna be meeting Cedric soon, guys. That's only just dawned on me. Sorry. Right. See, now I'm completely lost. Yes. Okay. I'm so happy you finally got to know Charlie and Bill. Not seeing them in the movies makes me sad. Yeah, it's kind of yeah. FYI, I'm a movie watcher, and years after I read the books. I can't say specifically why, but I think they are great in many ways and help structure Ron's insecurities. Oh, I hope so. That's awesome if so. That's yeah, I really hope that's the case. Need to ask, in the chapter about Frank, in the book club, you mentioned that the teenage boy who Frank saw saw the night of the murders was Voldy. Why do you think that? I didn't that first because Voldy grew up in the orphanage. So when did he find them? How did he find them? Why did I think it was him? Because of when the scene was taking place. That is my only reasoning. And also the fact that it is Riddle. It was the Riddle residence. That I assumed that was the connection. I could be wrong, of course, but that's why. And you raised a couple of great questions about the orphanage and how he found them. But when did he actually? How old was he when he went there? If it is him. See, they've got a lot of questions around it. I'm hoping for the scene between Dumbledore and Child Voldemort is going to be in this, because that is obviously quite significant. Is it in this movie? It wasn't in this movie because it had the picture of the cave in it, which I remembered. Yeah. Well, I hope we get that scene anyway. Need to ask, in the chapter... Oh, I already read that bit. Something is always said is why Harry is still with his uncle and aunt. Why do you think he doesn't leave them and they don't kick him out? I guess because they don't want to get in trouble with the Ministry, who would probably get involved, and also the police as well in the Muggling world. because he is now. They're not hiding him. They know that this child lives there, and so if Harry gets kicked out of his house, he could go to the police. Right? I don't know the law behind that at all, and so I guess that's where I'm coming from when it comes to that. And also I do feel like Dumbledore or the Ministry or Hagrid will get involved, and they don't want that to happen. And maybe Arthur Weasley after this one. About Percy, since Philosopher's Stone and how much you love him, I have been waiting to get started about the side story roller coaster trip with Percy and you, haha. And that's it. I can't say anything about it. Just plant a force. Paloma, I'm worried. I am worried, but I'm gonna be sticking with my Percy. Stand by your Percy. But, you know, I'm sure there will be a point where I'm going to flick the switch, you know. I was talking about Arcane earlier on, and there was a moment where I was so about to turn on my favourite character, but luckily it didn't happen. Watch. I love Arcane, guys. 100% on IMDb. Not on IMDb. What's it called? Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes, 100%, guys. So it's not just this idiot who likes it. Anyway, thank you so much for your great comment. Zion. I hope I'm saying your name right. Hello, Veggie. I loved the beginning of the chapter 4 when Harry is packing his things, packing all his most prized possessions, the invisibility cloak he had inherited from his father. I love how much the cloak still means to him in the book, because of course it's important to him, but the movies it's basically never mentioned again after he received it. Very true. It's a I don't know if this is the right term, but it's a lifeline to his father, isn't it? It's a connection with his father, and that is reiterated so much in the book every single time we hear about it. Great point. Great point. I also love how they mentioned the broomstick that Sirius got him in this line too. It just shows how much the people in Harry's life mean to him and how sentimental he is. Yeah, and it mentions the map as well. I completely agree. It's a real, and also it's nice that they do it at the start of the book, because it's refreshing your mind, thinking, oh yeah, the cloak from his father, and it's a nice way of just having his father being mentioned that early in the book, just as a refresher of how important he is to Harry. Good stuff. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Annette. The fireplace mix-up is funny. The tongue toffee, not so much. I mean, I don't like Dudley, but that might be taking things too far. The twins knew Dudley would eat it because he's on it. Oh, that's exactly what Arthur says, isn't it? The fact that it was basically baiting a hungry Neville, hungry Dudley. Yeah, and I'm with you. I did find the whole scene funny, but only because of the chaos. When you break down what's going on, fireplace funny, tongue toffee not so much. I think I'm actually with you there as well. Thank you so much for your comment. Basu. I'm afraid that is... I actually have no idea even how to start to pronounce your first name. I apologise. Hi, Veggie. Don't worry about my name. I'm from India, and we usually address people using their first names only. So using my surname is purely unique. I'm glad you don't mind, Basu, guys. I should really, look at a pronunciation on it, but when it comes to like the structure of it, it's such an interesting name that I feel like I would be, be being disrespectful even attempting it. But if you don't mind, Basu, then that is awesome. The Dudleys don't understand that broken furniture and the engorging tongue can be healed instantly. The twins think it's harmless prank, but Dudley had to go to the hospital to correct the first magical body modification, the tail. And this is why we love Arthur so much. He understands that magic is a privilege and is eager to ensure the Muggles aren't victims of it. That is a lovely way of putting it. That is a lovely way of putting it, actually. And the fact that, and again, you've just perfectly put how even after Arthur is like reprimanding him in inverted commas and telling him off, Fred and George still probably don't see where the big issue is, because, you know, it's an engorging charm. You can fix that just like that. But Muggles can't. And even if they do know that Muggles can't, there is going to be an unconscious bias, I guess is probably might be the right time, where they're just not taking that into as much consideration as they should do, as Arthur does. Very well put. He understands the magic. On a related note, this is the first iteration of what will bloom into the twins' future business. Absolutely. Bertha Jorkins' boss, Ludo Bagman, got Arthur the tickets. Just like Bertha, Ludo was cut from the movie. Yeah, if I was to predict right now, I can't imagine that Ludo's going to be in it much. But going on a couple of comments, it sounds like he might be. I mean, he hasn't been in it yet. We've just heard about him. But, yeah, we do have his full name, Ludo. And so, yeah, I'll be interested to see how much he is significant in this. I have heard that there are entire characters lifted from this story, apparently, in the movie. Every scene chapter at the Burrow is warm, peaceful, and wonderful. I wish there were more. Yeah, I don't know how many there are. Obviously, I presume that is it a wedding? I feel like there's a wedding at one point. There is. Yes, there is. I'm hoping we do have some more Burrow scenes. But the ones that we've had so far have been an absolute joy. Regardless. Bassy, thank you so much for your comment. I greatly appreciate it. Melina. Hi, Veggie. I like your icon, Melina. I've been thinking about the prank a lot and reading the comments above, and I agree with most of them. What the twins did is horrible. However, we have to keep in mind that they're likely never interacted with Muggles in the Muggle world, and in their view, everything can be fixed in a second. Very well put. Which makes me feel a bit better about what they've done. It still is horrible, and and I feel terrible for Dudley and the Dursleys. Yeah, I definitely feel sorry for Dudley, at least. The Burrow chapters fills me with the warmth every time I read it. People above commented on Molly basically diminishing the twins' ambition and not listening to them. I agree. It irks me too. I love that term, irk. At the same time, I do understand where she's coming from. You always want the best in her mind, a stable career in the ministry for your children. Yeah, and also she's worried about them getting in trouble with the law as well. Do not agree with her approach at all, but also it does a lot. It does not make her a bad mother in my eyes. Now, I completely agree. You think about how much she has to deal with, and then Fred and George are making it harder for her. That is, you can't argue that they are not. Probably my reflection as a child of a strict parent with their own expectations, who's been in therapy for a long time. And able to see their perspective now. That's a lovely way of putting it. That is a lovely way of putting it. Percy work is important, even if it seems to not be very exciting. Yeah, and also the fact that it's Cauldron Bottoms, and so everyone keeps saying bottom, which at least in the UK means bum. And so yeah, I feel like that's why. That's definitely why Bill's saying, how's the thick bottoms going, or something, whatever he said. Yay! We meet Charlie and Bill, and heard a lot about their side characters, Ludo and Bertha. Absolutely. I hope you have a great day, and sorry for the long comment. Melina, you're absolutely fine, don't worry about that. Absolutely. The Ludo and Bertha thing, guys, I'm very intrigued to see how much we actually get more of them, seriously, because obviously they're completely book exclusives. Mina, thank you so much for your comments. Logan! Hi, Veggie! I think Molly should be more supportive to Fred and George. They're simply playing to their strengths by starting this business and are both aware that joining the ministry won't suit them. to quote Percy, play to your strengths. It's not like I remember all Percy scenes, guys. She mentions that they have no ambition. However, they both have more ambition than most in their household. Yeah. The thing is, like, okay, here's an example, guys. If like a teenager like says to the parents, I want to become a YouTuber. Becoming a YouTuber, guys, if done well, and I'm not saying this is me. I'm nowhere near this bracket. I'm nowhere near this bracket before I even say what I'm about to say. Being a YouTuber can be extremely lucrative, guys, as in multi-millionaire lucrative. But to tell your parents that, they're not going to say, yeah, okay, go for it. There is going to be a space of like great concern of, yeah, but if it doesn't go well, then you're gonna, yeah. I think it is the oh god. I think it is the topic that Fred and George are going into that worries Molly. And she doesn't say that in her blurb here, but this is her just, you know, she's so worried about them. She's worried about them above everything. I'll say that, guys. She's not disappointed in them. She probably is a bit disappointed in them to an extent with the owls and everything, but her main concern is being worried for her, for them. That's the way that I read Molly, even with that little ranty scene. Yes, I can understand that what they're doing can be unsafe, but with a better support system from Molly and Arthur, they could have safer practices and test procedures. That is a cracking point. Arthur could probably get some good, you know, support systems and so on. Wow, that is a cracking point, Logan. But at the same time, they're just concerned parents. Yeah, it's very interesting reading these comments from about Molly, guys, and they tend to be from people who really like Molly. I just see her as worrying that what they're doing is a dream rather than a career path, and we know who's right at the end of that one, Fred and George. If you didn't know. Great comment, Logan. Thank you so much for making it. Grace, hi Veggie. I'm going to start my comment a little controversially, okay? And say that the prank Fred and George pulled wasn't intentionally horrible. As shown in the rest of the series, their products are fairly harmless and wear off in short periods of time. However, we don't know how magical products might mix with muggles. Maybe Dudley's reaction to it was so severe that it would have been was more severe than it would have been with wizards. That's a great point, Grace. I think that you make an absolutely stellar point. One thing though is that when Arthur said that it was 4 foot long, when he actually got the chance to change it, the room erupts with laughter. So it's not like Fred and George would be like, oh no, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I think that they knew it was going to be bad, but it most definitely was worse than they were expecting, absolutely. And without Arthur there, could have been cataclysmic, which isn't a word. Catastrophic. Also, people always talk about how Albus Severus Potter was a bad name, but imagine if Ginny had named him too. Oh my god! Oh, I wish that was the case now, Grace. I mean, Pidgewiggin. Imagine that last scene without having Pidgewiggin in the movies, guys. So like the movies are exactly the same all the way through the series until that last scene on Deathly Hallows, and Harry says, "Albus Pidgewiggin Potter." Oh, that would be amazing. I would have loved it. I would have loved it. This is a chapter where I don't really like Molly a lot. She would at least pretend to be supportive to her kids, and we met two new characters. Yes, I know Charlie isn't new. Yeah, I know what you mean. But he wasn't really in a movie. On a side note, do you know any good vegetable brands of food? I'm trying my best to go vegetarian. I hope you have an awesome day. Much love from Michigan. Grace, bully for you. That's awesome that you're going to go that you're going vegetarian. I went pescatarian first. And so you know what? I actually cut out individual meats first. The first thing I cut out, and this is something which I didn't have much, obviously, was duck. I loved duck, though, guys. Seriously, it's just juicy, greasy. I loved duck. It was my favourite meat. But I would only ever have it on special occasions, though. And so cutting that out was very easy. I just stopped having it on the special occasions. I then cut out... I cut out meat in order until I was only... having chicken, which I then realised was the meat that I was having the vast majority of the time anyway. I then gave it a go at cutting out chicken and moved over to fish, which I did for a little while. I think maybe like 6 months or something before I thought, you know what? So I went pescatarian. I think I actually started to cut out different types of fish. I'm not sure if I did actually. And then it came round to veganuary, which is for vegans, which is obviously different from what you're going for. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to give veganuary a go. And it is, I think it's come up on 10 years since that veganuary, and I've been vegan. But that's not what you're asking though. You're talking about vegetarian. I mean, in America, I think you're spoilt for choice. I think there are actually a lot. I can't remember the names of them though. I believe, Beyond Meat and Beyond Burgers are obviously things that you can get very common in America, I believe. There is another brand, and I can't think what it's called, but they do all sorts of different vegan brands. I think they appeared in the UK for a little bit, but didn't really take off. But in America, they're really big. This is the problem, Grace, because there are a lot of American brands that we don't get over here. And vegan eggs as well that we can't get over here. It's one of the reasons why I'm not particularly interested to go to LA, guys. What I'm saying is it's not my sort of place, but the vegan food there apparently is amazing, so that's why I'd want to go there. And also it's where my Rams are now, LA Rams. So I'd love to go and see the LA Rams at home in their stadium. Would be wonderful. They are 1-3 at the moment, or 1-2. I think they're 1-3 at the moment, which is fine. It's better than it used to be, guys. When I first started supporting the Rams, they were in St. Louis, and the entire season they won one game. And I like my underdogs, and so that's one of the reasons why I picked them. I also picked them because I just love their kit. And a couple of years ago, Super Bowl champions. Which is wonderful, guys, because for so many Americans who are born into a family that supports a team, they go through the vast majority of their life maybe never winning a Super Bowl, whereas it took my team like 10 years since I started following them. I think it was actually 10 years, actually. But vegetarian brands, it's difficult. I want to look up this vegetarian brand, but I'm not sure exactly how I would go about it. There we go. I type in American vegan brand because it is vegan, and Gardein appears. I think it's Gardien, I think, and their stuff is vegan, but vegetarians can have vegan stuff. And as I remember, they do a whole bunch of different meat style things, and so check them out if you haven't. But take it at your own pace, though, Grace. Seriously, that's how I did it. I didn't go cold turkey. Ironic. Some people do, but I decided to just do it very, very gradually. And so, if you feel like it's going to help, and even if it's not your favourite meat that you cut out first, but like a meat that you like every now and then, you just think, okay, you know what, I'm not going to have that anymore. Maybe that's the way of doing it for you, but that's at least how I did it. So good luck with it, and I hope it goes well. And you know what, let me know if you do find any good brands and everything. I'd be very interested to hear about that. And thank you so much for your wonderful comments from Michigan. Rachel. Hello. I feel bad for Dudley being so scared of wizards and Fred and George pulling this prank. However, I do feel that that the prank would have been much more harmless if the Dursleys had accepted Mr. Weasley's help. You're right, Rachel, but I get the impression that after what Arthur just said about saying you're not going to say goodbye to Harry and Vernon saying bye then, reluctantly, I think that they thought that Arthur had done it. I don't think they saw the wrapper. Maybe they did, actually. Maybe they did. And obviously Arthur is like saying, oh, it's one of my sons, he's a right joker. But, you know, they were more worried about their son potentially dying than listening to him at that point. So that's how I interpreted it, though. But you're right. If they just got it out of the way, then it could have been dealt with in seconds without smashing any china figures. The whole situation is a lot more complex than just one side being victims because they have all been insulted, or their friends have been insulted in some way. Even if it was accidental by the others. Fred and George shouldn't have done the prank, but I really don't think they ever knew the whole situation, especially how Hagrid put a tail on Dudley and caused him fear. They wouldn't, because Harry wouldn't be able to tell anyone about that. He probably told Ron about it. He probably told Ron about it. In fact, Hagrid probably told Ron about it. That's very interesting. Fred and George most definitely didn't know about the tale. Yeah, I like it, Rachel. That is a great point. Thank you so much for making it, and thank you so much for your comment. On me. Alex. Hi, Veggie. This is my first comment. Alex, welcome. Is that a guitar you're playing, Alex? That is very, very cool. Sorry, that sounded really patronising. Thank you, Alex, for your first comment. Let's see what you have to say. It was my intention to start participating in the start of this book, but I managed to miss the first video and accidentally listened to this entire book in a few days rather than sticking with these chapters. That's fine, Alex. I go so slowly. It's certainly not intentional, but you know, the way that we space these videos out and also allowing people to make comments and everything, it does mean that it does take a time to get through the book. I don't have anything of value to add right now, but I'm looking forward to commenting later on, especially when we get to the good Hermione stuff. Looking forward to this. Awesome, Alex. Thank you so much for your comment. Sorry that you missed last time. I do feel like I pulled the rug under some people by ending the previous book club a little bit early, and so I don't want to give you a set amount of days, guys, because I feel like that's because people are on holiday or like doing exams and everything. I want to give everyone a chance to do it. And so I think Max like accidentally missed out last time as well, because I did end it a bit soon, and so I'm glad you're able to get your comment in here, and looking forward to your comments in the future, Alex. So thank you so much for making it. It's a dance thing. Oh my goodness. It's been so long since I last reread the book. Going through it this time, part of me feels a little sorry for Dudley. This seems to be the consensus. Well, not consensus. He's terrified of wizards, not Harry though. And it sounds like he's on a starvation diet, which is not healthy. Completely agree. Poor kid. The fact is, guys, if Harry is hungry, Dudley is going to be hungry, and that's obviously just how the body works and everything, isn't it? Poor kid. I was also a little surprised when Harry seemed to show concern for the Dursleys, despite how terrible they treat him. He was still worried when Dudley came running out of the living room when the fireplace mishap occurred. That just reinforces how kind Harry's heart is. That's interesting. Now, I presume that it was that Harry didn't immediately think, oh, the Weasleys are here. He thought that something else was going on. He may have even thought that something, like the gas fire exploded or something completely unwizardly happened. But yeah, he definitely takes note of Dudley's panic. Up until now, I never really thought about Muggles versus Wizards fireplaces. We saw in sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. That's just a funny sentence. We saw in Chamber, the movie, that the Weasleys had a fire tall enough to stand in. Most fireplaces fireplaces, at least in the US, are barely big enough to crawl through. Perhaps the flue powder has some magic that expands the heath. Good word there. Is it like TARDIS magic? I don't know. But how were 4 men able to stand in the Dursley's fireplace? TARDIS magic, guys, is kind of what I'm saying. Maybe what I'm saying is there are ways that we could use magic to answer the question. And if it is a very sudden whoop, like that, you're going small and big, then basically we got like a mini Arthur. Oh no, at least mini Fred and George and mini Ron. In this fireplace with a full-sized Arthur, which would be an image. Yeah, so there are ways that we could use magic to try and answer it, but yeah, it's a good point though. On that note, I understand Ron coming with his dad to get Harry, but why did Fred and George need to come? I think that they talked Arthur into it. Perhaps just so they could prank Dudley, which, looking back, a dangerous prank, no doubt. But you have to admit, Fred and George are extremely brilliant wizards. Oh, absolutely. To have created and invented all these things, that they did take a lot of talent and knowledge. They impress me. It's true it's a dance thing. And the thing is, none of what they make can kill wizards. And, you know, we know from Snape's class, you know, making potions and charms on things and everything can go wrong. Like, you can make something which is meant to give you, like, hiccups or something, and then it ends up, like, accidentally killing someone, you know? So it's the safety around it has got to be very important. Safety's got to be paramount, in fact, around the Weasley's Wizarding Wizzles. He made the family name famous, guys. It's pretty damn impressive as well. We finally meet Charlie and Bill. I was so disappointed that all the Weasleys except Charlie were in the movie, and Bill should have had his awesome style. Yeah, I need to go back and see what he looks like. I mean, rock concert clothes, dragon high boots, and fang earrings, so great. And finally, Pig's full name is one of the best things about this book, I think. It is wonderful, isn't it? Yikes, this comment really got away from me. Hope you're doing well, Veggie. Excited we're on book 4. It's dancing. Thank you so much. And yes, it's a bit chunky, but you know, I can tell that you're passionate about what you said. And so, great to see you, as always. I didn't say it's a dance thing. I'm so sorry it's a dance thing. I didn't do my... It's a dance thing. I think it's because we're coming up on 6 hours. But, yeah, I did do... It's a dance thing, which is terrible. I should be doing it, is what I'm saying. Thank you so much for your comment. Kate. Just a small observations of this chapter. Percy mentions international law talking about cauldron bottoms, even though I think it's just a mistake and they simply want to impose standards on import to the UK. It made me wonder if there is an international law in the magic world. The way that Percy worded it, it sounded like that's what he was going for, that's what he's pushing for. If there are, they already came for, if there are, he already came further in international cooperation than Muggles. Fair point. Also, who then enforces magical international laws? And also, would it actually be international? You know, it could be, you know, international as in across many countries, but not presumably there's going to be some countries which are very closed off to other countries. Maybe, or maybe there isn't in the Wizarding world. I mean, we have a little bit about that in Fantastic Beasts, don't we? The third one. The Ministry of Magic knows Bertha went to Albania. They also supposed to know that Voldemort was hiding there before, considering that is where Quirrell met him before the book. They could have given Bertha a bit of protection on the trip, or at least have someone else join her. It's true, Kate, that's very true. I mean, I don't know how big Albania is as a country, actually, but if you go to the country, you're unlikely to walk into, you know, particular people and everything, especially people who are trying to hide out and stuff. But if you know that the most evil wizard in the world is in this country, you probably do want to, at least, especially when they go missing, you want to at least chase that up. You know, maybe there's some sort of conspiracy going on here. Maybe. Transylvania is a country in the magical world. That's a great way of putting it, Kate. I'm glad that you're picking up on this, actually, because, yeah, maybe in the magical world it is a country. I didn't think about that. I think it used to be its own thing, but in the 70s it is now officially became part of Romania, I think. And they play decent Quidditch, apparently. Good enough to beat England, don't I? I wonder if they have vampires in the team. What I was thinking. Also, England, Scotland, and Wales do have complete separate. Do compete separately here too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's true. I mean, maybe they do have vampires. It would be a little bit cliche. And also, in the Wizarding world, vampires are scary things. Whereas, obviously, in our world, they're sort of like, you know, mythical, celebrated creatures. That would be cool. But also, it was embarrassing how England went down to Transylvania, which probably means that Transylvania aren't that great. Because if Brazil beat England, like, you know, by... Oh, I don't know. Are Brazil even any good at football now? I've actually no idea. I presume they are. Yeah, I don't know much about football, guys. I watch the big tournaments. Sometimes. I actually didn't watch the last one. Either way, thank you so much, Kate. Great comment. And yes, in the magical world, Transylvania could be a country. I didn't think about it like that. That is a great way of putting it. H. Arthur's comment. Very nice place you got here. It's such a Ron thing to say in that situation. Yeah, they are so similar to each other. I really do feel that. I love how well the characters Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch are introduced here, even though it's done through the work-related conversation between Arthur and Percy. You feel like you get to know them a bit without meeting them. That whole scene of them eating in the garden is lovely, to be honest. Yeah, it's very well done how we're hearing about these characters so early, because in Philosopher's Stone we heard about, you know, Fudge long before we had actually met him. But these characters are going to be significant in this book soon, I feel, you know? Particularly with Barty, of course, going on the movie. Yes, that scene in the Guardian is lovely. It's strange to be reading about Bertha's disappearance when we've already heard things about it from Wormtail and Voldemort. So it's a situation where we, as the readers, know more than the book characters. Even Harry, as he's not able to remember, connect the dots. Yes, he can't remember the names. That's the thing. That's the frustrating thing. So I was wondering when someone said Bertha around the dinner table, he'd go, "Oh, hang on, that's the name." No, he didn't batter an eyelid at it. I wonder how a typical day at flu regulation battle is. Come on, Veggie. I want 15 seconds of role play. Play this. Oh my goodness, I don't know. Okay, sorry. You'd imagine it's got to be quite a dullish job. But I'd imagine it's a dullish job. But as a Muggle, I'm fascinated by it, though I really am. I'm afraid I can't do 15 seconds of roleplay to it, because I like I say, I'd imagine it's very. I'd always use the term job's worth incorrectly, but I'd imagine it's a very. I can't imagine it's, you know, lightning excitement in the office, quite frankly. H, great comment, and I'm glad that you're interested in flu regulation panel as well, because quite frankly, I think it's such a fascinating topic. Thank you so much. Rhea. Hey, hey, Rams fan, it's your Saints fan here. How love to see you. I was very nearly a Saints fan, guys, and the year that I became an NFL fan, the Saints won the Super Bowl. And so my team won one game, Saints won the Super Bowl. Just some perspective. This past July marks the 23rd year anniversary of the beginning of your Potter journey, of my Potter journey. Sorry, it began just a few weeks after the Goblet of Fire book was released in summer 2000. My little brother had already asked me several times to read the books, but I refused to. He eventually became so desperate to talk to someone about the books, he bribed me with $10, and I finally gave in. Lol, that is outrageous, Rhea. Did you ever pay him back? You know what? I hope you didn't. That's very interesting. He said if I truly didn't like the story by the end of the first book, he would leave me alone about it. Well, of course, was hooked by the middle of the first book, and here I am now, still on my journey, still a muggle, possibly squib, exactly, riding the Hogwarts Express two decades later. Oh, riding the Hogwarts Express 2 years later. Oh my goodness. 2 decades, sorry. Back to present tense. My brother went to Universal Studios in June, visited the magical Harry Potter world, and brought me back a couple of surprises. One of which was a stuffed owl, but it wasn't Hedwig. You see, I have two very real fluffy very real fur baby kitties. Yes, named Persimmon and Papilla. So he stuck with the P name, which means, yep, Pigtwidgeon. No way, that's awesome that you got Pigtwidgeon. You can get Pigtwidgeon toys. That's cool. Unless he named it. Either way, it's awesome. I have so far referred to him by his full proper name, as Ginny would have said it. I'm the same. I'm afraid I would have to call him Pigtwidgeon rather than Pig. Yeah, because Pig seems disrespectful in a weird way. But maybe that's what Rod's going for, though. Oh, I didn't like the. Oh, I like the last couple of comments. I apologise. Boom, boom. If I do miss any, guys, it isn't a reflection on the comments. Sorry this comment is so chunky and more personal than book related. No, it's fine. No, you're fine to talk about personal stuff. As long as it's Harry Potter related. Or, if you've got anything, to air. Just thought it would help put into perspective how immensely satisfying and enjoyable it is to see someone get all the amazing details, characters, and storylines I've been trying to fill only movie watchers in on literally for decades, like Pigtwidgeon. And, well, yeah, I see, like Pigtwidgeon being a detail, but also like your brother was trying to get you into Harry Potter as well. That's amazing. $10. Never could have imagined where a $10 bribe would take me. That's a great sense. And just think, your Potter journey is barely begun. That is a fascinating way of looking at it. Thank you so much for not only sharing, but including us with yours. Oh, that's my favorite part of doing these. You and the community you built here is absolutely amazing. I'm thankful to be a part of it. Thank you, Red. That's very, very kind of you. Harry Potter for life. Now, I did notice just before I started reading this, guys, that there is an edit, and I think there is a very recent edit. It is a very recent edit, and so that's why this comment is a little bit more chunky. But of course, I'll read the entire thing. Last minute edits. Just saw the heartbreaking news. Actor Michael Gambon passed away. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore has always been my favourite Harry Potter character, and oh really? And the movie really did him injustice, as you will start to find out in the books. So much was left out, but I really think Mr. Gambon did a wonderful job with what he was given. I agree. Would have loved to see him more in the movies. I did, yeah. Your favourite character? I'm going to say sorry for your loss, Ray, and I think that is fair, because it was sad for me, but I said in my little video that I did post when it happened, which I recorded in this video. It's sad for me, guys, but people who grew up with this story must have a genuine sense of loss over it, and I completely appreciate it, guys. And so I hope you're doing well, Rhea. I hope the Saints are doing well. I don't think they are they? No, I think they are. How are the Saints doing? This is why my blooming videos are so long, guys. Saints NFL. They're two and one, which means that the Rams must be 1 and 2 then, right? You got the Bucks, the Buccaneers on October the 1st. Next, beat Carolina. Well, I hope your season goes well, Rhea. Seriously, I've always got a soft spot for the Saints, and so I hope you have a good season. And again, sorry for your loss. I hope that doesn't sound strange, but I think it is a general sense of loss that people will feel with these characters when this sort of thing happens. Thank you so much for your comment, Liz. Love your reaction so far to the book. It's probably my second favourite book in the series. That seems to be a common thing. I think Percy is judgmental and pompous, and I don't think it's that impressive him getting a job at the ministry straight out of Hogwarts. There is no further education after Hogwarts, but there is further stuff for certain jobs, but that's not mentioned till the next book. I'm looking forward to hearing about that. So I won't say more, and that's why what I said was... I'm sorry. Why what I said was vague. Haha. Try to make it as vague as possible so not to spoil it. I appreciate it, Liz, and you did. I love Fred and George at the Dursleys bit in the book. Find it very funny. Some people probably see it as bullying, and I can see why, but I feel like it's I'm not sure what that word's meant to be. Oh, Fred and George! I'm sorry. Fred and George's way of getting small payback on Harry on the Harry's behalf for all the bullying and abuse. I think you're absolutely right there, Liz. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. I feel like it is. I think that they are being sincere when they say that that's why they did it to Dudley. I think you're absolutely right. Love the introduction to Bill and Charlie, and as you probably remember from the films, all you see of Charlie is the Daily Prophet article, The Weasleys Going to Egypt. Love the table fight. Yes, so cool. And Quidditch talk, especially England being embarrassing. Sounds like football. It does. It does. Although I feel like our teams are actually quite good at the moment. I say teams because obviously we got the Lionesses are now international champions, which is lovely. The women's team, I should say. We find out who Bertha Jorkins is, although it's maddening that only we know why she's missing for so long. Yeah, I can see that being frustrating, actually. You're going to love Ludo Bagman. I think you see why I said that later. Oh, okay, excellent. Haha. I wish he made an appearance in the film, though. Looking forward to the video. Thank you so much, Liz. I wonder, because sometimes in these sort of things, characters are there, but they don't say or do anything, you know? Like, often when you look up, say, like, Hannah, the Hufflepuff, it will come up with a Hufflepuff who could be Hannah, but at no point is it said, this is Hannah, you know what I mean? So, but then again, I don't know what Ludo looks like, though. So maybe Ludo's got a very specific look. We shall find out. Liz, thank you so much for your comment. Q. I'd like to take a moment to appreciate Arthur Weasley. Molly gets a lot of credit for being the ultimate mum, and most of that is well deserved, though we see some of her human flaws in these chapters. Seems to be a common agreement there. Mostly that she seems to hold her children to rather a narrow definition of success. I love the way of putting that. But Arthur is just so consistently decent. He clearly loves his family. Absolutely. He's not quite the authority of that Molly is. Absolutely. But he's laughing in his face. Not laughing in his face, but they're laughing in front of him. But he's able to put his foot down and give a good scolding when the kids really cross the line. Case in point, these chapters. He welcomes Harry and Hermione into the family with no hesitation. He's flexible about laws without being flexible in principles. And he's perfectly friendly to the Dursleys until they show that attitude towards Harry. Absolutely so true. I just realised, guys, Harry getting to get away from the Dursleys is great, but Hermione leaving 2 weeks early from her parents, I bet the parents are a bit sad about that, because they don't see much of her. Oh, I never thought about that. I hope we hear more about the Grangers, guys. I hope we do. Fred and George, in my view, are not mean or bullying so much as rather protective. That is definitely, that's another way of putting it. They will not pull punches when someone they consider family or friend has been hurt or threatened. Should they pull punches in some circumstances? Probably. I feel like we all agree with that, apart from Max. I'm sure that even Max would say that some things may be over the line. But then they wouldn't be Fred and George. And we wouldn't get the image of Dudley with a giant purple tongue. Exactly. That should have been the cover of the book. Q, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. It's Charisse who has very kindly left a pronunciation there. I'm so sorry, Charisse, that I get it wrong. Hi, Veggie. Poor Dudley, am I right? Hope, from Harry's perspective, he's been bullied by his cousin for all his life, but Dudley is just a kid, and so far his encounters with magic have left him harmed, even though he didn't really do anything wrong. Yeah, exactly. This is the problem. It's retrospective punishment that Fred and George are dealing out here, and Dudley doesn't know that. In the movie, Dudley eats Harry's cake, but in the book, Hagrid gives him a tail just because Vernon is rude about Dumbledore. Exactly, there we go, Charisse. Now, all he did was eat a candy that dropped from his house, whilst on a diet as well. Fred and George know Harry has been treated badly by Dudley, but as far as Dudley knows, wizards have done awful stuff to him for what seems to be no reason. Arthur is right that it isn't a good look. Absolutely. It's really not. Also, I already know you'll be pleased with the addition of meeting the older Weasley brothers. You got to see more Percy, always good in my book. Without spoiling anything, I'd say that this book is pivotal to Percy's character arc. Interesting. It's subtle here, to be sure, but will make more sense later. Can't wait to see what you think of Percy's story. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about it, but I can't, at the same time, I cannot wait to find out. So, Cherise, thank you so much for your comment and also your pronunciation. Greatly appreciate it. Jonas of the side panel fame. What do you think happens if a fireplace you want to travel to gets destroyed in the moment? You are in the Floo Powder universe. Do you return to your own fireplace, or are you stuck in between, or someone has to travel to you to get you out? I think none of those. The first thing that I go to, Jonas, I imagine, is that you would still appear there. Now, if it's like a brick, if the entire thing's been bricked up and the location is no longer accessible, even in any way, it's just like completely concreted, then I think that you wouldn't be able to enter the fire. As I feel like the Floo Powder regulation panel would have it, so it would basically push you back. It said, you said the name of the place. Nope, that's not going to be acceptable. That's how I see it. Whereas, if the fireplace is broken, I don't think that's relevant because, correct me if I'm wrong, the fireplace that you enter has to be lit, not the one that you exit from. Obviously, because of the electric fire. So that's how I see it, Jonas. But I'd like to hear some other opinions on that. I also just googled Pidgewiggin and found out it is a word for a small and petty person. No way, Pidgewiggin. I like it. Created a creature or object, especially a fairy, dwarf, imp, or elf. Ah, very interesting. He is also called Pidgewiggin in the German version, so I just always thought it was a mix of pig and pigeon. Somehow muddled together. You know what, Jonas? For some reason, you just sparked something in my mind. I feel like I've heard Pidgewiggin before. I don't know where from, but as an insult in like some kids show or something. I feel like I have. I'm going to try and remember what it is. Hope you're doing great, Veggie. I'm camping this site for closed tags. Absolutely, yes. On Twitter, Jonas always makes like a meme about the closed tag. So he says like, I hope you're doing great, Veggie. I'm camping this site for closed tag, for the closed tag. Greatly appreciated, Jonas. And again, thank you so much for this wonderful side panels. Millie. Hi, Veggie. I've been a YouTube follower for a while, but this is the first time commenting on Harry Potter Book Club, and I'm very excited. Millie, thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Seeing Arthur trying his best with the Dursleys and getting nowhere is so sad. I'm sure he really want Muggle friends. That's a good take. And also, he is very pro-Muggle, isn't he? And so even when Fred and George and Ron are telling these stories, he's probably not taking the side of the Dursleys, but giving them the benefit of the doubt, though. That is a great point. And he really would like some Muggle friends, wouldn't he? He should really get with the Grangers, because he knows their daughter very well. Get with the Grangers. That should be the name of the next book. Also, I'm sure others have said this, but I love seeing Bill, Charlie, and Percy. I know you haven't seen much of Bill and Charlie, but what do you think about them so far? They just seem very cool. They really do. I'm hoping that we're going to have more interactions with Harry and them. I really do. But right now, it's just the one word I got for it is cool. Millie, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Loved your point about Arthur. Harry Potter. Pothead. I always do that. Harry Potter. There we go. Nice to see Ginny slowly starting to be able to be herself around Harry. Even though she's a minor character for a lot of the series, the movies managed to destroy her character so hard that I literally don't see them as the same person. I can believe it. I haven't even experienced it yet, but that is definitely something which I heard a lot of. In headcanon, for the movies, Ginny died. Oh my goodness. And the Weasleys got another daughter. They decided to call Ginny as well. She called Minnie in my head. But Molly was depressed during the pregnancy. Weasley convinced Dumbledore to enroll Millie 1 year earlier. Well, it's a headcanon theory, which is very interesting, Harry. Thank you so much for your comment. And yes, that is definitely. I know the sort of thing where you just like don't accept a part of a series. In Game of Thrones, there was a character who I hated his scenes so much I ended up just not watching them, and ended up that he would do like really important things, but I wouldn't know because I just wouldn't watch his scenes. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, but yes, I won't tell you who. I've already said before, but yes, the character really frustrated me. Anyway, moving on. Harry, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Eduardo, mandatory hi. I'm new here. Eduardo, thank you so much. Thank you for the mandatory hi. I'm new here piece of comment. Loads of times I get angry on comments here because I can't even understand where they're coming from, particularly regarding Snape, and yet loads more had my mind blown up by comments that not a billion years I would have thought about. That's the beauty of doing these, and also the different opinions of the beauty of doing these as well. And I think that's what's awesome about what you have here. You can't have one without the other, Eduardo. Exactly. And as other, so doing it is respectfully, doing all respectfully is key, as you always say. It really is, Eduardo. I love hearing other people's opinions of this stuff, and there is no right and wrong in my opinion. And so it's, I appreciate that comment. That's actually very, very kind of you to put, and like, just keeping it respectful. We can have these different opinions and still, and still get on. On the chapters themselves, I want to point out how it bothers me to see Mr. Weasley engaging in some kind of petty corruption with the car, getting tickets because he got someone out of trouble, and connecting the fireplace to the flue powder system. It just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's true. Again, he's Ron's son, though. He's Ron's father, sorry. So there is that connection of Ron would probably do exactly the same thing as well. The corruption of the tickets, I never really picked up on, guys. I guess because that sort of thing just does happen in real life. And so I never really stuck out. But a couple of comments have actually pointed that little part out. So yeah, it's very interesting. I know it's something small, but I do think we should hold good people to a higher standard, which is what I always do. That's what I always got to say. This is why I'm giving these people a harder time than other people, because good people should be held to a higher standard. Yeah, I completely agree. And what a great comment. Thank you so much for your first comment. I'm looking forward to your next one. Lizette, I just really love these chapters. Thank you, Lizette. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, sometimes that's all. That's all that needs to be said. Emily, I hope the tongue toffee incident I found the tongue toffee incident so scary when I read it as a kid. If a wizard like Arthur Weasley, who loves muggles, has spent his life studying them, can cause such chaos and trauma to them unintentionally, imagine what could happen between a muggles and less well-intended wizards. Well, like Fred and George in this case. Yeah, absolutely. It's true. We sometimes forget, guys, especially when a scene like this is meant to be kind of funny. It's kind of written as if it's quite funny. You do forget about the fact that muggles are actually very squishy compared to wizard folk. To the Dursleys, it must feel like they're being held at gunpoint when Arthur scolds them for not saying goodbye to Harry. I completely agree with that, Emily. I do feel like that, and that isn't Arthur's intention at all. But with everything that's just gone on around them, it must feel like they are being threatened, and Arthur doesn't mean it like that at all. It's so true. I'm curious if you found this scene as disturbing as I did. Yeah, I found the chaos funny, but I can fully understand why we wouldn't see the visual of Dudley going through what he goes through in the movie, guys, because it would be brutal to see. It really would. I don't know how you'd make that funny unless it was animated. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it, Emily. Thank you so much for your comment. Gary, not Jerry. Okay. In defence of the Dursleys a little. To defend the Dursleys a little. It's always a good way of starting a sentence. I don't think Arthur realised quite how shocked they were about their living room fireplace getting blown up. Vernon may have grumbled goodbye to Harry under normal circumstances. I do feel like there is a chance he may have done. Or he may have said good riddance. He may have made it even worse, quite frankly. I feel like he would have enjoyed saying good riddance. I do actually feel like he would have enjoyed saying that, actually. Even with Arthur there. In fact, maybe even particularly with Arthur there. Percy is very ambitious, isn't he? Sometimes I wonder if he would have made a good Slytherin. What do you think? Yeah, ambition is a Slytherin thing, isn't it? But he is trying to make... In his mind, he is also trying to make things better, though, isn't he? I guess. But he does have a power trip, though. Yeah, he may have made a good Slytherin. I never thought about that before, but yeah, I feel like he may have done. But, you know, families tend to be the same, though, don't they? You know. Yeah, very good point, Gary. I feel like you're on the money there. He absolutely could have been a Slytherin. Thanks so much for making it. Oh, Veggie. Do you remember how at the beginning of Chamber of Secrets you discussed the possibility of Weasley's visiting Privet Drive? I don't remember doing that, but that is amazing if I did. You said they would have, of course, come via the door or not the window like the twins. I really had to restrain myself back then in order to not hint anything. I appreciate the struggle, however. That is greatly appreciated that you did say anything. That being said, I can't help myself but feel for the Dursleys in this scene. When I was reading this series for the first time, up until this point, I'd always thought that the Dursleys hated magic because they were boring and closed-minded people. This was the first time it occurred to me that they actually had a valid reason to be terrified of the Wizarding World. I'd say that Petunia is the one which I say less so. But Vernon and Dudley, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to hear that. It really is, because you make a good point. The thing that stands out to me the most in this scene is how utterly helpless the Dursleys are. They don't know about the fireplace misunderstanding. Yeah, and they're not going to be listening to Arthur at this point. From their POV point of view, this is Wizard destroying their home for no reason, just because he can, and they can't do anything about it. They can't fight him. They can't call the police. They're completely at his mercy. That's a horrible feeling, yes. And one thing I'd add to that is when Arthur says, oh, hang on, I've got a solution, Vernon does say, hang on, what are you about to, and then what happens. Arthur absolutely should have told them what he was about to do. Now, granted, Vernon would have said, no way you're doing that, but he should have at least told them what they're about to do. Just for their safety, you know? Anyway. And look what Mr. Dursley is doing. He's shielding Dudley and Petunia with his own body. I can't help myself. I feel genuinely touched. Yeah, he is. He's probably like, you know, shifting around, like trying to completely obscure them. Although apparently he can't completely obscure Dudley. That's what it says in the book. Even such an unlikable character as Mr. Dursley has redeeming qualities. He has guts and he's had guts and sincerely loves his wife and son. Yes, I can't disagree with any at that part at all. I think had he been a wizard, he would have been a textbook Gryffindor. That's interesting. He demonstrates both the positive and the negative traits associated with the house. It's very interesting to think what Muggles would have been if they were schooled at Hogwarts. Jacob from Fantastic Beasts, all day Gryffindor, all day Gryffindor. I freaking love Jacob, I really do. Yeah, he would have been all day Gryffindor. Vernon being a Gryffindor is a take. Imagine that fan art. You could argue that he's ambitious and he has he's power hungry because he enjoys turning off his staff, doesn't he? I swear that we've heard that in the first book. So I feel like he could actually be a Slytherin as well. I feel like there are traits there as well. The fact is, a Hufflepuff in that situation isn't just going to dive out of the way and hide behind his wife and his son. So I think most fathers would do the same. So I don't know if it particularly... I feel like most fathers would do that regardless of what house they would, if they were wizards, be sorted into. So I think that maybe the Gryffindor thing is a little bit influenced by the situation. You know what I mean? It's not like it's someone who would potentially be a Ravenclaw would be basically out of the room. He wouldn't see him for the smoke, you know? For the dust, I should say. So yeah, I feel like the scene is a little bit of a unfair testing ground for it. I think so, anyway. Re the twins. I agree with the majority of the comments here, so I won't repeat their point. I'll just say that the twins are my least favourite Weasleys. I feel like that I can see some people having that opinion. They are bullies, period. Just look how they constantly harass Percy, who didn't do anything to them. The dung thing, as we were talking about earlier on, is strong, definitely. Not smell-wise. I mean, it is a strong thing for them to do. However, it's always great to hear your points because they often do touch in a different perspective, which is always greatly appreciated. So thank you so much for making a comment. Speedy Brandon. Hi there, Veggie. Not commented for a while because of a bunch of things. Hope everything's alright. Like spending my birthday weekend at a certain big wrestling event at Wembley Stadium. You know what, Speedy? I blooming watched. I didn't watch the whole thing. You know what? I actually watched some of it as well. I hope you had a great time. There's definitely a lot of stars there, wasn't there? I hope you enjoyed the show. Anyway, he's talking about AEW, who had like a big event, All In, wasn't it? I always get confused with AEW names because they always blur into one. Much like Impact ones as well. They always like blur into the names. All I swear they're all called. What are the Impact ones called? no, I can't remember. There's one name which I always think are all the pay-per-views for it. Anyway, we're talking about Harry Potter. Anyway, I love the amount of comedy in these chapters, and I feel like it would have been great to include in the movies, particularly Arthur and co arriving with a bang, and the horror of the Dursley's face would have been hilarious. Absolutely. It's just the Dudley bit, which I think would be a little bit too strong for the movie. They could change it, though. I appreciate the time you put into the whole book club, and I enjoy the many tangents you go into as well. I appreciate that, Brandon. And again, I hope you really enjoyed the show. You did say that you were attending it. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend Money in the Bank, which was a shame, but that's how life goes sometimes. So I really hope you enjoyed the AEW show. Jericho was there, wasn't he? Yeah, he wrestled Ospreay, which I don't know much about Ospreay. Lots of gory matches when I was watching it. I feel like that's like one of AEW's things, isn't it? Well, it's not a criticism. Anyway, Brandon, I hope you had a great time. Seriously. Bennett. Hey there, book club. I don't really have anything left to say to this chapter after reading through all your notes. Just want to say one more time how I love that you can already see Ginny slowly transforming into a more prominent role than she was in the previous books. Poor girl, considering what the films did to her, though. Yeah, I mean, I liked Ginny from the movies, guys, but it really is. I found her latest scenes to be kind of out of nowhere. And so it's going to be nice to actually have that, have those, those two characters, in my opinion, actually have their progression actually portrayed out in the book. As we know, you're a big Percy fan. I am the #1 Percy fan, aren't I? I really can't wait for you to see your reaction to his very different story arc throughout the series. I'm looking forward to it. I know that he's at least becomes a bit of a pawn, I guess is one way of putting it. Yeah, because I did recognise him, which apparently a lot of reactors don't recognise him when he had like I think it's Hermione and Harry or something, like by the scruff of the neck when things are turning bad in Order of Phoenix, I think. I really enjoy I really enjoy these little peaceful and cheerful chapters in the Burrow, where you can't stop feeling comfy and cozy. Preferably with a cup of tea and a blanket. Lovely way of putting it. I hope everyone who reads this has a lovely day. That's very kind of you. A lovely day, and also remember to take care and time for oneself. Bennett, what a lovely sentiment. Seriously, that is greatly appreciated. I mean, this has been a slog getting through this video, guys, but I do enjoy it so much. I say slog as in it's taken a long time. That's it. I really enjoy reading these comments. I really do, and so I appreciate that, and I appreciate the message at the end of that, Bennett. I really do. I really am Percy's #1 fan. I really am. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Oh, we're down to the last three, guys. Down to the last three. Lily. Hey, Veggie. Long time no comment. I won't add much as most points have been covered by the book. I just wanted to thank you so much for these videos. They have helped me through some tough times recently, and now bring me almost as much comfort as Harry Potter itself. Leah, I'm sorry to hear that you've gone through some tough times, and I'm glad that even in any way I can make those times like a little bit easier. I say we, because quite frankly this is a group effort at this point when it comes to the book club, and so that's very, very kind of you, and I hope things are getting better. I've listened to each multiple times. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Anyway, thank you for everything, and take care of yourself and Woozle. I will. Woozle's in a very playful mood today, guys. I think she might be up to something. She's probably snuck a tongue toffee into my dinner or something. But yeah, she seems to be in a really childish mood, which is wonderful to see. Lily, thank you so much for your comment, and like I say, I really appreciate what you say there, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. Said, hey Veggie, Anytime I see wizard-witch interaction with muggles, I find it fascinating. They seem so out of place. It's true, and I'm hoping there's more of it going on as well. Going forward, I should say. I'm going to keep thanking you for the book club. I appreciate it. Thank you for the comment. 5 hours and 32 minutes. I think you are probably an hour out. Incredibly. This is by far the longest book club, guys. And it was only 2 chapters, and those chapters were really... I said at the start, this is probably going to be under 5 hours. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not complaining, guys, but my goodness. It also didn't help with, the very sad news of Michael Gambon. And also, I needed to take time away during this video to go and react to the new Hazbin Hotel trailer, guys, which is wonderful. Hazbin Hotel is something which I've been into for a few years now, before Harry Potter, and I thoroughly enjoy it, guys. It's very inclusive. It has it's a very inclusive show, but it's also very, very rude and crude, and so be careful. It's certainly not a kids cartoon, but I love the inclusivity of it, and so yes, if you want to check out my reactions to it, you can. But like I say, the language in it is strong, and the topics in it are strong as well. But it's a good thing. Check out the Hazbin Hotel pilot, and if you like it, you like it. But yeah, it's very nicely done, the pilot. Either way, thank you, Seth. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment. And Tammy, round us off. And there's me celebrating next to Buffy there. It's good. It's good. Tammy. I think this is the last comment. I will quickly do a refresh just to make sure. Hi, Veggie. Another last minute comment from me. I hope I'm not too late. You're in there. You're in there. A lot has already been mentioned, so I'll just say that I absolutely love these chapters when we get to know the characters, especially the Weasleys more. And I also really like things, like little things we learn about the wizarding world, like that there is a department of magic, games, and sport. I love those details, and the flu panel, regulation panel and everything. I just want to know so much more about those. I really do. What else do you imagine other departments in the ministry? Well, in Fantastic Beasts, we hear about like a department in the US one, which is like a destruction of magical creatures. There has to be the Newt Scamander ward of the ministry, where it's about the protection and and the safety of creatures. Now there has to be, and them integrating with not muggle creatures, but non-magical creatures. Yeah. But I'm with you, Tammy. I love hearing about these, and so I hope we hear about even more. And the way that Percy's talking in this chapter, I think we probably will hear a lot more about it. Tammy, thank you so much for your comment. I believe that is last. I will do a quick refresh. It is. So there you go. Oh, hang on. I did update it. I just did update it. Why is it not working? Oh, it has. It just hasn't refreshed. It's fine. So it is now complete now, guys. And so thank you so much for taking part. Yes, I did make this earlier on whilst making this video. This job, but yeah. If you've read these chapters, you know what I'm referring to here, guys. And so thank you so much for taking part in the book club, guys. It was a slog, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. And never feel like you shouldn't leave a comment, guys. I love reading your comments. It doesn't matter how long the videos goes. Quite frankly, it's the best part of doing these book reviews, is hearing other people's opinions. So thank you all so much for taking part in it. I'm quite proud of it. I should say I just photoshopped in the little bits. I didn't make the entire image. It's a famous meme, as the kids say. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. If you got this far, bully for you, quite frankly. Longest one that we've ever had, guys, but it was a great couple of chapters, and I'm glad that you all had your chance to give your thoughts on it. I feel like the main discussion point was around Fred and George, and this does seem to be the first point where they really overstepped the line with a lot of people. But thank you so much for being part of that discussion. I'm going to leave it there, guys. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time.